It's now past the hour. A brand new week has started with the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big. The Good Time Gang is here, and we're fired up and ready for another day. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of next hour for the main show, but until then, we'll hold everything down and get it going. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour with the Good Time Gang. And speaking of the Good Time Gang, to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's up, boys? What's up? What's up? I'm sorry.
Let's go, boys.
Hey, what's up? What up? What up? What up? How are y'all?
Oh, good.
Everybody fired it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, as fired up as you can be.
Come on. Let's go.
Woo!
I've had it.
Woo!
Oh boy,
we got some weekends to recap. We got a lot happening. Of course, today Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So a lot of you are off today, but you still might be watching or listening because I don't know when that takes place for you. But if you're listening live, you're on up early anyway.
Wow, if you're off today and you're up listening to us, you need to rethink it.
What's up with that? But we are going to be kicking today, and we got a lot to do. It is a charity charge day today, benefiting the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. So if some of you have the day off and you want to just relax and hang out and go have some lunch or some dinner tonight, you can do so. I know tonight there's one more super wild card weekend playoff game in the NFL. Dallas is at Tampa Bay, 7:15 p.m. Central Time on ABC and ESPN affiliates. So you can go grab that game and enjoy some Buffalo Wild Wings and benefit the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. That's the beneficiary this month, as it is annually today. So check that out. It is a charity charge day here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Do we usually have playoff football on Monday night?
No, this is a new thing.
Okay.
It's a new thing. It's a new thing. There was 3 Sunday, 2 on Saturday, but
I think when they start adding, then they let. When did they start letting another? Well, I know they slowly added, but I don't know. But I've never remember them playing on Monday ever during the playoffs.
Yeah. It's
that
a
helps me
different
because I didn't think they did either.
Yeah.
If they haven't done it much.
No.
Whatever that means.
And that will be a topic today as Bubba's Vikings lost. He predicted that
the Giants
they would crash. You know, they only beat the Giants by 1 point in the regular season, so everybody predicted it would be a close game, they were right. You're right. They were right. So one more game remains.
Said he knew it.
One more game remains, and that's that's tonight. But we started getting emails and people tweeting us and all that. Please check on Bubba. Is he all right?
Yeah.
He's okay because he expected it.
Yeah, surprised him.
He said,
sneak up on him.
He's like, of course. They actually, it was 3 points. I think it was the last-second field goal. They beat, back in the regular season, they beat the Giants 27-24, the Vikings did. But they lost yesterday, if you're listening live, 31-24 in that game. So it was the NFL wild card playoffs. So anyway, that's tonight. So go out, have a good time, and it's a win for everybody. Enjoy some great food and help out the charity charge today.
And I was just watching highlights. It looked like the Bengals won on a 98-yard fumble return.
The Bengals did?
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I didn't
just
catch
saw
that
the
game.
highlights here. I'm speaking out of turn.
Well, I know they won 24-17.
But I think the last score for the win, the other team was going in and
Ravens?
fumbled. Ravens
Really?
fumbled on the guy. He caught it on the and gone. A lineman took off 98 yards.
How about that? I did not know that. I do see in the box score here the Bengals scored 7 in the fourth, and the Ravens didn't score at all. So I guess that's the one. That's it.
The Ravens were going in for a score and choked it up.
Yeah, and the Dolphins gave the Bills fits.
Without Tua playing. Will Tua come back?
I don't know.
How many head injuries before you go?
Buddy, I don't know.
You got to think he would, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's just
we'll see.
That's a tough call there. I mean, I'm sure he's getting advised. And
he was having a really good year.
Yeah,
he was.
Yeah, and then he got concussed again, I guess, and just could not get out of the protocol again.
Well, hopefully, he works that out.
Yeah, exactly. So, how was y'all's weekends?
It was good.
Uneventful.
Uneventful?
Yeah.
Mine was right the opposite. Mine was jam-packed with stuff from the time that I woke up on Saturday morning until I came in today. But it was all good.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, so Saturday night, and this was when I realized there was NFL football on. We had a player players' parents come in from Greece.
Nice.
And wanted to have dinner with the coaches and hang out and all that. And so the one of the G, as we call him, George, he said, "Hey, my parents are coming in town. They're going to stay in Birmingham for a day or so. Then they're going to New Orleans, and then I think they were going somewhere else, and then they were going back home. And they wanted to know if we wanted to go to dinner." And trying to explain to them and what the Rick and Bubba show was, that was quite something. So tell me about Rick Bubba.
That's how
he said it every time. And it was great. And he was really intrigued with it.
Yeah,
But you say, first of all, stay in it.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
what?
Yeah.
And we have a big boy in the studio. What?
You never know if things like that, because we're focused on the player and his parents, and there were some other family members there. It was just having a good time, and we were more talking about, George and the season coming up and the practices and Birmingham, and we started talking about New Orleans and things for them to do down there. And I never thought I would tell a guy from Greece that if he needed to split the trip up between here and Mobile, because they were going to Mobile first, I said, "You need to stop at Priester's and get you some pecans."
Does he look at you like a dog does when it's confused? Kind of turn that head a little bit.
I went by there when I went to the beach. I'm going to tell you, in the middle of the week, that place is packed.
Yeah.
Preacher does the business.
Cafe, coffee. You stop there, get you some pecans. It's a place that everybody stops at.
Do you find yourself wanting to talk?
I did a couple times, yes. And then I had them going to the battleship in Mobile at one point.
Well, you really pulling it out now.
Because they were kind of looking at me as the local guy around, the South. Because Coach DeSanto's he's from Pennsylvania,
right?
And he was in Wichita for 5 years, so he's only been here for a couple years.
They just looked to you, huh?
And they were looking at me, and then there was a moment where I was having to explain Mardi Gras, and I really didn't know what I was saying. But it got towards the end of the conversation, and he said, "George tells me you do radio television."
Oh gosh!
He tell me about this Rick and Bubba,
or Rick and Buggle.
And I explained. I thought I did a good job explaining that to him, and he was. I listen. Hey, you Spotify. I found you Spotify. I listen tomorrow. That's what he said.
Was he Tarzan?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It was just
I listen tomorrow.
Is that what I sounded like? I'm sorry. That's not what they sounded like.
Yeah.
But anyway, so. It was a great.
You tell them that Rick and Bubba are the two sexiest fat men alive, and just let that sit for a second.
Yeah,
I left that out.
If you really think about it, if you kind of hit our high points, we're a weird bunch.
Yes,
you know?
Yeah, we are.
Odd
and then last night, Amanda and I went out with.
You go out with me,
Coach DeSanto and his wife, because Justin and I did not want our wives to meet for the first time at a match. We thought that would be weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're on the courts, and they're out there uncomfortably meeting. So we thought we ought to get together for dinner. So we did that last night too.
Okay,
it's been a jam-packed weekend.
Well, look at you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We are here live. It is also a charity charge day. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings, so go out and enjoy some great food. It's a win for everyone, and this month it's the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So go check out some great food and great entertainment tonight. You can catch an NFL game if you go eat dinner. There's one more left, and the Super Wild Card Weekend, and it's Dallas at Tampa Bay. 7:15 p.m. Central Time kick on ABC and all the ESPN affiliates and streaming options and all that kind of good stuff. We've kind of looked back on a very busy weekend. I know one thing we didn't get into. I know, Greg, you had a live remote on Friday. I had a live remote on Saturday.
First one of the year.
Remote city.
First one of the year. Did you see Kevin with Papa Murphy's?
Yeah, they didn't. We had late notice on this.
Oh, okay.
One, so.
All right. Old Papa Murphy's.
They'll be there next time.
Yeah, sure. And I had a great time. Met some really cool people that hadn't met before that stopped in at my remote on Saturday. And so before you know it, you look up and it's Saturday afternoon. And the weekend kind of flew by a little bit, but it was a good weekend.
Yeah, I had to. You have a storage building. You take stuff out. You put stuff in. I got caught up in that.
Did you really?
Yeah, I had to move some stuff. From the house to there. It's just a mess.
Ugh. I'm so glad I had one of those for a year
or
two.
Get one, you'll keep it a while.
Yeah, and then I finally realized it. You know what? When it hit me that I'm paying more to have the storage unit than the stuff cost that's in it.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I could just go buy another couch, but from what I've bought,
sure.
Or paid for when it comes to storage unit. But it just hit me because it's always, hey, we'll get one for just a little bit. Let's get one for a couple of months, and before you know it, you look up, it's a year.
Months, and they know that's why they give that introductory offer.
Oh yeah,
because they know you'll sign up.
Bold storage unit life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And you got the truck too.
It'd been so long since I'd been to it, I forgot what number it was.
Oh no! Did you walk around in there?
Well, I had to look, and I finally recognized the lock.
Okay.
But yeah.
Is it climate controlled or just outside?
Just outside.
Okay.
Yeah. But I pulled up. I thought, man, I can't remember if it's 11 or 15. It was 15.
Okay.
By the way. So I got my key out and I got to look at the locks. I said, all right, I think that's the lock.
Was that Saturday?
But if you think about it, I hadn't been there in a while.
Was that Saturday morning?
Yeah, Saturday, middle of the day, probably.
A little windy and cold.
Yeah, well.
Little man was cold, wasn't
sure.
it? Sure. That's a good day to move stuff in your truck.
Yeah. Ideal.
Did you tie it down?
A lot of it was heavy. I didn't have
to. Okay, good.
I know my dad been disappointed because he'd tie everything down.
Everything down.
It didn't matter if it was an anvil.
Yeah.
He'd
What
tie it
I
down.
love about your dad when we would go hunting, and for some reason I was his riding buddy. I don't know. I'd get in the truck with him.
Yeah.
Is he would have the ropes tied off.
Oh yeah.
And I don't care if you put something in there that you could hardly pick up.
Oh,
he would tie it off.
I told him, I said, the truck would have to turn upside down for this to come out. You do realize that.
Here, go ahead and tie that right there. Let's tie that down.
Ignore me.
And it wasn't ratchet straps and it wasn't fancy hooks.
No.
It was a rope.
And it would be like you throw your tree stand in there. You ain't coming out. He go, you ain't gonna tie that? No. Why? I'd look, he'd be over tying it. I said, Dad, you're gonna have to turn upside down to get it out.
Right.
We're fine. I've never seen a tree stand blow out of a truck.
Yeah. I've talked about this before, but when I worked at 92J at Jacksonville State, one of my first big interviews was Coach Burgess.
I bet that went well.
And how nervous do you think I was? Because I had been told, hey, no nonsense.
Yeah.
You need to ask him some questions, be professional, whatever. It was at the Square, and we've talked about this before, but we martied back to the station, and I was live from the Square. Okay, and here comes Coach Burgess. And it hit me.
Were you Calvin Calloway?
No, I was just it was Calvin's Playhouse,
okay.
you know. And then it hit me years later. Fast forward, and I'm riding in the truck with him to go hunting, and I told him about that. I said, and here I am. We just riding. The first time I ever met you, I was as nervous as I could be. It was nervous for us too. And Coach Burgess,
how the Gamecocks looking? What kind of squad we got this year?
Yeah. Oh man, that was something else. That's weird, but I was just like, so I'm just hanging out with you, and you're telling me different stories, and I've tied my stuff down. In your
you
truck.
better tie it down,
and
you better pour him a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
and now he's gonna wait till he gets on a bumpy road to ask you to do it.
Don't let him have change in his pocket, and he's waiting on something. Mm-hmm. Remember going to Dream Ranch, and he'd be ready about an hour before everybody else was, and he'd just pace around with his change.
There were times me and
he play with his change in his pocket.
We would go hunting with some friends of ours in Chambers County, which is about an hour drive from the house, and we want to get there for daylight. So it'd be like 3 or whatever when I'd come by there, and I would be on time, but he would still be standing in the driveway like I was late.
Yeah,
every time, just because I wasn't 15 minutes early.
Uh-huh.
He thought I was late. I mean, he'd be outside standing there,
ready to go.
Yes.
Gosh, that's
impatient.
Something else. Yeah. All right, so looking back again, we've got a lot to discuss. We just kind of, Scraping the surface. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. There's lots of news out, hard news, a lot of sports talk and other things. This is a sad story out of Georgia, the offensive lineman and the recruiting staffer that died in a car crash. I saw that story, and I started reading on it a little bit.
Now, there was a couple more in there with them that just got injured that are okay.
You know, I guess so, but I was reading on what they felt like might have happened, and they were in a Ford Expedition, and it was around 2:45 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday, so that's real early Sunday morning. And police
real
said,
late Saturday night.
Yeah, police said that the initial investigation indicated that their Ford Expedition left the road in the outside lane of Barnett Shoals Road and struck 2 power poles and several trees.
Ugh.
I don't know if that's somebody fell asleep or what. I have no idea. But very, very sad news. He had the offensive lineman, and is it Devin Willock? He had entered the draft, 6'4", 300-pound offensive tackle, and it's just sad news.
Yeah,
it is.
It says here that the junior offensive lineman Warren McClendon was also involved in the crash and is in stable condition. And he is from Brunswick, Georgia. No, it looks like McClendon is the one, it says here, that entered the draft, but I thought both of them might have. But anyway, it's just sad news because they were talking about this, unfortunately, the offensive lineman, Devin, and a recruiting staffer had died in the crash.
That's
terrible news.
Yeah,
terrible
they'd
news.
had the big celebration that day, I think, for the title and all that.
Right. Anyway, that's just some sad news coming out of Georgia. Kirby Smart had some really nice things to say about him, but just shocking news in college football. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without a break.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Quick update on a topic we were discussing as we went to break and just ran out of time to kind of clean that up a little bit. Georgia football player Devin Willock and recruiting staff member were killed in the car wreck in Athens early Sunday morning. The university confirmed in a statement, and Coach Kirby Smart had some things to say about it as well, and about how much he loved Devin. And Chandler LaCroix is the recruiting staff member. I believe she was driving. And there was 2 other football players that were in the car as well. Yeah. And lineman Warren McClendon is in serious conditions. He's the one that had announced that he was entering the NFL draft. I believe Willock was a redshirt sophomore, I believe.
Yeah.
Anyway, just to let you know, Willock was a redshirt sophomore, and he was from New Jersey. Started 2 games on the offensive line this past season, and then recruiting staff member Chandler LaCroix was also killed, according to the university. So sad news coming out of college football and Georgia. So just as we ran out of time going to break, just want to make sure we got that right. All right, so back into our lives. Helmsy, as we were coming back, I did see this. We were talking about some stuff off air. I did see something that you had mentioned that was going to be on Netflix about tennis.
Breakpoint.
Breakpoint. Yeah, Breakpoint. It looks very good.
It is. It's is it called, what's the Formula One I
thought it was
Would it?
Is
No,
it called
it's-
Formula One?
it's
Driven
called-
or
it's- no,
something?
It's something though. There's a title for it.
So whoever made that made Breakpoint, and so it's about the lives. So they put 5 episodes out over the weekend, and then they'll put the other 5 out. I think around June in the summer sometime.
Holding out.
Yeah. So
Drive to Survive.
yeah, that's it.
That was
Isn't that
Formula
it?
One.
Yeah.
So whoever created that is the same people that
Okay.
created this,
All right.
and it's just a
This is
behind the
Tennis to
scenes.
Survive?
It's behind the scenes of the professional tennis
Mm-hmm.
players, and it's really good. I wish they, you always have this. It seems like these days it's a minefield, but there's several, especially in the first episode, a lot of language in it with one particular player. So don't think you're gonna sit down with your kids and watch the first episode because Nick Kyrgios is gonna ruin it for you.
Okay.
Okay. But it is really it's really good. It's they give you you get the sights and the sounds and the things you don't hear all the time on TV and just like you did with the Formula One deal. So it's really good. Well done.
Yeah, I
of
saw
course
the
I
previews.
couldn't.
It looked good.
I tried to watch it, I don't know, Friday night and Saturday morning, and I felt like I wasn't paying attention to it because I had my laptop out and I was doing some other things. So I went back and watched it again, and it's really good. Well done.
I can't believe I
if you're
held
not
out
a
so
tennis
long
fan-
for that Formula One deal.
Yeah.
Y'all had told me about that for a year, and I don't know why I never clicked on it, and finally I did, and I was like, why haven't I watched? It's pretty cool.
There's a lot of things in it the tennis purist will not like.
Oh.
But what they're trying to do, just like they did with Formula One, to your point, Speedy, is bring the non-tennis people in to watch it, and those people will enjoy it for sure. And I enjoyed it.
Somebody that's never followed Formula One, after watching that and kind of in it a little bit, I was like, hey, wow, I had no idea this was such a big international deal where they just go in and they just take over a city. And they just reroute it and make it their own.
Technology. It was very. I'll never watch a Formula One race ever.
Right.
But I like that.
But I'll tell you this: when it is on and I scan by it, I see names that I recognize.
Yeah.
Like, oh wow, look at him! Boy, they'll hop around, won't they?
Yeah, they'll change teams.
Yes, they will.
I'll give you a perfect example, and you'll have to stay with it to watch this particular part. But we've always talked about, based off how many majors he's won, how much of a competitor and how hard it is to beat Rafael Nadal.
Right.
And the intimidation factor that comes with those guys, we've talked about uniform pressure all the time. When you see a particular person's uniform, the Alabama Crimson Tide, is something about that jersey that intimidates people. We've talked about this.
Okay.
Well, it's the same thing with Nadal and Novak and Federer. You see your name in the bracket against them, it's an intimidation factor. But I will say this, they have to come in, they walk in the same hall, like they come out of locker rooms, and then when they come out, they walk out the same way. The things that Nadal does in that hallway, that if I'm standing there next to him and he's doing those things, it's like, what in the world have I gotten myself into?
Really?
He will. I mean, I was sitting there watching it. I felt nervous for the other people. Like, so you're about to go against that. He's running up and down. Like, Greg, you're going to think it's a big bip.
Okay.
But it is like a bull ready just to run out. It is crazy. Him jumping around. And some of the other guys are sitting there. They're shadow swinging and doing these things and kind of trying to stay loose. He's like in a full-blown workout. And it was very intimidating to watch and to hear players describe that experience.
Yeah.
The whole thing's good.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Now,
Well
Greg,
done.
something you're going to have to deal with that you're not going to like. And I didn't really like it either. But in the second episode, you got a little love story with two of the players. Doesn't last long, and quite frankly, they're not even together anymore. But it kind of shows you what it does is it shows you the selfish side of tennis and how they really can't make it work on tour because they're all about them and their game, and hey, you got to leave me alone, and you can't be in here while I'm doing this interview, and so a little bit of that.
I saw where and that's on Netflix for those of you wondering. I did see where the Netflix announced the release date, which I think is February the 15th for their behind the scenes of the PGA Tour. It's called Full Swing, and it's going to feature a ton of golfers and what it's like behind the scenes in the world of professional golf, following groups that are trying to compete to make the cut, and just behind the scenes of their lives and the workings of professional golfers and stuff like that. They say it's supposed to be pretty good, some of the teasing that's out now, but it's called Full Swing. So you should have,
I love all this content.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
And then you have, Amazon Prime that had Coach Prime.
Yeah.
It was a 4-series deal.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Just pretty neat that how they can get behind the scenes on some of this stuff and kind of bring you into their world.
Speaking of Netflix, is Ozark over?
Yeah.
So it's like nothing's coming
that
back?
last season was it.
Okay. All right. I just wondered.
Yeah,
thought I might have missed something.
No, that was the final.
It's been so long. Okay.
Yep.
Dang. Really like that. I don't know why I brought that up. Yeah, we reactivated our Netflix account, so I'm fired up. Like over the last couple of months.
By a long shot.
Yeah. And so,
do you think they at the Netflix office, like, hey, he's back?
He's back.
Well, sometimes I come in and I'm like into the Netflix world, and I'm like, oh, there's something I didn't see, and there's something I didn't see, and then somehow I go, hey, there's another season of that, and so I just thought maybe. While we're talking about Netflix, if there was, I really like that show.
Yeah, but you didn't. Did you see the last season?
I did,
Okay.
but I thought for some reason they maybe do something else.
I don't
How many
think unless
seasons
they have a spinoff.
How many seasons have they had?
4.
4?
Yeah.
Wow.
4 or 5. I don't remember. But yeah, the last one was it.
You got some catching up to do, I guess, Helms.
So,
but now that you got Netflix back,
yeah,
God love you
out there.
Yeah. I don't like how they trick you too. I'll think they'll say number 10 and whatever, or number 8 and whatever, and I'll think I hadn't seen this, and I go into it and I'm like, well, I saw this like a year and a half ago.
I do too. And don't jump on them that their mouth don't go with the.
No.
Well, it obviously was filmed in a foreign language.
Oh yeah.
They'll throw one of them in there too. I can't watch them.
I can't either. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah, a $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like Falafel Power Bowls or Southwest Pork and Bean Burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
Pass the gravy, please.
It is coming up on 10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour as it's a busy day today, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as well as a Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge Day today. And so a lot happening here on the old Rick and Bubba show. Some weekends to look back and recap. We've started that process here on the kickoff hour, and we'll continue it during the main show. This portion of the show is brought to you by the SSI Rick and Bubba Network. You know, we've talked a lot about SSI and the national sponsorship opportunities for you. So if you run a business, if you're in charge of advertising, maybe creative ideas for the company, let us suggest talking to our sponsorship team at SSI for a national sponsorship opportunity. We have some of the greatest radio stations in America brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home and go, yes, we will advertise and carry the Rick and Bubba show. And they have this show and another popular syndicated program. You know, about 30 years this program has been broadcasting. We've been talking about that. And through that time, we have built a lot of relationships with a lot of great sponsors. We have 50 network radio affiliates. We've got the YouTube, Blaze TV feeds. We've got the 24/7 TuneIn app, digital radio channel, also the social media platform and podcasts and online showcasing opportunities, all at rickandbubba.com. So there's options for you. And if you're interested, you can email them at rickandbubba, that's spell out and, rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And, you know, let's say, hey, I don't have a national mindset. It's local. I'm hearing you, but I just need to advertise in this market. Well, contact us that way, too, for local advertising because our local sales teams do a phenomenal job as well, and we communicate with them and can get that dialed in for you, too. So just be looking for, you know, sharing your message with the fans of the show because they're amazing with the Rick and Bubba Army. They step out and they support our sponsors, and so be looking for that as you get cranked up here in the first quarter of the year. All right, so Helmsy, I understand that you've got some questions for us, my friend.
Couple would you rather?
Oh boy,
yeah, this is from the audience, QFTA.
All right,
this I guess would be a QFTA WYR question from the audience. Would you rather?
Oh,
this from Eddie.
Eddie.
Yep.
Eddie.
Would you rather go without deodorant or brushing your teeth throughout the day? So you wake up in the morning, you forget to do one, or you can only choose to do one. Which one you doing?
Can I ask you a question?
This is easy for me.
I'm so sorry, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did I take a shower to start the day?
Yeah. You took a shower.
Well,
you went through your routine. You just completely.
Then I'm brushing my teeth.
That's me. I'm doing the
I
same.
will too, because I'm young life. I'm not a huge sweater. I don't sweat.
Right.
I sweat in the summer. I'm talking about some people just are over the top. I think I could survive the day.
Yeah. If I took a shower and we come in here, to your point, we're not doing hard labor out in the elements. Then our chances of stinking probably.
You may get.
I feel like I can.
You may have a
hide
little onion on you.
I feel like I can hide it better.
Really?
I think that's I don't know. All right. This is from Emily Z.
Oh.
Ooh.
Would you rather have high intelligence, boundless energy, or awesome hair for the rest of your life? This is for the rest of your life. You can only choose one
Tell
of
me
these.
again.
High intelligence. You're always going to have high intelligence,
And this is if you don't have it now.
Well, yes, you're going to have.
That's what I say. Do we get to keep what we have? Not
But
that
you
it's
know,
great, but
look, we all as
I'm
we
gonna
get
go
older
energy.
lose a step when it comes to
I'm
when it
going
comes
hair.
to intelligence.
Really?
Greg,
I'm gonna go.
I'm going boundless energy.
I'm going. Yeah.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
I feel like with that,
I
I
could
just
do more.
keep
I could do
outworking
more with
people.
that.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're
All
right.
right. So high intelligence.
We're gonna have a little bit of hair.
Look, I'm used to living. Hey, I'm used to living without the high intelligence.
Right. I'm used to living without hair. So
I mean, what's the matter? If I got intelligence, I can play Jeopardy well. Big wolf.
Right. If I had a lot of energy, I could fake being intelligent.
True.
You know? Or just
I'd be energetic. He ain't very intelligent. But he sure is excited about it.
All right, I need to know if y'all use this. I'll call it a tool. Do y'all use? Does a lint brush come in your world at all? Do y'all use
I
a lint
used it
brush?
yesterday.
Terry does. She'll
So you use one?
Well, let me tell you why.
No, I do too now. For some reason, I've
The
started
dogs
using a lint
jumped on
brush.
me when I went outside, and I had on a pair of black sweatpants, and it was ridiculous the way it looked. So I linted it. Yeah, I'll use one.
I've started using one for some reason. Well, I think the dogs have a lot to do with it. Having these, Speedy and I have the same dogs. We don't get into that. But I have started using one, and I've got one in my area where my underwear and socks
I don't
are.
use it daily.
And so now I find myself
Now,
doing
do y'all
this.
use the kind that you peel back?
Yes.
And it
It's
loses,
hard.
it loses its stickiness?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
do? Because
Yeah.
there's other ones the other type of brushes that you don't have to peel back.
so
that are lint brushes.
You talking down? So do I need to upgrade?
No,
my situation?
because we use that kind too.
Okay.
But I've seen other kind.
Yeah.
What about when it doesn't tear right?
I know.
It makes me frustrating too. Sometimes it's hard for me to get my nail under.
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I know, and I don't have my glasses, and I'm trying to see where
So
to pull it
Speed,
back.
so you're saying there's a better one out there?
I would say better, just different kind. It's with the little bristles and
But
it
you don't
grabs
use
it that way.
You don't like that?
I've seen them, but I haven't because I don't go buy lint brushes. They'll just Terry's all about that.
I'm the same way. I just use Lisa. I just say, "Hey, we got a lint brush."
Yeah,
Go,
and she'll like, "Yep, right there."
So,
Well, I had.
now, Helms has his own.
He
I had
does.
never used one before.
Tried to use it on his hair that time. You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Why would I use it on my hair?
I don't know. Whatever.
That's why we asked you.
I used it this morning. Just hit my shirt.
So now you get in the habit of
That's what I'm doing. And whether I need it or not, I'm just kind of hitting the area.
Yeah. Wow.
It feels safe when he does
Come
it.
on.
Yeah. Feel like I'm picking
safe
up
space
things
for him.
that All right. Well, I use lint.
But yes,
brush. Just wanted
absolutely.
to bring it up.
I mean, like I said, the
Meant to ask y'all that
daggum
last
dogs got all over me.
Yeah. That's what started it with me was that. And now I found myself just first of all, I stole the girls. They had because they were like, "Where's the lint brush?" And I'm like, "I think it's in our closet." I think I saw it in our closet. That's the way I said it.
Yeah.
I didn't say, "Hey, I got it, stole it, put it in there, and use it every
maybe.
morning." I just said, "Hey, I think I saw it in our closet the other day."
Go look.
So that's
where
where
I
it stays
keep it
now.
daily.
All right. Well, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one that uses
Yeah,
it.
no, you're good.
I mean, I had to be honest.
It's one of those things that's pretty cool. I wish I would have invented.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I know it's been out for
Pretty good.
50
Yeah,
years.
the design hadn't changed much.
But I should have. I mean that's a
that'd
neat
been a
little
good one.
thing. Yeah.
Tear off.
Huh? No.
Okay, so that's it.
Tears right off.
Well, I've got there's a couple. There's this dream. I don't want to get into this. There's this dream that I have.
A dream?
every once in a while, like
You and
every
a lint
couple
brush.
weeks, and I'm at the same house Like every single situation, I'm at the same exact house, and it's a awesome house. It's a cool house. I wish I had this house, but I don't know whose it is.
Interesting.
And it's just so strange to me. And there's levels of the house that people won't go to, but I will.
Oh.
And there's like room.
Any reason
like,
people won't go to them?
No, there's not. There's no reason. But it's like really cool areas, like cool areas of the house that is like.
Do you think the old man ghost that lives in your house has anything to do with it?
Here we go. I don't.
I'm
think
just saying,
so.
like in the middle of your sleep, he's like, "Come with me."
But I wonder. I'm dreaming about a house. I mean, guys, y'all don't realize how many times this house comes into play in my dreams, and I'm wondering, like, one day am I going to walk into this house and go, "Here it is." I've been dreaming about this house for the whole thing.
Outside?
Just the inside. Don't know where it's at. It may not even be around me.
Interesting. You know what?
It's
you know what's going to
strange.
be strange? What if in like 6 months you walk in, you're
That's
like,
what
"This is
I'm
the
saying.
house I'm.
That's
this
what I'm
is
saying.
it."
When is that? I wish that would happen.
Gonna be
Hurry
like
up
in
and
an
happen.
Airbnb or
No way
something.
I can like afford this house. So it's not like I'm going to buy it one day. But I do wonder, am I going to be at a house party one day with
Here it
friends
is.
and family and go,
Yeah.
"This is what I've been dreaming about for the last 5 years."
And they're
This
gonna
is
look
the
at you
house.
like you've lost your mind.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be uncomfortable and go to the owner and be like, "Hey, I got to go. I know what's up there. I dream about this.
Right,
I got to
right.
go in
There's
there."
areas
first."
people don't
Follow
wanna
me.
go.
Yeah.
Follow
And
me.
it's not that they don't want to go because they're like scared. It's just I don't know.
They don't wanna
It's
fool
like
with
they
it.
don't. The house is so big that people just
Yeah.
never get to those areas.
Right. Right.
But it's a weird
Well,
dream.
I'll
that
tell
I
you
have.
this: whenever you do see that house that you're dreaming about, please let us know.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all know the day.
please let us know.
You must have eaten a lot of pork. You know,
Well,
pork will make you dream.
I had Thai food last night, and I had some weird dreams. The house was not in play last night, but I did have some weird dreams last night. And I don't know if it was the Thai food that I had or not. The Thai food was good,
food.
and
Never eat
it
Thai
hadn't
food.
like hurt my stomach or anything. But it was some weird dreaming last night. It was.
Quirky.
I love dreams. Y'all
Yeah,
like dreams?
yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
love dreaming?
Yeah.
I mean, it
Not
doesn't matter.
really.
I never really have any nightmares. It's all good stuff. Some of it's
I'm
weird,
always
but
lost in mine and stuff.
well, I'm lost too. But it's not like I wake up like, "Oh my gosh, I'm glad that didn't happen."
No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like dreaming. It may have been the melatonin gummies on top of the
Well,
Thai
that's
food.
how you-
I was
problem.
dreaming. I thought I was dreaming about Terry, and it was the dog licking my face, needing to go outside.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's boy. It just if I could have got a little tighter, you know what I mean? What do you get rid of though? There's so few. There's
I
so good
know.
ones here.
I know.
That's
You can't get rid of them. They're my friends.
No.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
No.
you can. You
They're
can
my
get rid
fri-
of that.
They're my
No,
friends.
we can't get rid of that.
Let's hear that, Rick.
No, let's don't.
Where's it on here?
They're my friends.
This-
right beside
quit
Jordan.
playing.
Right beside Jordan?
You should be
Oh,
close
there it
to
is,
it.
yeah. They're my friends.
Hey, let me ask you this: when it was
They're my
going
friends.
when it was going to when it was going to the landfill, what do they do with it? How do
I
they
know, how do
process
you-
it or what? What's the
Do
deal?
you bury it? Let me tell you something. There's
Is it
human.
fertilizer?
Hey, there's
What do
human
you do?
waste. Human waste in general bad,
know
and then
we
there's
bury it.
New Jersey human waste.
Yeah.
well, that's another level. It is.
Oh boy,
It is.
it's Rick at.
Well, the people in New Jersey know they know that. Yeah, they can lay one. I'm the first person ever talking about New Jersey stinking. Come on. You hit your hand or something. Now,
No, I wasn't ready for it. I didn't know that was the footage. They were
Yeah.
showing golf highlights,
right?
and Tony Finau, I think is his name,
Yep.
who popped his ankle out of joint.
Yeah.
Rick, it looks like it's broke, and he just pops it back in.
Yeah.
Which I wonder, has he had a history of that? Did he know to do that?
Well, I
or-
mean, if you pop your ankle back
Rick,
in and then
look.
and then you, oh, I see it. Oh, it's
I
terrible.
can't.
look,
I
now he just pushes it right back in.
Oh.
Did
Yeah.
you see that?
Yeah, I did.
I don't
I
think
did.
I've ever seen that in my life.
Well,
oh my God!
undoubtedly, this is an issue for him because he knew just what to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he had a history and he knows? Oh, it pops out
Right.
sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, but I guess if it does pop out, you kind of would want to get it back in.
You would.
Yeah,
So
as
that's
soon
just
as
a natural
possible.
reaction. So, but you're right. It seems like he was
Not
so.
sure I'd know what to do.
he was
most
so
of the time-
calm. Instead, I would lay there going,
Yeah,
You
oh, I
know,
know.
it's
And
like
most
you-
people do when that happens.
My foot fell off.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be like,
balling.
Somebody hit my foot.
It was.
I mean, that happened for the love of all that's good.
I mean, it was making a right turn.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I wasn't going to bring the story up right away, but it was just.
Well, you couldn't help it.
It was just right there in front of me,
right.
and I flinched when I saw it. I didn't know what it was.
Well, Bubba, look.
There's a lot of golf highlights on with the Masters being on, and I didn't know that was what we were looking at.
How about this? You can refuse to talk about something all you want to, but if it comes up on the Big Six in here, these six TVs,
four for sure.
I mean, I got an opportunity to see all six of them.
Yeah,
Rick, look at it. Look.
I have to look away. I can't look.
And he's doing a little celebration dance.
Well, he hit a hole in one.
Yeah.
And he's high stepping, then he turns around and he's high stepping backwards, and that's when he rolls it. Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I have to look away, so we have it on RBTV now.
But I will tell you this though.
I didn't mean to bring that up.
Somebody
couldn't get away from it.
Somebody who has had some ankle injuries so many times in my life, even when you're able to put it back in, he's hurt. You know what I mean? I mean it's.
He's going to get an MRI on it today, but he said he'll be ready for his tee time.
Yeah, I don't know though. Your ligaments don't. You may have pushed everything back in the joints where it goes, but your ligaments went what the and they took a stretch. Them ligaments were stretched.
Well, you know again, I don't know his history.
I'm good till I turn backwards.
Maybe.
Gracious,
maybe he's done this a lot, Rick. You know, I don't know. Maybe this is something that's just normal for him. Oh yeah, it comes out all the time.
It's just my ankle.
Ankle. You might want to brace. You might want to brace that baby up, though, huh?
We'll see.
Good night alive.
So
I have never seen anybody put it back in. That is unreal. Golly.
I'm looking at.
It's one of those things, Rick. You can't help but do high steps when you see it. It just.
Well, how about the fact that he was high stepping when it happened? There's something about getting hurt during a celebration that's so much different than being hurt in the heat of the game.
Oh, I know.
You know?
And it happens. It seems like it happens a lot.
Well, you got to watch it. I just like to say, Greg and I know this. My dad hated all this kind of stuff because of that, because of injuries. I remember we weren't supposed to pile up coming on the field, and we did it one time. Somebody got hurt, and we just played hurt. Because you're not going to tell him you got hurt during the piling up on coming on.
The best part, and like this guy played it off, snapped it back in. When they're celebrating and they have an injury and they collapse and they can't get up. You remember the field goal
What's so
kicker?
sad is that's what you wanted here.
They were brothers, Gramatica or whatever their names. And they were brothers. And one of them
towards ACL, didn't
he? He was jumping and jumping. All of a sudden, you look, he's laying on the ground, his legs stuck straight in there.
Oh man!
Good night alive. Yeah, Greg in the kickoff hour off air said he kind of wished this guy was laying on the.
No, I just said it would be funnier.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it was pretty unique that he popped it back in. That's I'd like to know more about that story.
All right.
Well, I mean, does he have a history?
Yeah. Like people, I know I've heard of people with shoulders.
But I will say, you bring up a great point. As calm as he was, it's almost like, oh wow, that happened again.
I do this like every month.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Good to see you. We're thankful that you are here as we start another hour, on another day, on another week, and Rick and Bubba history, looking back over an active weekend and helping you look ahead as we update stories from around the world, stories from here in our country, stories from here in our lives, and everything that fills in those gaps, and your phone calls. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we start this hour with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we get ready to roll through another one. For those of you in Sweet Home, Alabama, Buffalo Wild Wings participating locations, another charity charge today. We'll update you on that. As I mentioned before the national anthem, we'll run down the stories from the weekend. We'll take your phone calls and let you kind of talk about some stuff as well. It is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so a lot of you have today off, federal holiday, and spending time off, and enjoy your day as we remember and honor Martin Luther King Jr. today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here. The kickoff hour's behind us. They've already taken care of that. And sitting over there is the other half of the dynamic duo known as the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him better as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say.
Shake your body down to the ground. Let's dance. Let's shout, shout.
There's M. Jackson's. That snappy little tune, one of those that's on the list of I defy you not to move while the song's playing.
It's hard.
It's not easy to do. So, Bubba, how are you? Welcome back, sir. I hope you had a good weekend.
Rick, we did. Glad to be here. Happy MLK to everybody today. And I know it was a long weekend for a lot of people cleaning up with storm damage and debris, and especially for those that lost life and loved ones over the weekend. But it was a beautiful weekend. It was like I was telling you, it's amazing when you see, a beautiful day like we had yesterday with no breeze blowing and just beautiful clear skies, and you think, wow, just a few days ago, how violent it was.
Yeah, it's funny you said that. One of my sons and I went hunting yesterday afternoon, and Sherry went down there with us and made us some deer chili, and we had a little time together as family. And there was a time that we were sitting out in the woods, and it's interesting you said that. And young Broderick sent a text. He said, "Dad, is it eerily still to you right now?"
It really was.
He said, "It almost feels eerily still." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I don't know. I've been in the woods that they were this quiet in a long time." Yeah. And so it was. It was kind of a tale of two cities in just a few days.
Just a few days, few hours. It was very much different. We got a lot to cover today. There is a lot out there on the table. Big sporting weekend. We have a lot of
you okay?
News. Well, yeah, I'm fine. I mean, Rick, I expected. I've been telling y'all that this was going to happen for 14 weeks or so.
Yeah.
So as I told y'all, I take no pleasure in being a prophet.
Well, it reminded me of this when you were saying all that.
You know what'll happen next year? Same thing.
Yeah. Well, you know who?
You know how many Super Bowls we've had, Rick? 57, counting this year.
Right.
You know how many times the Vikings have been the top team in the NFL?
How many?
0. So if being a guy, I just have to look at the numbers here.
Well,
the chances and the odds of them winning it next year are practically 0.
You reminded me of Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. He took no pleasure in that.
Yeah,
but he was still saying exactly what was going to happen, and it wasn't fun to say it.
I can't deny what I see right in front of me, Rick. Right. I mean, I don't want to be. I don't want to be a liar, too.
There's no pleasure.
And
no
pleasure in it. But it is what it is. And look, we have a game every now and then. We look kind of sharp, and, we enjoy that. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's what we do at Minnesota.
Well, the fact that I was nowhere around the games this weekend, your lead analogy threw me, and I was afraid that somebody was pregnant. I couldn't figure out who it was, and I thought, who's still young enough to be pregnant?
and it goes, Bubba just out of nowhere threw out, the hen is on the nest.
Well, this was one that
it had little eggs and I was like, what's going on?
Well, this was when the Giants were ahead by a touchdown in the fourth quarter, and Minnesota looked like a matador trying to stop them on defense. They were just waving a red cape as they ran by. And I thought, well, they're about to lay an egg. Here it comes.
It is, yep.
So that's what the reference was.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it now. So it was just, I didn't have a reference point.
Right. I know. It kind of came out of the blue.
Right.
I didn't watch the whole game because I didn't want to waste my Sunday. But I did watch a little bit of the fourth quarter, and it was everything I thought it would be.
Can I tell you something funny? You know how sometimes your mind, you just don't work right? And it's like, Rick, if you just had done some just a little bit of critical thinking right here, you'd been all right. So again, I don't see a whole lot of the NFL. So but this is inexcusable though. I know enough about it. This is stupid what I did. Okay, so I know that one of the games was the Chargers against the Jaguars. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Yep. So the NFL channel will do something which I consider to be very cruel. Is they'll put a game on with those exact teams playing on the day they're going to play a new game.
Oh, really?
Okay.
So you got to be careful.
So I'm sitting there kicking around on Saturday, and I went, well, look here, I think I will watch a little bit of this. And I was watching it, and all of a sudden I started, my critical side of my mind said, I don't think the playoffs are on the NFL channel, Rick. No way the NFL channel gets the playoffs, and you need to understand that what you're watching cannot be what you think it is. And I just told myself, I said, well, here it is. This is the two teams, isn't it? And then my mom would go, but they don't have playoff games on the NFL channel, Rick. You're not watching the playoffs. This is not it. And so I thought, finally, the reasonable side of me that's logical said, you must stop this.
Yeah.
And I got off of it and then kicked around, and I could see the pregame show of the actual game on the network that was actually carrying it. But for a moment, I thought I was being sharp. I thought, look, I'm going to watch a little bit of this. Yeah. And, of course, I was watching the first time they played each other in the regular season.
Oh, great. I wish you'd have thought that was the final result. Came in,
come in. I thought to myself, man, look here. And you know what? It was actually the opposite because in the first time they played, I'm talking about first week of the season or something like that, the Jags were up. Well, in the real game, the Chargers were up. Uh-huh. Okay, so I don't know how that ended because I didn't watch it.
The Jaguars came back and won.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
But it was
they were
so
down 27 to nothing.
But you know how you
start saying they were way down, wasn't it?
But you know how your mind goes, Rick. They don't have playoff games on the NFL channel. Well,
right.
It's the right teams,
right?
Yeah, but that just can't be it. They don't do that. Well, maybe they're putting it on here too. No. Whoever bought this is not going to share with the NFL channel. So 15 minutes past. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm the only one that seems like there was a time we used to be able to find things better. We can't find Jack anymore.
No,
we can't seem to come up. We don't find people anymore. We don't catch people quick anymore. What's happening? Where's the CDC guy? I mean, he can't just vanish into thin air. I mean, where is he?
Yeah, it's weird.
Dr. Timothy Cunningham is who you're talking about.
Am I the only one that thinks that we don't find things that good anymore?
It sure doesn't seem like it, does it?
No. Yeah, we're living in just weird times. Things just.
Rick, he loved his dog, and he left his dog there at the house. Left his car keys, his wallet, everything, and just vanished.
And we can't find him?
Yeah. Still can't find him.
Aliens. Yeah. What about the
the podcast up and vanished will confuse you too. Take a look at
Russian oligarchs.
What are you saying? You're throwing a word out here. Where'd you hear that word?
In between eating.
Where did you hear that word?
Russian oligarchs.
I want to know where you heard it. On a newscast?
Oh, it's been
it's a Daily Mail story.
It's been on the news. Yeah. It's been on the news for the last 3 months.
But no, you heard it.
You hear it every day.
But no way you saw it written down and said it. I mean,
well, I've always heard the term oligarch, and it's like a mob.
Are you saying oligard or oligarch?
I'm saying oligarch.
It ends in CH.
Yeah, it looks like oligarch.
Yeah.
Which tells me there's no way Bubba looked at that and said oligarch if that's the way it's pronounced. You heard somebody else.
I'm a audio learner.
Sure you are.
Much better than reading.
Right. Yep. But back to CDC.
Thank you.
Back to CDC guy.
I was going to say something else, but see, the way you'd have to say it, you can't say it in here.
Yeah, right. Well, here it goes back
because it would be mistaken for something else.
Greg, I'm taking you back in time. Are you ready to go back? Slick, hey, slick face, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Slick's ready.
So back in time when you and I ended up for a very brief period of time at the same college. Do you remember
it
that?
was very brief.
I'd gone
2 semesters.
I'd gone to college somewhere else, and then ended up at back where you were, and then you were going to go to college maybe, and so we were looking for somewhere.
I forgot to go to class.
Listen, we were looking for somewhere to live. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So you remember that little house we thought we was going to have? Well, one of the funniest things.
What about that?
And God rest his soul, it was a dear friend of ours that passed away in his early 20s. Remember when we were looking in the front of the house, looked like it had newly been painted. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
So, Bubba and guys, as we round the back of the house, we realized that there was one streak of paint. Look, just picture this, just one little streak and nothing else.
Yeah. And the rest had not been touched.
And so we all started laughing that somebody got hot, and it was in the middle of some Alabama summer, and finally they just went, the heck with it, and walked away. And I think that's become who we are as a whole country.
I'm going to put a little effort.
Yeah, I'm going to think that, first of all, we don't have an attention span, and I worry that the people who have jobs feel the same way. The people go, anybody found a CDC guy yet? Nah.
Yeah, they start out investigating. Rick, if this thing wraps up quick, I'm going to stay with it.
Hey, if we can find this guy in 48, I'm in.
But now, if it drags
hey, this thing gets to Thursday, I'm going to get bored with this.
I'm done.
This is what I can't understand. We've got a guy who was highly trained in some of the highest levels of the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, with all the social media we have, with all the radio, TV outlets, with all the cameras we have, security cameras at places, cameras on highways, cameras taking picture of car tags when you drive by,
everywhere camera,
toll roads, all that stuff. This guy disappears into thin air without a credit card, a wallet, car keys, didn't feed his dog who he loved dearly. He vanished into thin air, and we can't find him.
Do you think an oligarch
we
got
found
him?
Pumpkin Williams,
right,
looking for him. Okay,
we found Bill Haggard one time.
Yeah, I mean,
we find a lot of things here.
How in the world can we not
we
find Dr. Timothy Cunningham?
All right, if anybody's seen Cunningham, call us.
Bubba's hung up on that dog he didn't feed.
Yes.
He loves his dog.
I'm just saying. Listen,
odd.
I say that because of this. You know how dog people are.
Oh, yeah.
They love their dog above life.
If you don't believe that, ask the people there in the hospital at YouTube.
Yeah.
So
that
you know what this means? He was snatched.
That makes
He was
it even
snatched.
stranger that he would leave that dog and go.
Or abducted.
I don't think he leaves the dog even if he decides he wants to disappear. I mean, this is like an abduction. But there was no sign of struggle. Everything's clean. Nobody saw anything. I mean, Rick, he vanished into thin air.
What if he comes like to the golden ticket seats and we discover it?
What if he's already been?
What if we were looking and he was in the golden ticket seats and we start looking at the picture and go,
right?
But
Rick, he brought us like
I
donuts.
think I saw the guy 2 weeks ago.
Hey, look, this is what I do. Is that Cunningham?
Oh, yeah.
That's old Doc Cunningham.
Would you point through your chest where you would see you point?
That's when you
He's
would
in
look
the
at
sleep.
me.
He's in the sleepy corner.
Yeah, look, that's Doc Cunningham.
I think it's old Cunningham from CDC.
Do you think now the ability?
Two political heroes. My entire life when I started off as a
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we will get to some of your phone calls. So Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. All participating Rick and Bubba locations, all of those are in Alabama. And today it benefits the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, as it does this time every year over the last several years, as over the weekend, even though the actual date is this Thursday, the 19th of January. It was actually this past weekend, the Strength to Stand conference with Scott Dawson, our friends, was happening. Always happens on Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. That was the year, and that was the place in 2008 where we were when we got the unfortunate news that Bronner had gone into eternity. And so the folks at Buffalo Wild Wings, very kind to say we'd like for that to be a January staple for us. So if you are out and about eating at all the participating locations, 10% of the food sales will go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, which hands evangelical grants as we vet out ministries in our own city, in our own state, in our own country, and around the world, just as instructed by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And for all of you who help with that through the BuzzBox coffee sales, or you just donate of your own free will, and now another opportunity to go and participate, we sure do appreciate that. And you really, really have impact. You wouldn't believe the impact that has when these ministries report back to us what's being done. All right, so let's talk about the scores from the weekend. You mentioned one. We know the Vikings went down. What else?
What,
happened?
Rick? You mean the number 3 seed Vikings that was hosting the number 6 seed Giants lost in an upset?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. 31-24.
Well, I heard some of the
prognosticators.
Prognosticators. That word always scares me. I'm afraid I'm going to say something that I don't even know how I would say a bad word there, but I feel like I might. But anyway, they said what you have said as a Vikings fan. So it's amazing, Bubba. I think that even the experts know it. When they were trying to pick this game, I heard one of them say, well, I don't know how to pick it because I don't know which Vikings team will show up.
Yeah. Well, that's always seems to be a problem over, I don't know, the last 40 years.
Right, yeah.
Rick, the Bills defeated they would have defeated the Vikings too.
Yes.
The Bills defeated the Dolphins by the same score. Jaguars over the Chargers. 49ers defeated the Seahawks. And then tonight, we have a primetime matchup, the Cowboys and the Buccaneers.
Yeah, and the Bills beat the Dolphins by 3.
That's right, yeah.
34-31.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I do see that. That's
so 34-31 Bills over Dolphins. That was close. Did Tua play?
No. They started their third-string quarterback, and
the Dolphins gave them all they wanted. That's for sure.
And the Niners won with a third-string quarterback, correct?
Yeah. Rick, he may end up being the. I don't know if he'll technically win the MVP, but I think maybe the MVP of the league. If you're the third-string quarterback, Mr. Insignificant, he was the last guy drafted, and he is on fire right now. So if the 49ers go to the Super Bowl and win it, what do you say?
Well, they're 13-4, which I didn't know, and 8-1 at home. I had no idea they had that kind of season.
How about when you have to start your third-string quarterback and he comes in and he's on fire and he hadn't quit since?
Well, that's good. It means you did a good job of picking backups.
Boy, you did.
They beat Seattle convincingly.
Yeah.
Jaguars, as y'all said, Chargers very close, 31-30. And then we talked about the other two. So there we go. And then tonight,
Tom Brady will be wrapping up. This is his the end of his 2-year deal, I think, right, with the Bucs. And there's a story out today that the Las Vegas Raiders want him to be their starting quarterback next year, and they're going to go after him wide open as soon as the season's over.
So
they put it out there. They're letting it be known.
Well, I was telling the guys in the break, Tom Brady, I don't know if this is official or not, but he said if he could go one more year and get another deal, he would give up his kids for that.
It already cost him one Brazilian Super Bowl.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. But this year's deal, he cost him a wife, and he said the next one might cost him a kid.
Yeah.
Speedy's so uncomfortable.
I am. I don't know what to do.
It's like you don't know whether to laugh or not, but there you go.
All right, so Bubba, you'd be proud of this because all the conspiracy theorists are out now about the Jags coming back.
Mm-hmm.
One of my boys shared a conspiracy theory that's hopping around social media that somehow both teams with all their players orchestrated a setup to where the Jags would come back and win, which I think is comical, and it all has to do with Trevor Lawrence's post-game interview when he said it's a storybook ending, which is a saying, who would have thunk it, right? The way he played the first half, Rick, he had 4 interceptions in the first half.
Yeah, really?
They were down 27-0,
Wow.
scored late in the second quarter, but ended up coming back and winning. They were down 30-20 with not much time. Anyway, ended up winning.
He played much better in the game I was watching.
Yeah, I bet he did. Well, he came back, and I was just laughing at him. I said, son, you need to get off of Instagram and Twitter because people will say anything's a conspiracy. I know, Bubba, when you say it goes to Game 7, somehow it's a conspiracy as well, so I knew you'd be proud of that.
Well, I'm just reporting what I see.
So I don't even know who are the teams that got buys that are not even playing.
Eagles
and the Chiefs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There you go. So they're the two that had the best seasons.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. So that's we'll see what happens going forward. Anything.
So now you've got in the NFC, the Giants have moved on, and the Eagles will host the Giants.
Third time this season they've played.
Right. And then Jacksonville Jaguars winning, they'll go to Kansas City, and Kansas City will host them. And
there you go, Jags.
And the Bengals, listen to this, the Bengals will be at Buffalo. So it's a rematch of the game that stopped.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So the Bengals got a bye too, right?
No, the Bengals won last night. They beat the Ravens.
Okay, I don't see that game on here.
Wasn't it a weird play too?
Yeah.
Second page.
They returned the fumble 98 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
To take the lead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Wow. While the Ravens were going in the end zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't
That's
give you
bizarre.
that game.
No, we
so,
didn't.
so the Bengals
Page
beat
two,
the, yeah,
sorry
it was
about
on
that.
page 2. Yeah, I didn't see it either. So,
And then the winner of tonight between Dallas and Tampa Bay will go to San Francisco 49ers, and they'll host next weekend.
So the
Ought to be some good games.
Yeah, we'll see how that all operates. So and then the so are they doing the thing now where they have everybody gets done, we know who's playing, and we have a off week, then they play the week after? Like I know it's on the 12th is the Super Bowl, February the 12th. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they go straight through.
Do they have games on the first weekend in February? Or is that a dead week?
Conference championship weekend is January 29th,
That's
and
what
then
I
the
thought.
Super Bowl is February 12th.
So there is a
gap.
gap.
And now, and I know you're going to hate this, but the Pro Bowl is a flag football game.
I have no.
Whoa, time out.
I can't.
And they're going to
playing flag football.
Yeah, and both Manning brothers are
They
going to
do
be
anyway during the.
I know,
right.
but they're replacing.
It's
going to
be.
This is the Pro Bowl.
It's going to be challenges throughout that week. And then the actual game is going to be a flag football game coached by both Manning brothers. They'll
Just
be the
call
head
it off.
coaches.
Just call it off.
Right. Yes.
Even though they're not doing full contact, you can get hurt. I mean, so many of the injuries this year were non-contact.
Yeah.
Just people in the open field.
Yeah.
Had knee buckles.
Well, you remember the running back out of Georgia that was in the flag football on the Pro Bowl week, they played on the beach and blew his knee out and was never the same?
Yeah.
Edwards?
You guys mentioned the Jaguars coming back big time on the Chargers. Somebody bet when the Chargers were up 27-0, somebody bet $1.4 million on the Chargers,
wow.
and then the Jaguars came back, so that person lost $1.4 million.
Oh, wow.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anybody been to Atlanta?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, none of us are long haul people anymore, but some of y'all are in jobs you're gonna have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't.
We're not required to be.
You can't be like the rest of us and move off of things after 20 to 48 hours.
Right.
Somebody's got to find people.
Some of y'all gonna have to stick with it.
Think about it. Y'all, it hit me. We were coming down. Y'all were hitting me. There's been some headlines that rock. That I mean, that rocked the foundation of our very country, and we just moved on.
We never hear nothing else about that.
Rick, I go back again. Why we
got
can't?
bored with it.
I go back
We found
again to
anything?
why we can't find this guy. We can find a terrorist driving a pickup truck in the backwoods and back hills of Afghanistan, launch a drone out of Florida, take him out within 24 hours, and video the whole thing in thermal imaging and put it on CNN, and we can't find this dog.
We can't find Cunningham.
We find a guy who is bombing people in Texas.
Yeah, with
Within
security
3
cameras.
days.
Right.
We got face recognition software that can scan millions of cameras and go, there he is, there he is, there he is. We can't find this guy.
Do you think part of it is now in charge of this kind of stuff? We have a generation of people who didn't know how to play hide and seek. See, we play hide and seek so many times growing up. We knew how to find people.
Right.
It's like they can't.
And we knew how to hide, too.
We could certainly find a jumbo jet.
Rick, that just disappeared. We've got satellites by the thousand orbiting the Earth. We're looking at every move of troops. We're looking at clouds. We're looking at Earth. We're studying volcanoes. We're mapping the bottom of the ocean from outer space, and we can't find a jumbo jet that disappeared.
Here's the thing: not only can we
Give me a break.
Listen, not only can we not find Cunningham, we don't even update. We don't even come out and go.
I don't think they're looking for him.
Well, they don't even come out and go. Still hadn't found Cunningham. Yeah, where's the update?
The
CDC
only,
guy.
I hate to say this.
Did no one?
Rick,
said,
I'm not a conspiracy guy, but obviously he was nabbed by somebody. Can we all say that has to be?
It looks like it.
Let me tell you why
This
I
has
think
to
that
be a
looks
nabbing,
like.
okay?
Let me tell you why I think that he didn't feed his dog.
That's it.
He left his cell phone,
That's
his
it.
personal face. If
Yeah.
you, from looking at it, somebody grabbed.
If
the
I was
dog.
going to fake my disappearance, I'd let the dog out or let it go somewhere or give it to somebody. Do something.
You know who I feel? This is how I feel about this because with it being the CDC. There's just like we have because I'm sitting in a boat in Nicaragua, and there's this little day where you take a break and everybody goes down to the lake and we get in boats and we ride around. They do it every year, and they go out to Monkey Island. And there's this little tiny island where a family of monkeys live out there on that island, and it's just a little tiny. There's probably about 4 monkeys, and then they have babies, and I guess sadly the babies must not do well because I kept saying, why aren't there more of them now? and one of them was actually pregnant when we were out there. And I said, well, if there's males and females here, we should have more monkeys, and we don't. There's only about 4 or 5 on there.
Nature will only let it get
Because they don't have
far.
room. Because they don't have room. They don't have food.
It'll regulate that.
So anyway, so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden the boat goes in, and they want you to get a good look at the monkeys, and that's fine. Well, then people start getting like they want to. Like Sherry almost reached out to pet a monkey on the head, and I screamed, "Have you never seen Outbreak?
Don't pet wild monkeys."
I said, "Have you never seen them?" I started screaming to the 4 boats full of people.
They'll grab that blonde hair too.
Hey, has no one seen the movie Outbreak? No one. And so it starts with monkeys. Well, here we are again. It's bad for anybody to disappear. But when somebody tied to the CDC disappears,
which we don't know what they're doing in them vaults and down under that building. They're playing with some dangerous stuff.
Can no one find Cunningham?
Do you know that authorities have called the parents 4 times saying a body's been discovered, and every time it's not him?
Rick,
they keep getting called going, hey, we found another male that fits the description of him. But think about this, too. So he sends an early morning text to his mom. And and says, "Are you awake?" And she's got the phone on Do Not Disturb, like a lot of us do. Wakes up and finds it, and then responds with no response. So they drive from Maryland to Atlanta, and then that's when they go to the house and find, as Bubba has said, his dog unattended, car keys, wallet.
Well, and let's not. He left.
Everything's there.
The last day of work, he left ill, right? Yeah. Early.
Well, we keep hearing yes and no.
That's what that just said that Speedy was reading and I was reading. It said he left. So if he was ill, and then he sends his parents a text, that doesn't sound to me like he was nabbed.
Well, there's one report that he was unhappy because he didn't get a job promotion. Then there was another one that said that wasn't true.
I know.
Rick, here's the thing: if we can't find him with all the resources of the U.S. government. Was it the U.S. government that grabbed him?
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
I'm not a conspiracy guy, but that's...
He was infected.
That's the only place I can go with this, right?
He's in a holding pen somewhere. And
you know what it is?
We know where the Russian oligarchs are landing their private plane, but we can't find this guy.
Could he be there at Snowden, the CDC?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. As we make our way back, I did want to mention, as we had mentioned last week, this would likely be the announcement today. So the Man Church Conference coming up in Oxford, Alabama at the end of February is sold out. So it is officially sold out. I don't have anything else to tell you. If you didn't get your tickets, I'll now go into the mode of the planning process. Transformed is going to be the theme of the conference, and I kind of just say we look forward to seeing all of you there that have got your tickets at the end of February. Now, will tickets become available? I don't think so. Will we end up with some to give away that are in the promotional? Maybe. I don't know. But the bottom line is I think now the message just moves to, if you got a ticket, see you there, because it is sold out. So just FYI on that. Bubba, some other things that are going on, and this is a sad note coming off of the weekend too. Georgia celebrates their national championship. If you're listening to the kickoff hour, I know they mentioned this as well. But the celebration, the parade, and all that for Georgia's national championship, unfortunately, the weekend ended on a somber note.
Yeah, they had a player and a recruiting coordinator that was killed in a car crash early Sunday morning. Devin Willock, a recruiter, Devin Willock, who is a member of the Georgia football team. He's a redshirt sophomore, and Chandler LaCroix, who was a recruiting coordinator, apparently were killed when their vehicle left the road. There were 2 other people in the vehicle, a 21-year-old male passenger that sustained minor injuries and a 26-year-old female passenger who sustained serious injuries in that. So, somber note there for a very joyous weekend for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, and when you look at the details involving the crash, you have middle of the night, but unfortunately, the way the automobile, it sounded like whoever's driving fell asleep because it doesn't appeared that anybody was tapping the brakes and it was careening at a high, at normal speed or a high rate of speed, however fast the car was going. What I mean, it doesn't look like there was an attempt to brake.
Right.
And that's when you have a lot of devastation. So it sounds like whomever was driving fell asleep is what it sounds like. And so that's speculation. But I'm just saying, based on what it looks like here, we'll see. But it's a sad note, no matter what happened.
Yeah, they were driving a 2021 Ford Expedition. It left the road in the outside lane and struck 2 power poles and several trees. And I saw a picture a minute ago on one of the news stories about the power pole. It looked like it was broke totally in half.
Terrible. So there you go. That's there. And then you were telling me, I didn't know this, but getting an update and watching some headlines, it's apparent that Alabama is having a very good year in basketball, and they have a very, very strong basketball team this year. But you were telling me there was some weird something going on with some of that too?
Yeah, Darius Miles, who's a forward on the basketball team, has been charged with capital murder in connection with an early morning shooting near the campus that killed a 23-year-old woman, according to published reports. Miles was booked into the Tuscaloosa County Jail around 6:45 p.m. Sunday, an official with the jail told ESPN.
So apparently, and y'all told me he's injured. Is that right, or is
I don't think he is actively playing this year. I think he's has an ankle injury or something, but has been an active player in the past.
And so he's being charged with murder.
Yeah, capital murder.
Wow.
Had to do with the drive-by shooting, and apparently some shots were fired on the strip, and then some shots were return fire, and that's kind of how it all played out.
Wow.
I think there's some video out there of it too from security cameras.
Yeah. So Adler's showing you some of that with him being arrested too. So that's 2 somber notes out of the sports world over the weekend. You were talking about, and I want to ask you guys a question on etiquette in traffic on this note, and the reason why it prompted me is on one side of the interstate there was a horrible crash, so nothing, you understand that. But over on the other side, I happened to be on the side that was going the other way. I was going north. The crash was going south. So we were going along, and that's why it reminded me of it. And give me what your feedback on this. So I can obviously see we start approaching one of the communities, and it was about 7:30 at night, and I guess they had decided on a Sunday night around that time that they would do some road construction. This was construction oriented, not a wreck.
Yeah.
And so they have the big truck with the big neon arrows, get over in the left. Mm-hmm. Let's all single file to the left lane. Okay. So, I mean, and it's very big, so I can see it at a pretty good distance.
Yeah.
So I ease over. And we get in there, and I'm like, well, this is construction, so we will get to the other side of this. The people that were going south, I saw it was a multi-car crash. I hope nobody was hurt. Ambulances were taking some people, but maybe that was just injuries that were minor, I hope, or whatever. But they weren't going anywhere anytime soon because multiple cars are in the middle of the highway that have to be moved, and they shut the whole thing down. So I tell Sherry, I said, well, on this side, this is obviously construction. We're going to slow down, but we're going to get past the construction, and we'll be back open again. So then it happened, and this is where I want to ask you the etiquette, what your mindset is on this. So way back behind, you see people that there's nothing. The only thing is they're frustrated. I understand that, and they jump out in that right lane, but there's the giant arrow truck saying everybody get in single, and it's so big you're not surprised by it. You see it at a great distance, okay?
And it's got the crash pad on the back of it.
Which is why they do that.
Yeah.
Why they do that, so you can see it at a great distance, and it keeps a bottleneck from happening.
Yep.
But then you got the bottleneck people that all they're trying to do is get up further in the line and force their way in.
Yeah, cut over, yep.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, I want to walk through this for those you don't know. There's justification, and that is only God can justify us, okay? But then there's sanctification, and that is our spiritual maturation as we grow. And then one day, the end of this flesh will happen, and we will be in glorification, okay? And that's when we don't struggle anymore. But right here in this sanctification, we got a battle going on, and it's between the spirit and the flesh because we've been justified, so our spirit's now alive. And as C.S. Lewis said, now the flesh begins to fight for its life. Okay, so anyway, I don't know if this was spiritual or flesh, and this is what I'm asking y'all. I won't let them in.
I won't either.
I cut them off. And,
I'm like you.
And I think to myself, because now I will let somebody in who's found themselves in duress.
Yeah, as we're all.
But when somebody defiantly
past everybody
just jumps out of the line and thinks they're going to blow past everybody and then force us to let them in before the truck, that's clearly telling us all to get in single file line, I cut them off. I won't let them in.
I don't either.
A lot of these haulers will get in the middle to where people can't do that.
Sherry, what are they doing? What is their intention? Are they just trying to race for a better spot? Are they trying to get around maybe a big truck, or are they hung out on the right to begin with?
They're trying to get all the way up front.
Now, the last one I can tell you no.
Right.
They get out of the line, and I will tell you this.
So they intentionally go back into the closed lane to upgrade their position.
And what they're trying to do, I'll tell you what they're trying to do. Once you get past this arrow seat, it's going to open up.
Yeah.
They want to fly up to the arrow, be let in, and get past quicker.
Without having to wait.
There might be one person who's got an emergency. I don't have a problem with that. But then multiples start trying it. And to your point, Speedy, I noticed that cars started putting half their vehicle in the other lane to keep them from doing it because it was bottlenecking.
Yeah, that's what creates the bottleneck.
But here was what my problem was. Sherry wanted me to do that in Big Lift. She said, "Get over there and block them." And I said, "But baby, if some of these idiots come flying around, they may ram us."
Yeah,
But I will tell you, I didn't know. Am I wrong to cut them to refuse to let them in? Is that a mistake on my part?
They clearly just jumped
is that
out of
lack
line?
of growth?
No, do not let them in.
Yeah, right.
You're not. Nobody's getting in front of me. I'll tell you that right now.
Right. So is that bad? I mean, I
don't
think
know
what
that I
they're
would
doing is
block.
bad.
I don't think I would block the lane, but I'm not going to go out of my way to let them in unless they have got hung out there in duress.
Yeah, no, that's different.
Yeah, if they're racing to the line to get a better position at the restart, then that's another.
Because what they're saying, not the ones that find themselves, I didn't see that. There's no way you didn't see. You know what I'm talking about? The big giant arrows.
There's an area where you're merging, but it's not that close.
Right.
Oh no. So
unless you're texting, you don't see it.
Because listen, here's what they're saying.
What you should.
They're saying that you're having to wait, but I shouldn't.
Yes.
I should be able to get through this quicker than you. And I don't know how they've decided they get through quicker than the rest of us. I mean, what are they declaring themselves? More important than us?
Yes.
Or,
pretty much.
Or I'm not.
They're taking a risk if they can get back in.
I think, and I'll tell y'all another thing when I come back that's going to own y'all that I'm teaching me. See, I think it's our job to teach them this is not the way to go.
Yes.
Because they're not in duress. There's not anything like that. This is
because their daddy didn't teach them better.
Somebody didn't teach you that you shouldn't do people this way, and I'm going to teach you.
Yeah.
And and let me tell you who's strongly committed to it. It's co-pilot.
I bet.
Don't leave any space. Push up.
Right.
And because that's mama. Mama gets the switch out. These people need to be taught.
Yeah.
But I mean, you really just stay in line. We're good. If we get past the arrows, we're opening up.
Yeah. It's so rude.
Yeah. If we'll all just get in line, you'd be amazed how quick we get through this.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. We're gonna be all right. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Nobody hates this worse than me.
Right.
But I know that we'll be all right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, Bubba, you mentioned something. We're right now, the show is in this mode. We want you to go see I Can Only Imagine, and many of you have. It's a great movie. We want you to go see Paul, Apostle of Christ. And then there's these other movies that we're looking at that we're intrigued with, and one of those is Chappaquiddick.
Well, it's really been the untold story of political hierarchy in the United States and the Kennedy family.
Now, you said, Rick, did you hear the disclaimer after the movie trailer? And I didn't.
And I will disclaim that by saying maybe I heard it wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
But I heard the radio promo.
Okay.
For
see,
it.
I hadn't heard the radio, so it may
and
be on the radio.
You hear scenes from the movie, blah blah blah, and it gets down, and the very end of it, they give the disclaimer very fast.
Yeah.
Maybe one of our affiliates has it.
Yeah, like you do on car dealerships have them and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it says rated R for violence and disturbing this, graphic scenes, and the last thing they say, historic smoking.
Historic smoking,
which is something we must be warned is in this movie. So historic smoking.
Wait a minute.
I kid you not.
Are you? Let me understand. So you're saying they're trying to give you a heads up that somebody's smoking in the movies? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Historic smoking.
What is that?
In other words, smoking like they did back then.
Right. It's like to warn you.
Unless I misheard it, but I don't know what else it could be.
It would not surprise me.
It wouldn't be historic snorkeling. You know, I mean, you wouldn't have that.
Well, I've wondered.
But when I heard it, I thought, you got to be kidding me. You're warning me about the fact that in the 1960s, a lot of people smoked cigarettes, and you're going to show it in the movie, and I need to be warned about it.
What if I wasn't warned? Was I going to just run out of the movie theater?
Well, do you think anybody,
light up?
or do you think because they put in it, will anybody say, you know what, the violence I think I could handle, the language I think I can push through, but gosh,
the murder, the graphics.
Hey, and knowing the Kennedys, they're going to be a scene or two you better look out for.
Well, I think that was in the list.
Historic.
But somebody says, but somebody says, but I didn't know there was going to be smoking. If there's going to be smoking,
they're smoking.
I'm not going to see that thing. Corrupt my family with that.
You know who plays Old Man Kennedy? Bruce Dern.
Oh,
Rick, I've worked a lifetime to save my family from camels. You know?
Yeah.
Well, historic smoke. I'd never heard the term historic smoking.
We need
or to be warned that I need to watch out for it.
All right, so this is a story that
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it really does if you think about the way people act now, because smoking has been demonized so much.
That's crazy.
That they want to warn you that we're going to show people smoking. And the reason why they say historic, we're not endorsing smoking.
We're just showing you
how it was then. Now they leave out conveniently that I've noticed a lot of the movies that they're making now, people are still smoking.
That's what I was about to say.
I mean, they'll smoke a lot.
But I bet everybody and their brothers got one in this. Right. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a fog.
It probably goes back to the lawsuit thing too, because someone saw the movie, they saw them smoking, they thought they would try it, they got hooked on it. Now they're suing who made the movie because they didn't warn them.
But I have never heard that term. And the disclaimer, Rick,
historic smoking.
It sounds like a tent sale. I mean, it's a long disclaimer.
All right, let's talk about this
for a movie.
Does Hollywood? Because Ted Kennedy.
Has anybody else heard that? Somebody else tell me they've heard that. So
I wouldn't have picked. I probably wouldn't have picked.
I wouldn't.
Because graphic scenes and historic smoking.
That is unbelievable.
I'm not surprised by that, really. So let's go. If it's in there, I think it probably was
historic smoking.
Well, I'm out.
There's a bunch of people smoking.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, we have a. I can't believe they're doing
sex, murder, and rock and roll, but we can't have smoking.
When smoking,
right? Let's look at the.
Yeah, well, it does say that, Bubba.
That's
I apologize,
never heard
Rick,
that.
But I'm actually reading a story on it right now, and it says at the end, it says rated PG-13 and it lists a number of different things.
Oh, so it's not R. That's good.
And it says strong language, disturbing images, and then it says simulated acts of historical smoking.
That is unbelievable.
Be warned, people.
What is so offensive?
You have been warned. You are on your own. You
Guys.
approach this movie on your own.
We've warned you there will be historic smoking in this movie.
We
now, they
must
say
tell the
simulated.
public.
They say simulated.
So they're
historic
really not.
smoking.
Greg, now we may surprise you with our blasphemy, but we've given you a warning.
It says thematic material, disturbing images, some strong language, and simulated acts of historical smoking.
I bet there's some other acts
For
in that.
the
Some
rating
of
of
the Kennedys are
PG-13.
involved.
Well, if the Kennedy's in there, there's going to be a lot worse than smoking.
Yeah.
But
There's
here's
gonna be a lot of smoking.
Watch it.
a lot of post, historical and post smoking.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Now
about.
listen,
There's a term I want to use, and I'm trying to do.
please don't listen. I can't believe that Hollywood, the Kennedys for them are the greatest human beings who ever lived. They're going to do this very negative story. So what's their angle? Surely they give us somehow.
Oh, yeah.
We're supposed to understand Ted in this. They can't throw. And an experience it is. 29 years we've been at it. Thanks for being with us. All right, so Car Shield teaming up with the old Rick and Bubba show. I don't know about y'all. When I'm looking at the cost of everything rising, I don't need an automobile repair invoice right now. Well, if your automobile is no longer under warranty, and as all the callers have been saying to the show, and it drives me nuts too, and you keep getting all these calls of people that want to talk to you about your warranty, can I just save us all a lot of hassle? Just go to carshield.com/Bubba and get a protection plan.
You know, go in and pick out what you think you need and what kind of coverage you want. If you use our URL, which is carshield.com/Bubba, we'll get you a free quote, and we'll also get you 20% off your protection plan. There you go. You can call them too, 1-800-451-7776. So talk to CarShield. Here's the kind of protection plans they offer. If it's a covered repair, they pay directly to the ASE certified mechanic of your choice. That could be the dealership or a mechanic you trust. You get 24/7 roadside assistance always, and you get a rental car at no cost to you while yours is being repaired. So it takes a lot of the hassle and the damage out of, oh, no, my car's broke down. Have peace of mind. Drive protected under carshield.com/Bubba. So, Bubba, we were talking about, you said that's just called zipper merging?
We're getting emails
email
on traffic that someone says that's what it's referred to,
Okay.
zipper merging.
Well, there's things we do to try to teach others, and that one can be a little dicey because sometimes you may not be in the perfect position, and maybe it's not your call to teach others. But there's one thing that we cannot argue with, and that is teaching ourselves. And I've done something that I realized that I may need to stop. Because I didn't really think through some potential damage to myself. So, you know, Greg was the first one I ever heard on the off the air, and I think we told it on the air too. And I call it Teaching John. And that's the guy that you used to work with, Greg, or somebody worked with that forgot his lunch.
Yeah.
And
so people try to give him some of theirs, and he said he wanted to teach John.
Yeah,
that story was passed down to me.
Yeah.
We've all had a version of that.
Yeah.
Remember, I wouldn't eat after tennis matches if I lost.
To punish yourself.
Yeah, to punish myself.
I'm
I learned it from Ryan Green.
I'm teaching Bubba.
And they're saying zipper merging
but
is
Ryan
what you
took it
should
places.
do to make it work. Them cutting off is just, I don't know what that's called.
Okay.
But
It's
I'm sorry,
rude. It's rude. and
it's
bad.
rude. Yeah.
We should zipper merge, and these people won't do it.
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, all right. So, Adler, what'd you say? Huh?
There
it is right there.
They're saying that what we are saying is less efficient. If you merge early and form one big long line, you merging early, they're saying that's wrong. They're saying all the people rushing to the front of the line are doing it right because that's called, quote, zipper merging, and they're saying that that's the most efficient way to do it. But I'm going to say, yeah, I've heard this before, and we've actually, I think, talked about this before a way, way long time ago, but people can't pull this off.
No, they can't do that.
Human beings
No.
can't pull this off. So, zipper merging is not
No.
more efficient, everyone.
Well, it is if you're not in a hurry. If you're just slowly you don't have to let that front car do all the letting in. Let it stagger out as you go, and it's more. I deal with this in one particular place every single day now, and when I didn't know that the lane was going to end,
right?
And I was the guy that rushed
different.
up, and nobody would let me in.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I've learned,
Right.
and so I'm just kind of creeping, and nobody's stopping behind me. Everybody's creeping, and as cars let in, the zipper merge.
Yeah.
We never get to that point unless you don't know, and so I've gotten a little frustrated with people too, and I've said, "Hey, Helms, you were this guy like 3 weeks ago,
Right?
So don't
If you
don't
get
get mad
everybody
at
to
him."
do it.
Well, let me raise my hand. I agree that this would work, but back to Adler's thing, people won't do it. But here's the problem.
You're right.
Maybe there needs to be some education because everybody thinks that big neon arrows, there's three of them,
Yeah.
that they're telling everybody to get over.
Yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
if they're telling everybody to zipper merge, then maybe we all know it, but that's not what it looks like.
It
It's
looks
telling
like
you to do.
ought to start merging when you can see the sign.
The arrows telling everybody to get
But
over.
this would work if everybody would do
it
it.
would if everybody would do it. I agree with that.
They
but,
won't.
But nobody in both lanes don't know how to do it.
Well, here's
the people that are trying to be the zippers.
Yeah.
They blaze up and try to cut in front of people.
Yes. Yep.
Nobody in here is doing it right.
Yeah,
We do not have the ability.
You're right.
To zipper merge.
No.
Here's the thing: you zipper merge way back.
Yeah.
that's it.
Correct.
That's the key.
And if
Correct.
you wait till you get up to the sign, then you
Bingo.
got people at a
Yeah.
dead stop.
All
Where
over
it's
it,
not
Bubba.
merging.
You
You're
can't tell
all
me
over it.
this little pinch point right here. You can't tell me that's better
Yeah.
than people way back working together.
That's it.
Being
That's the key.
sensible.
That's
and
the
also,
key.
don't forget the arrows are very confusing.
Yeah.
The arrows are not saying zipper merge.
See, where
they're
I'm-
saying get over.
Where I deal with it, there's not even any. It just says the lanes ending.
You might could do a
whatever.
zipper merge there.
Yeah, and it works. Well, unless you're like me that day and kind of
Well, we've
trying
all
to get
done
in
it.
front of everybody.
We've
and
all done it.
Slowed it down and come
that's
to a
back to
complete
teaching
stop.
us.
Wasn't reading the signs.
Which leads to what I'm talking about. If I'm the person who does it, I don't want anybody to let me in, so I learn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
But I have found too, even in my mistakes, there's some kind people out there that have gone, "Hey, idiot, I'm gonna let you in, even though you did that."
And that was my dilemma. Which one should I be?
Yeah,
right. Because if we were able to go 1-1-1-1-1, and everybody's spacing out, it works. But that doesn't.
But
That's not happening.
Back to my concern on teaching me. I really don't like Rick when it comes to sunglasses. Now the problem is I wear progressives now, or better known as bifocals. This is a bunch of baby boomers that want to go to progression because they think it doesn't sound as old. They're bifocals, okay? And I have them, and I wear them all the time, but they do not tint, and I also have a strong aversion to bright sunlight. My eyes are very sensitive to that. So I wear sunglasses when there's bright sun, and I must have them. There's no I wish I had them. I must have them.
Okay.
But the problem is, as y'all know, Rick can be a little rough on things, okay?
And sometimes can't keep up with it.
And can't keep up. So when I'm taking glasses on and off and I'm swapping glasses, I literally would live my life sometimes with sunglasses on and my glasses in my pocket and changing, okay? Because I never found the combination that really works. Well, I keep messing up sunglasses, some good sunglasses, and I'm very frustrated with myself. So I dropped for what I considered these very nice sunglasses for what I considered to be the last time, and I cracked them. I've been forcing myself to wear them cracked, teaching myself.
Okay.
But here's the problem. I think I'm going cross-eyed.
Oh, no. Because of the crack?
Yeah, because I keep
believe you told you last
should
night,
I stop doing it?
Yeah.
Why don't you get a set of Why don't you get a set of glasses that will automatically tint?
No, I tried that. None of those work. Then they don't work right. You walk into a room, they won't untint.
Well, you got to
it's
get
just-
good ones.
right.
It'll do that. They do them pretty quick.
You got to be careful of that for real. I was in a point in high school when I was having trouble with my contacts, so I was only wearing one contact lens, and my bad eye, your brain starts to ignore it, and it will not use it, and it started going in. I was walking around my high school like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" I didn't know it. I was walking around cross-eyed.
It's happening to me. I'm trying to teach myself.
And Aaron still thought you were hot.
She
felt sorry
charity.
for it.
It's a charity case.
Adler, I thought the crack would remind me to stop being stupid, but I think it's making me cross-eyed. Should I stop?
Yes.
Look at me. Let me see.
Am I okay?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Under the bus like they need to in this movie.
And showed
Do
that
they?
it was whitewashed. Just
Now,
to save a political
Speedy or
career.
him, somebody told me that the people said they do, that the Kennedys don't.
They don't fare well.
I don't know
in
how
this.
you can take this story and make it positive. I don't.
Matter of fact, they say a lot of the liberals and a lot in Hollywood too didn't want this movie out.
Well, it's been a long time. This happened a long time ago. And we never had the movie about it. I'm surprised
The people behind it better be careful. They may get Cunninghammed.
Well, they're not talking negative. Listen, they're not talking. Not talking negatively about the Clintons. Now you do a movie about the Clintons.
Well,
watch out.
but the Kennedys were
No,
the Clintons before the Clintons.
No, you're right.
Historically smoking.
The Clintons
Simulated
The
historical
Clintons
smoke.
wanted to be the Kennedy.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The
Well,
Kennedys.
look, if you want to be historical, you better light up because I remember back in the day.
Oh,
it was a fog.
Everywhere you went.
Look, you be sitting in Sunday school and your teacher be smoking.
Yeah, we didn't have smoke detectors back then because they were no good. They'd
That's
have gone
true.
off all the time.
Everybody smoked. Smoking when you walked
Rick,
up.
there were ashtrays out.
Yes.
Everywhere you went.
On
We
airplane-
gave them as gifts.
Greg,
ashtrays and lighters.
You know what kids would make it at Sunday school? An ashtray.
An ashtray.
With John 3:16 right in the middle of it.
A lot of road tide ashtrays.
Rick, we had variety shows that the host came out with a martini and a cigarette.
Oh,
the great Dean Martin.
Absolutely. Look, you go watch the old Tonight shows.
Somebody.
You can't even see the people on the set. Go watch the old Tonight shows. There's so much smoke you can't even see.
Rick, when I first, this was in '86, when I first went to work for the power company, I was a janitor. We had to change out the drop ceiling in the break room because it was yellow. We did. We had to change the entire thing out because of so much smoke.
And that was everybody's lungs, and they didn't know it.
And nobody cared.
If the tile looked like that, you know what your lung looked like.
Yeah.
Frank Caliendo will join us. We'll be back with Frankie, talk about his tour coming up.
This is Morgan Freeman. Fact of the matter is, the Rick and Bubba show was something I could not do without. Ah, yes. Changing the landscape of radio forever. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. What you just heard. Frank, how you doing, buddy?
I wasn't doing it as well until I heard that.
We want to get you fired up, Frank.
Yeah, well, realize, look at the cities that I'm going to. It's Atlanta, Nashville, Birmingham. I threw in D.C. because I don't know geography.
That's fine. No, we're heard in D.C., just not by many people.
Right. Our nation's capital.
Yes.
Do I see Huntsville in there, too?
Yeah, Huntsville. Yeah. Is that how you say it? Huntsville?
Well, it depends.
Huntsville.
If you're local.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
But okay, before I get to those, that whole southeastern swing, besides D.C., is based on coming into studio with you guys. And I'm not lying about that. I wouldn't do that to you. It really is. I fly into Atlanta, I'll do the punchline, and then I will drive over to you guys, do your show, and then the rest of the week is about Rick and Bubba.
Love it. Are you just saying that to try to make us feel important?
No, I asked Speedy. I was scheduling around, like, are you guys going to be in studio here? I could figure this out. And then when we get on the phone, Speedy's like, yeah, time for one segment or two. And I was like, 2 is fine. Oh, we might do 1.
No, I was just finding out. I didn't know.
Frank, you can
this
stay
is your
an
show
hour.
now.
You can stay an hour if
That's
you want
why
to.
Morgan Freeman is so perfect. That's when Frank realized they had more important things to do.
No, Frank.
Frank, so you in studio on the 29th, the morning of that?
Is that the Tuesday?
Yes.
That's a Tuesday. Yeah, that's
Gotcha. All right, good.
Yeah.
Frankie, baby.
You know, Frank, it's one. Speedy just gave me one of those reality checks. I remember one of the first times that I ever got to speak at like a conference, and I was kind of the setup guy, which means everybody has brought you in hoping that the show that you have might bring some tickets, but they really don't want you to speak.
Yeah.
And so I'm talking to the guy, the stage guy there. He goes, all right, you got 11 minutes. And I looked at him, I said, 11 minutes? And he said, yeah, you got 11 minutes. He said, just keep us on schedule. And it was an evangelical event. And I said, well, what if I get out there and I just feel like the Holy Spirit's moving and, I want to go on? He looked at me and he says, let me tell you this. I've talked to the Holy Spirit and you got 11 minutes. Okay, looks like 11 minutes in. And he was really big guy.
Are you enjoying being back out on tour, Frank? Is that what is your sweet spot? I mean, you've done a lot of TV.
Okay, so
you've done that. What do you really enjoy the most?
This is a totally different type of thing that I've been doing. I've been doing like theaters and casinos and all that type of stuff. And I felt kind of stagnant in what I've been doing. So the club tour, these are all clubs that I'm doing, and they're smaller. Of it's the Stardome's pretty big, and I'm actually doing that 2 days because Bruce was the owner was nice enough to work it out on that. But I was really just trying to do weekdays for the most part, and off nights. So I'm going on stage. I'm going to do some of the stuff people want to hear, the Morgan Freemans and that type of stuff, but working on a bunch of different things, playing around, messing around, trying to tell some different stories, and work on developing that type of stuff. So it actually will be a longer type of show, less opener time and more me than most of what I've been doing.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day all across America. For those of you that are getting the day off today, are just reflecting on all that Martin Luther King Jr. and his movement accomplished here in the country today. May you have a great day. Welcome back. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show here on MLK Day.
Yep. So, Bubba, also Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge today. So that's going on. These the ones that participate are all in Alabama. So if you're in the state of Alabama, you've got Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea. So go out today. 10% goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. All right, so Bubba, when we started talking about NIL deals, And you know, we some of this was
we were
pretty-
on the cutting edge, Rick. Remember?
Yeah. Well, some of this was so very obvious in front of us of problems that were coming.
Oh, Rick, huge problem.
And I remember one of the things that we brought up, and we're going to get an update on that today. What about I go out and I'm about to write a big check for Chris the Mosquito Adler, okay? And I'm so fired up about Chris the Mosquito Adler, and I can't wait for him to do ads for my car lot or for my big company and get on his social media and do all this. And then, unfortunately, the mosquito gets to the school, and he's just not quite panning out like I'd hoped, and things are not going the way. What's going to happen if I'm the one writing the check if I decide not to write the check anymore?
I guess you'd have to see what your contract said.
Right, yeah.
Are
Yes.
you obligated? Are you not? For how long?
They have to have an out in there.
I should have had a better contract. Yeah.
Yeah, you really should
Well,
have.
I want you to hear this.
We
This
really
is-
felt like you were going to do it, too.
This is incredible. We were looking at some of the top paying NIL deals
Mm-hmm.
according to the way they were ranked with a company called, is it 3 On or On 3 or who's that group that does that?
I don't know.
And
3 on a string.
That's who it is.
It's kind of some of it was kind of comical. The LSU gymnast is actually the top paid NIL athlete in the country.
Is that
Well, that's because she does a fans only deal.
right?
Yeah.
And,
Did they have to have,
gets half naked.
didn't they have to hire private security for her?
Yeah, it's got
Also-
crazy.
according-
She's bringing in about 3.2, they say, a year now.
Yeah. So
Per year.
Yeah,
Per year.
Who would have ever thought if one of your gymnasts started showing nudie pictures on her fan site, making $3 million a year, that young males would start showing up for gymnastic matches?
Well, they're completely disrupting the matches,
Right,
and,
yeah,
they've had to start all these security things. But hey, they're selling tickets to the gymnastic matches. I'll say that. Well, Rick, I want you to hear this deal. The University of Florida could be losing a top football recruit after the $13 million NIL deal that they were offered has caused controversy. Quarterback Jaden Rashad, Rashada. I don't know if that's Rashada, an All-American from Pittsburgh, California. He's a 4-star recruit who signed an NIL deal worth the massive $13 million with the Gator Collective back in November. I would venture to say that the Gator Collective is paying more guaranteed money than any other group in the country, says Eddie Rejos, a former baseball player and head of the Gator Collective. He said in April, when I write a contract, I want to make sure that we actually have money in the account. Well, this is part of the problem. They made this deal, and apparently a booster that they were counting on to write a check for $13 million, Hugh Hathcock, has backed out of the deal. They sent Rashad a letter wishing to terminate their deal. While it's unclear the exact reason why it happened, the Gator football program was caught by surprise because they're not allowed to be part of the negotiations
That's
of these
correct,
deals.
yeah.
They're independent, so they're completely left out of this. But will he take his talent somewhere else now that has been taken back? Now, there are other published reports that say that the Gators have actually offered him a very lucrative deal. It's just not quite the $13 million they initially wanted to. But litigation could be on the table after the Gator Collective decided to pull the deal. That would only come if he decides not to agree to the new deal.
So think about that. I'm Gator Collective. I guess this is the name of their group.
What-
that gets
why
the
is
name.
Is that
Can
where
I
people
ask you this?
donate? And I didn't think that's what this was supposed to be.
Can
But
I
now-
ask you, too, why are they all calling it their collective? I've seen several of them that go by the name The Collective. Isn't that what the
people donate to it?
collecting
and they
money.
Use it.
Yeah, but it's
I heard
called
them
the
advertise.
collective. It sounds.
Yeah.
It sounds
You wish
like
they would come up with a different name for it.
Still like the
It's
name.
like the Borg from Star Trek or something. Wasn't it the collective too?
Yeah. Well, the bottom
missed
line.
that.
Yeah, the bottom line is they're saying that we're it's all a collective mound of money. But to your point, you go make a deal for $13 million, and you think Booster A's got that covered, and then Booster A says, "I'm not bringing it in. The $13 million from me is not coming in."
Well, I
And
got
you're like,
news.
what?
If you look at the stats of recruits over the past years, I mean, there ain't a kid coming out of high school worth $13 million because you ain't got no guarantee.
No,
a lot of them, the
no way.
majority don't pan out.
Right.
Now, why would you sink that kind of money?
Yeah, I would.
I bet if you offered him $500,000, he would come.
He's a 4-star too. There is a group that has done a big study on this, and you have to subscribe to get the latest numbers. But they tell you in every position what the average pay is going in every conference. Some conferences are more than others. Of course, quarterbacks are way ahead of the other positions. Running backs are pretty high, but I mean, even in the SEC, I think the running back numbers was $500,000-$600,000 a year, if I remember right. I mean, it was a massive amount.
Well, it's
if you're a starter at an SEC school.
Well, it's a mess, and there's going to have to be some kind of reining in of it, but I don't know.
But see, the NCAA has been neutered. They can't do anything with it. The courts have cut them out.
Well, it's like
they should have been smarter ahead of time and not let this get in the court system by adapting and changing to the environment. They didn't do it. They thought they were arrogant, and that's the only word you can use is arrogant. And they blocked these kids out from making the same money that other students could make. And so they took them to court. They got it to Supreme Court. They found friends, and now it's a mess.
Yeah, I refer to it as
anything goes.
Yeah, I refer to it as the raging bull scenario. You know, we've got a bull, and it's being kept. We've got some fencing. We got all this around him. We can control him a little bit.
Should have took him out to the pasture a little bit.
And everybody said, I think the raging bull is too confined. Well, what we should have done is sat down, like you said, and said, well, all right, let's loosen some confinement.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's don't let him out. And then what they did is they let him out. Now he's outraging. He's knocking stuff over, and now everybody's saying we need to get him back in the pen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
I mean, good luck. You should have just made the pasture a little bigger.
Yeah.
Don't let him out.
Well, on the good side of this, will some college kids stay in college longer because they're making money as opposed to jumping early to the NFL where, you're moving up? It may be a little more money, but you don't know. Yeah. I mean, if I can stay in college and knock down a few mil, that ain't a bad gig if I'm a big man on campus.
I think it's the Pac-12. They did a story that a lot of their quarterbacks, their big name ones, were eligible to move, and they're all staying. And that's probably why.
Yeah,
they can afford to stay.
That's the good side of it. It's just you got to manage it because now you are in a junior league of professional football.
So tell me this: the way I understood it, and I may be totally wrong, you're supposed to recruit players to come to your school based on the fact they want to be there. They like the academics. They like the coach. They like the offense, defense you run. They like whatever their reason being, geographic location. Then after you're a football player on that team, you're free to go out and make a deal for name, image, and likeness with a business or a collective or whoever. I feel like we're kind of getting the cart before the horse. People are signing based on money, not the school they want to go to or the lure of money. And it got out there in the public. I mean, if you think about it, a lot of this probably should be private negotiations, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Coach Saban has done it too. When he just threw out, well, our quarterback's making $1 million a year. Well, that was a red flag to recruits. Hey, come this way. A&M got it out into the press. Hey, all of our linemen are going to make $70,000 a year minimum. And now the money is out there in front of the commitment to the school instead of behind it.
Right, yeah, and the schools are wising up and creating funds just for NIL money, trying to raise it from.
And they're coordinating. Instead of having 2 or 3, they're all rolling into one, so they got more money to deal with.
All right, 16 minutes past the hour.
And you're going to see that money from facilities start going into NIL and coaching going into NIL as opposed to those other things.
Yep. The bull's out. He's raging. Good luck getting him back in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A good.
Because to be completely honest with you, a lot of times I'll do some of these shows around the country, and I'll get up there and I'll be like, well, how fast can I get off stage? It's just that kind of a feeling. So I'm trying to have more fun and do a better show for people, and I think that's what this is going to be.
Nobody likes negative, Frank. What I mean, we want the guy.
Reality. That's reality.
We want
He's
Frank,
honest. It's open. He's honest and open, Rick. That's what we want. Honest and open, Frank.
We do, Frank.
Like the agents are trying to give that. Well, why don't you do the club for the whole weekend? I'm like, because no, I want to do different things and go see different places and be. The whole thing is to get up there and do lots of different stuff. And it's funny because a lot of what I've been scheduling. The tour dates and stuff like that were based on there were weekends when my kids are doing. My daughter's in gymnastics. My son's been playing flag football. So it's always about how fast can I get home.
There you go.
That's really what it's been about. Not so much of
no doubt.
So But now my kids are getting to the age where they don't care about me anymore.
No. There's a lot of freedom in that.
Yeah.
It's great, but it's really sad. Like I said to my son, do you want to go see the new Avengers? He's like, yeah, but I'm thinking about going with one of my friends. And I was like,
yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah, good for you, but we're not buddies anymore.
I know. You know what it turns into, don't you? The Robin Williams when he goes serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, I can feel the beard growing right now.
And so for some reason,
ability to
I've
change
pictured the
gears.
voice that tells you things, like when you're on stage and it's Morgan Freeman. For some reason, is that what you hear?
I use that in. There's a bit in my act that I've done, and I'm trying to expand on it in this this mini tour. Is like when I have a difficulty with my wife asks me questions like, the simple ones like, do I look fat in these jeans? Well, that's when Frank realized he'd be sleeping on the couch for a while.
Yeah, you see that one coming. So really, Morgan Freeman narrates your life.
Absolutely. I did these. Back when Vine was popular, or was around, or alive, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I did the Morgan Freeman narrates himself. And it was the first person you see the refrigerator. That's when he realized he had no milk for his cereal. And soon Morgan Freeman would be headed to the grocery store.
That's so funny.
So, Frank, you mentioned you opened the door, and you said it is true. When you become a dad, you got kids. You really, even you do what you do for a living, which provides for them. When it's taking you away from things, you're like, I need to get back for this game. I don't need to miss this competition. I don't need to miss this play. I don't need to miss this. And you're hurrying to get back. And that kind of opened up the door for a question that we've all been kind of wondering. And this happens with bands, and it happens with comedians, and to a degree even what we do. Is there a voice that you're tired of doing?
You know what? Not so much. I mean, the one thing, and I put a little note on a lot of these shows, was people always ask, the difficult thing is people always ask, what voice are you working on?
Oh, yeah.
And now the answer is mine. That's, that's what I've spent all this time, it's, trying to work on all these different voices. And I'm not a controversial person. I'm a person who tries to look at things from all sides. I'm not one who's trying to push any buttons and stuff like that. So I don't know. I've got to find it and figure it out exactly what it is. And in the meantime, that's kind of the fun of what this is for me, for the tour is, and that's where I think I'm going to come from, is who am I? And all these voices are part of it. When I'm a little upset, I could go Trump on you. You're not looking well today. There's a problem with you. Trump is a stand-up comedian is in the front row. Is that the shirt you chose? Because that's a terrible shirt. There's a lot of shirts you could have gone with, and that one looks like you should be on an island with some other castaways.
He has had to provide you with a lot of material,
yeah.
Frank. I mean, it's just every day, right?
Every day he's got. What was that in my voice? Every day.
Keep working on your voice, Frank. Keep working on it.
You don't know who you are, do you, Frank?
This is the real me, guys.
No, this is a letdown.
Couldn't you just find a voice you like and copy it?
That's a good point.
There you go, Bub.
That's what it's going to end up being. What was the question? I can't remember.
Well, that Trump provides you, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for a
So
comedian.
Frank's getting close to 50 too.
He is.
Yeah, I don't understand.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to phone calls here coming up bottom of the hour. Our first time to talk to you this week coming up. Kind of looking forward to that. Find out how you are doing. We've got other topics to cover on the program today. The gang's all here. The ever-changing, more confusing... Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to say anymore. Well, here we go. Trying to figure out misinformation, good information, bad information, accurate, not accurate. What in the world is going on? I know where I've kind of landed in my own life, but the headlines continue to be confusing, involving COVID and all the variants and the vaccines and the treatments and the pandemic and 2020 that drug on, and some people, even our government, they'll act like it's over, and then they'll say it's back. It is. I don't even know what to say. I'm so confused by the whole thing. I mean, I know where I've landed, but Bubba, today when you told me the headlines that Speedy has laid out for us today, it just gets more and more confusing.
Well, we got several stories dealing with COVID today. Omicron variant XBB-1-5.
When did we go to these names now?
Possibly more likely to infect those who are vaccinated, says the headline.
All right, so, and it says officials say. Now, who are these officials?
New York City health officials are
Okay.
warning residents that the infectious Omicron subvariant XBB-1.5 may be more likely to infect people who have already been vaccinated or infected with COVID-19.
So the
Now
only people they say are in pretty good shape is if you've never had it or never been vaccinated.
Well, I thought
what is that? 4 people?
I thought it was so
Is that 5
contagious
people?
that
All right, there's
everybody has
Sherry
had
and
it.
who else?
Hunter hasn't had it.
Lisa, Sherry, Hunter, Lisa.
Knock
Okay.
on wood, something.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Oh, wow.
Knock on your head.
So I don't get this. The department added that getting vaccinated against the virus, including receiving updated booster shots, remain the best way to protect yourself from hospitalization and death.
Now, somebody help me with that.
Including the new variants. Yeah, I don't know. Is it me or am I feel like I'm chasing my tail here in this?
Yes. How are we supposed to follow this?
Yeah.
Hey, if you
know,
get vaccinated and boosted, you're gonna have a better chance to catch this. But get vaccinated and boosted because that's your best shot. What? What if I just don't get it at all? What about that?
And I love the fact they keep saying that this new variant is even more transmissible.
all of them, yeah.
How can it be any more
can't be.
transmissible? If you go 300 miles and somebody coughs, you get it already. I
Right.
mean, good night. I mean, how in the world can it be any worse?
Yeah.
All right, Rick, here are a couple of other stories, too, dealing with this.
Good night.
CNN. Okay, not Fox News.
Okay.
Not Newsmax. This is CNN. Medical analyst and Washington Post columnist Leanne Wen, W-E-N, admitted in a column Friday that the medical community is overcounting the amount of COVID deaths and hospitalizations.
You remember when you weren't allowed to point to that? Remember that?
She said that she was providing her observations on the pandemic, masking, and other things. She does that for the Washington Post. She cited sources claiming that most patients diagnosed with COVID are actually in the hospital for something else.
Remember when we were saying that early on, and nobody would allow you to say it?
Oh, you get taken right off.
Yeah. And you thought to yourself, I'm not sure how the guy getting run over by the tractor, the fact that he tested positive.
Yeah.
I think the tractor probably killed him.
Probably.
Yeah. That's
But so they're admitting that, as the headline says, a little late for that. So they are admitting that they were running the numbers up by if someone had COVID and died of something else, they'd counted as
or
COVID.
if they were in the hospital, say, for knee surgery.
We've been hearing
and they
this.
had COVID, they became a COVID patient.
Right, yeah, right. In
But
the
you were
hospital.
there for knee surgery.
But deaths, too. They said they did deaths and hospitalizations.
Well, we know that. We
They
talked to
exaggerate.
doctors that,
Years ago, they've been saying.
that,
But you weren't allowed to say it.
that saw firsthand people who had car wrecks. They wrapped their truck around a pine tree.
Misinformation.
And they happened to test them for COVID, and they come back positive. Well, they died of COVID. Well, no, they died from a quick stop.
And why were those numbers exaggerated? And why were those numbers exaggerated? To move us toward those vaccines. And,
Money.
Yeah.
Money.
And how many quotes? There's so many that we could do 2 full shows of nothing but quotes of people saying the vaccine is the solution. Those of you that don't get it, you're the ones that keep this going. Because if everybody would just get vaccinated, this would all be over. And of course, that has been completely untrue.
Well, we have two other stories today on the same topic. The CDC and FDA says they're investigating possible link between Pfizer's COVID booster and strokes in seniors over age 65.
There we go.
But officials have no concerns at this time.
Well, they hadn't had concerns the entire time we've been in this when we start pointing to some of this.
Well, they're saying that they have received a safety signal, in
A
quotations.
A signal.
And have been identified and is investigating if the Pfizer vaccine creates an increased risk of stroke in people 65 and over. But they're saying there's no proof yet, but they're saying they had a signal.
A signal.
So they're investigating it.
So what you're saying is I see some smoke, but I'm not going to call fire just yet.
Right.
I just see smoke.
Y'all, Has science just left the building?
Yes, Bubba, because it got politicized. And now let me say something to everybody.
And here's the other problem, Rick. Science takes time. You
does.
can't have overnight studies
don't
of
like
double
that.
blind to have the answer for things, and people were not willing to wait. They were demanding out of their politicians that they do something, and they didn't know what to do. So that's all they could do.
And I will say, and I'm glad you said that because I think it ties into this side too. Now, let me tell all of you out there that want to blow the whistle on the vaccines, on some of the treatments, on some of the misinformation. Now, y'all going to have to get your act together, too, because I've caught a lot of y'all exaggerating, too. Don't become a version of what you're trying to bring light to.
Prevent.
You're throwing stuff up there on social media that is not what you're saying it is, and that's going to hurt your credibility.
Yeah.
So, like
You got
Bubba just said,
extremes on both
just
sides.
like science takes time, as you're seeing the things that you want people to know, they're slowly but surely coming out. And it's human nature. You want to rush it and find more really, really, intriguing examples of, see that right there? And you're starting to tie stuff to vaccine side effects that really aren't tied to it.
Yeah.
And so you're becoming a version of the very thing you're trying to combat. So get your act together. You got to have your facts right, too, and you don't exaggerate either.
Because you're getting what you talked about earlier when somebody would die of something else and, they had COVID, they died of it. Now you're getting people dying of stuff. Well, he got vaccinated. That's why.
That's right. And see, that's where you're going to mess up. Yeah. You're just becoming a version of the thing you're trying to shed light on. It's like we say in politics. If you're someone who's on the right, don't become the right version of the left.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're on the left, don't become the left version of the right.
Yeah.
Be distinct in the way you see the world and the very things you say about something that you're trying to point to. If you start doing the same things you're accusing them of doing, then no one knows what to believe.
Yeah, and we get it. You're mad about lockdowns and vaccine mandates. We get it,
and I agree with you.
We understand it. Yeah, agree with you on that. But it's like you said, be careful with that share button.
Yeah, when somebody falls down and passes out due to a dehydration, and you say they got the vaccine, that's what caused it. Well, see, now you're just doing what the others are doing.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, yes, we had misinformation. Yes, some of what we were told was not correct. Yes, there are risks that we were told weren't there. But again, don't exaggerate on that end either, because
let's get to the true science in this, and then you can make an informed decision.
Yeah, then you lose credibility. Nobody listens to when you start crying wolf either.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't understand why he can't just be quiet for a while. I think it would help him. I really do. And I'm not a super pro-Trump guy. I'm not an anti-Trump guy. I'm just like, why isn't he learning? Or maybe it's what he wants. I don't know.
Well, I heard somebody address that, Frank, and I think about my dad. When someone brought me to the realization that Trump is nearly as old as my dad, he goes, "You're not. Well, who's going to change a 70-something-year-old man?"
Yeah, and he just doesn't. He's got that point where he doesn't care anymore, right?
Right.
He's just like, I'm going to do what I want to do, and if I'm going to stand on a giant spike right now, I'm going to stand on the giant spike. Surface area does not affect me. I can stand on a pin, and I can do anything I want. I'm floating right now. I'm actually floating on a cloud and doing my hair in a circle.
Do you realize that he was on the show and we've had him on twice?
No, I have. I mean, I've done little bits with him in the past, and years and years ago, I found myself liking him when I was around him.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
It was an amazing thing to get that feeling. He's just I've never heard like lots of anything really good about him behind the scene. It's always like a deal that goes bad. But I don't know. I when I figured it out, when I met him, we're halfway through the sketch. He's like, "Is this good? Does this seem pretty good?" Let me set it up first. That's when Frank realized he didn't give you the whole scenario. This is what it is, guys. So it's back when I was at Fox. We're doing a sketch that was Trump for president or NFL commissioner or something like that. And we're halfway through the sketch. We're doing this at Trump Tower. Halfway through the sketch, Trump says, "Is this pretty good? I don't know. Does this seem good?" And everybody's like, everybody around the room, "Yes, Mr. Trump. Fantastic, Mr. Trump. Great, Mr. Trump." It's like, wait. Does anybody ever say something isn't good? And he goes, "No, Frank, and that's part of the problem. I can't get real answers."
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Our first time to talk to you today. All 10 lines are available, and you can reach us at 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess takes phone calls. This is not the time for you to call and talk to Greg. This is time for you to call and tell Greg what you want to talk about. Then we'll line you up here, and we'll begin to have some discussions. So while you're calling and lines are available, you can get in, and we'll start chatting with you one by one. LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. I know. I've seen it. I actually looked at some of it over the weekend, looking at the state of your retirement and then the state of your investments. Stock market last year dropped 24%. Anyway, but there are a lot of people that did not panic, and they're still smiling. They're just going to keep on smiling. And you know why? Because they own gold. And even with the experts talking about recession in the year ahead, you're not going to get the Biden administration to say that word, but the experts say the word is real. Gold prices right now remain shockingly low. So there's an opportunity here. One CNBC expert predicts it could go up 100%. But some experts say they think gold may hit $4,000 an ounce this year. So
I remember when it was 1,000.
That's right.
And
Kevin
it was a big
Demerit,
deal then.
Yeah, Kevin Demerit founded Lear Capital, by the way, and he agrees that during the recession of 2008, retirement accounts, that had some gold, that gold shot up to 50%. Now think about that. I think it may double this time, and it helped a lot of folks. So 25 years of experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, their risk-free, free wealth protection investor guide is available to you. Why don't you go ahead and get it and go to LearBubba.com or call 1-800-707-4575. You can also receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase if you use LearBubba.com. That's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. There is time for you to join us as all 10 lines are available. Randy is in Huntsville listening to us on 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, Bacons, how are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, have you had an opportunity to talk about or see the Scooby-Doo thing down that it's out?
I haven't. I saw a commercial. It's called Velma, right?
Yeah, well, I saw something on it. It is Velma is gay, obviously.
Sure.
Daphne is adopted Asian girl with 2 lesbian cop parents. Fred is an heir to a bunch of money because he's white and didn't earn it, but then turns to be an avenger for equal pay for women.
Can I tell you what's interesting about that, Randy? You actually have parlayed into a topic I was discussing with my aspiring filmmaker son, young Broderick. I said, even if you're going to say, I want to use my platform, which he clearly does to advance the kingdom of God, if you're going to use your platform for whatever agenda, certainly fine. I mean, people, you may have your own things you think are important. At least do it well. And I said, what I'm noticing is the Hollywood left, some of the stuff y'all are doing, like what Randy just laid out, see, that's silly. That's not realistic. That's not clever. I saw another movie over the weekend that really could be a pretty good movie, but their attempts to play to some of the wokeness was silly. It felt forced. The word I always used, you know what I mean, Bubba? And look, let me be clear. I've seen this in faith-based films before. Yeah. It's clunky. It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel well done. It feels almost silly because it's so obvious that you weren't sure how to do it and you kind of just forced it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so everybody can clap and go, yay! Mm-hmm. But it's not any good. It should be well done. It should be clever. If they want to take this, and I know this is some of those cartoons they make for adults on these channels, which, if you're watching cartoons as an adult, you gotta have to check yourself out a little bit. But it should at least be done well to where you go, because you and I have watched movies. I know we all have. That down deep in there and really well done was certainly an agenda by the screenplay writer or the director, but we still enjoyed the movie a lot because it was very entertaining. But what's happening now is they go, don't know how we work a transgender in right now, but we need one. Not sure how we talk about the plight of immigrants. We got to get that in here somewhere. And by the way, we need white people to be evil. And somebody says, well, you got any clever storyline? Some great dialogue that maybe we could do that? No, let's just work it in. And it just comes across as silly, stupid, and clunky. It's not even honoring of what you're trying to do. And I would say the same thing about faith-based things. I told him that. I said, look, we still should do what we do well, and we should do it in a way that earns the right to share the gospel. Well, y'all going to have to earn the right to try to indoctrinate us into what you think is wonderful. At least do a good job with it.
Well,
it's just silly. It's coming across as silly.
You remember the sitcoms of the 70s and 80s had a very liberal agenda behind them, but they did such a good job of comedy. You didn't know it. You did All in the Family was one. Jefferson's was one. MASH was one. All had big liberal agendas, but they did it with such clever comedy, nobody knew what was going on.
I'll say this, and I certainly don't agree with some of the things that they are promoting, a modern family, but Modern Family at least is well done.
Yeah, it's funny.
I mean, it's well written, it's funny, it's clever.
They make fun of everybody.
I don't agree with some of the things that they are, the way they would see the world, but I can honestly say what they do well. But now it's almost like nobody wants to take the time for that. Right. It's just clunky. It just feels like that what you just described, Randy, clunky, real clunky. Let's go to Arkansas. Jennifer is standing by. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So I want to give a shout out to my husband, John. It's his birthday today.
Hey.
And he happens to be hosting a man church conference in Pottsville on March 3rd.
That's right. You're talking about John Harris.
I am.
Well, let me tell you something. John is number one. He is, as you just said, no one is more of an ambassador for two things: the Rick and Bubba Show, okay, and themanchurch.com than John Harris. He goes out there. He wants to win every person over to the show, and he wants to win every church over to this. And we are going up to Pottsville, which is right outside Russellville. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, we're going up there in March, Andy Blanks and I, to do that conference for them. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And your husband's passion for the show and what we're doing with the Man Church, I mean, that's the guy you got to have on the field. So happy birthday to him, Jennifer. And for you as a wife, what are you seeing from the women of the church, the benefits of the men that are going through this?
It's amazing. I mean, leaders of their home.
Yeah.
They are becoming the men that God designed them to be. It's just really, really powerful.
Well, you're kind to say that, and happy birthday to your husband, and we think a lot of him. So that's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Every time I tell you that there's he's the one that's leading the Rick and Bubba mania in that part of Arkansas. I mean, he's all in.
You know what, John, he's good at too? Encouraging text.
Yeah. Oh, he is.
He's a good encouraging texter.
They go a long way.
Oh. Yeah. Todd in Mississippi. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, yes. I just want to make a shout out to my youth pastor, Landon Powell, and I have some advice for you on your glasses situation.
Okay.
So they make the things that clip onto your glasses where it's the sunglasses, and then you flip them up and it's the regular glasses.
If you don't wear those tomorrow,
can I just say this, Todd? If I do that, will it not be official at that point that I've given up? I mean,
do y'all remember when that came out and everybody was fired up about it?
Yeah.
Baseball players would wear them.
I remember, I won't say who these two people are, and we use it here now, but I remember the first time I ever heard it. We do it here too. And one friend said to the other friend, he walked in and he just looked disheveled. I mean, he looked almost like a homeless person.
Right.
Nothing would fit him anymore and all this kind of stuff. He kind of let himself go. And one buddy said to the other buddy, right in front of him, he goes, "Buddy, you just given up, haven't you?"
Oh, if you could have those on.
You're just done fighting it. I mean, all right, let's go.
I want you to leave it up. The clip on, you just leave them up while you're in here.
I thought the flip ups were about as cool as you could get for a while. When you're in the outfield, you need them.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah,
that's different. Sam in Kentucky. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, I was watching the CBS News this morning, and on the Chiron, I kid you not, it said Biden preaching a sermon on Sunday, and I'm like, no, he didn't have a Bible in his hand, and he had a speech in front of him on a teleprompter.
Wait, is this thing where he goes on Martin Luther King Jr. weekend and pretends he was a civil rights activist?
Yes, sir. And also, Lonnie, one of the characters in the Jesus Revolution, is the guy that plays Jesus, plays Lonnie Frisbee, the hippie pastor.
Correct. Yeah. I had somebody say that Jonathan Roumie was playing Greg Laurie, but it's not. It's the Frisbee guy.
Did you lose, Sam? I wanted to ask him a question. He said Chiron. He must be a TV guy.
That's
Very
right.
few people would know what that was.
That's true, because I don't know what it is. Let's go to Nick in Coleman. Nick, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, so me and a coworker was talking the other day, and I used to go to church, kind of got out of it, but I'm wondering, is Joel Osteen someone that can deliver a message well? He's suggesting him to get my faith back.
Are you? Is this a joke? Are you doing this? Are you trying to flip a switch with me? Is this who set you up? Who told you to call? Who told you to call? Is this one of my buddies told you to call the show? So,
This has got Garnett written all over.
Are you
careful here, Rick?
Nick, you're not serious, are you? Seriously, is this a joke?
No, I'm serious.
Okay,
me
well,
and him got to talking.
okay, no.
He just
Well,
said-
look, Nick, absolutely not. That is not the way to go. That is.
I think you said his name, Rick.
Yeah. I'm sure you said his name right, but Joel Osteen will make you feel pretty good about it, but he's going to lead you down some paths that you don't need to go down.
Right.
So no. First of all, you need to be back in your local church. You need to find, and this is key, a Bible-believing, Bible-preaching church. By the way, that's not a given anymore. And if you want me to help you with some suggestions, if you want to email me, rick@rickandbubba.com, I'll help you, okay?
Great.
All right, yeah, but that's a no on that. Okay, so thank you.
I still feel like there may be some comedy in that.
There's somebody messing with me.
I don't know. I'm not a part of it.
Right. Anytime, if you don't believe me, just go read all the various Babylon Bee headlines. They've got some great ones. They had my favorites, Joel Osteen frustrated when he keeps getting beat in Bible trivia.
All right.
Nice. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have a story. If you remember, and Greg was talking about it, and I remember this, I think there was even a movie made about this doctor, the fertility doctor that we came to discover had actually fathered a bunch of children that were his. Normally when people go in, either for the in vitro, where you take the current husband and the current wife, or if that doesn't work, if it's an issue with the husband, you go and you can go to a bank and you can go there. Well, it's supposed to be doctors overseeing this.
That bank doesn't have a drive-through, does it?
It does not.
Okay,
It may
I just
now.
wanna be sure.
It may now. It may now. But now it has happened again. We have a woman who, via Ancestry.com, went to try to look at her family tree, only to discover that her biological father was actually her parents' fertility doctor. He just decided, I guess, that I've heard of cutting out the middleman, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, this is you hear about things all these places of business say, look, we're direct.
Right.
Yeah,
We're
right.
factory direct.
Yeah.
We cut out the middleman.
We cut out the
Save
middleman.
here.
And I don't think you want that kind of business plan in your fertility doctor.
No, and the family, unfortunately, was charged for a middleman.
I'm sure they were.
The doctor didn't use one.
Well,
I guess he wanted to lower his overhead. I'm not sure.
The
But
mom got pregnant, so that's what they were paying for.
Well, yeah, but they also were specific.
Probably as a doctor that falls under unethical.
No, I'm saying there's some unethical things there, but at least they got what they were looking for.
Well, yeah, but how about this? Well, I don't want to get too detailed, but
I mean, sometimes you buy a car and you pay the money and the car doesn't run. I mean, they got what they bought, but I mean, it was a little unethical the way it got there.
Well, this would almost be like though you went and thought you bought a car, only discovered that wasn't the car you bought.
It'd be like I bought a BMW, but I got a Ford.
Right.
Okay. I mean,
I mean, what if the doctors are good?
Well, the Ford hadn't been working.
But that's what I'm trying to figure. There's two different things. There's the in vitro, which you're trying to keep the
I got
biological.
you. I know what you're talking about.
But in this case, it may not be that. Because and really, if it's in the case where you just went to the bank where it's a, whatever.
Look, you're rolling the dice when you go to the bank anyway. You don't know what you're getting.
Yeah. But they're calling this malpractice, so they kind of frown on this in the medical field.
Yeah,
there needs to be a level of insulation there. I got you.
Right.
And we all know this isn't the only one.
Oh,
now
no.
in the lawsuit, they claim that Dr. Mortimer, that's his name, that what he told them would happen would be, I'm trying to dance around this, 85% would be from Mr. Fowler, the father, and then 15% would be from a donor.
Oh, yeah. Correct.
To kind of, but they said that that wasn't true.
You did really good there, bud.
That was good. It was all Dr. Mortimer.
It was
according to the lawsuit, they're going, that wasn't even true. There was no 85-15 mix. So it was Dr. Mortimer and Dr. Mortimer only.
Well, yeah, because I didn't know about this. Y'all in the medical field may know this. Infertility, I guess they're trying to bring in some jump start. Okay. And they're saying, all right, we got 85% you, but we're gonna throw a little extra in there to see if we can't get this crowd fired up. And to get the job done.
Dr. Mortimer said, "What's wrong with me?"
And Mortimer said, "You know what? What about 100% of me?" Boy,
and how they know that, I don't know, but that's part of the lawsuit.
Yeah. So when they
boy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We just survived. We just survived Greg, guys. We should say right now.
I had no idea.
Good night. Thank y'all for being here.
I mean, I understand the different procedures, but I didn't know that when they went to this one that they used a mixed.
I didn't either. I've never heard of the cocktail.
And who came up with the martini on that?
Greg.
I never heard of that. And
So
who came up with
85-15?
I mean,
so that's what you went with.
Yeah. That's on both of y'all.
Well.
That I don't know who.
I mean, shaken not stirred. You know.
Oh, okay. Is it the
what? Heard of a dirty martini, but that's
Greg.
Yeah, see, Bubba, this is.
We're just trying to figure this out.
If Greg's last statement could have been the start of the bed.
I know. That old flannel shirt got
I'm going back to watching the Masters. Y'all do whatever you want to.
Well, but basically they said here's the ancestry deal.
You need to go home.
They got to looking at the list of the names. That's how they busted him. They just saw his last name popped up on some of these ancestors, and they said we need to look a little closer at this.
What's Mortimer doing in here?
I appreciate you trying to bring us back, Bubba.
I was trying to save
Greg, I'll go to Ancestry.com. What's Mortimer doing?
Wait a minute. There's some Mortimers in this tree.
What's this Mortimer brand? Wasn't that the name of Mom and Dad's doctor?
I think it was. Let's look.
That doggone Mortimer. I mean, it's bad. Don't misunderstand me, but I mean, it's.
It looks like my dad.
Do you think he had the procedure?
That's what you said.
You think it was one of those deals? He had the procedure ready to do it, and all of a sudden he goes, God, I forgot to get that donor. Well, I ain't gonna. I got everything set up.
I'm being quiet now.
You know?
Well, I think
could have been that. He made.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
It's 8 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So our next segment we've entitled it "Drummers Don't Cry." So our very own Chris Eddie Van Adler, of course, his dad Michael Adler and his wife and his mother and Michael's wife Linda, they have been, I guess they have been. They were with the group Supergroup Truth. They have been. How long has your dad been a worship pastor total? I mean, it has been 30. Probably more than that. I mean, it's,
40 years. He's in the 40s for sure. It's been my entire life, and I'm 37. When Luke was being born, my brother, who's 2 years older than me,
right?
My dad was actually leading worship in a church on a Sunday morning. Got the word and ran down the aisle and just left in the middle of the service.
Wow!
With this robe like flying behind. This is back when everybody wore robes.
Yeah.
And so my dad's been doing
like a cape,
like a cape. Yeah. He just ran out. Somebody was like, "Hey, it's happening," and he just left in the middle of the service. And so I mean, my dad has been at it our entire lives.
Wow.
He is. And I there certainly there's others, but he is one of the best I have ever seen and been around. I've been around a lot. He's also mentored a lot that are trying to follow in his footsteps. He does a great job of going around helping other. As far as putting together worship and combining the classic hymns with the modern hymns and the way it's presented and the way it's done, and of course the audience is familiar with him because they've been on the show so many times. I don't think there's anybody better than your dad at what he does. And so
There's no better hair out there.
No,
for sure.
no, that's not even. No one can even throw one stone at that.
Yeah.
And if you did, it'd bounce off his head. But I know you and I had you had gotten the word and you'd let me in on it, and then your dad had actually told us because Sherry and I are also dear friends with Michael and Linda Adler and loved them so much, and so as a matter of fact, they were the first couple to get to Sherry, 15 years ago this week. We've been together through a lot of stuff, good, bad, everything. But so he let us know that he was going to announce his retirement Sunday.
Yes.
And you told me you would be playing the drums, and I looked at you and I said, "Drummers don't cry." And so how did that go?
So yes, my dad has been the music pastor at Shays Mountain Baptist Church for 22 years. Wow. I was a freshman in high school when we moved. My older brother, was a junior, and Jake and Brady were like 3 and 4.
Wow.
Brady is finishing up his master's at Southern Seminary. Jake is a worship leader in Des Moines, Iowa. I am who I am, and Luke is who he is.
Right.
Too.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Better known as the 2 disappointments.
All right. We call that the practice round, and then you had the real deal, good round there. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. But so it was wild. Luckily, I knew it was coming, so I had a little bit of time to I've actually played a couple times with my dad since I knew the date. 18 months ago, Pastor Danny. He retired. He was the pastor before,
right?
With my dad for all those years. He hired my dad, and Pastor Danny Wood retired 18 months ago. And my parents my dad and my mom had been kind of talking in that time period, but they knew that since Pastor Danny was leaving, they needed to stand kind of in the gap. So they actually kind of extended what they were planning on doing. So they stuck around for 18 more months, and my dad feels like it is now time to go ahead and move on. But, man, it was rough city after a couple of the because we had 2 services yesterday, so my dad had to announce it at the end of both services.
Oh, my.
And after a couple of the services, a couple people came up to him crying and stuff.
Oh my!
But
drummers
so
don't.
Sweet.
Drummers do not cry.
Which is so sweet.
Did you cry?
know? I did not cry.
Did you play with emotion?
I did. I played with a whole lot of emotion.
How about when we had him in studio here? I had no idea it was going to be his last.
I know that's true. Think about that.
Well, I mean, he could still come. You guys don't. I mean, he doesn't have to retire from that. He'll still play music.
Which setup on the kit took the most pounding with your emotion? The floor tom, the snare.
I broke 2 sticks during practice.
Okay.
Oh, during the
was it heel toe?
Right.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I bet it was emotional though.
It was emotional. This is the song "Build My Life." If you guys want to hear that, that's from this Sunday.
You're not gonna make us cry.
Yeah, I will cry too.
When your dad literally has built his life around ministry, it was a tough one to. So yeah.
Oh no! Don't. Oh,
I know.
Don't do this.
There he is. There's my dad. Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Why are you doing this? They don't cry, Adler.
That's our boy right there.
They do not cry.
Oh, there he is.
Drummers don't cry, Adler. Wow. That's in that
Drummers don't cry.
Right.
Drummers don't cry.
I bet it was super emotional, but I bet the appreciation that poured out on him yesterday, and he's going to stay and wrap it up. March 5th? Is that right?
Yes. So we've got a couple months. I got a couple more sessions to rock and roll, play with my dad, and every single time I get to do it, it's an honor. And knowing that this was going to come to an end, sometimes you appreciate something even more.
Yeah.
And so it's just a legacy of faith and serving God that I'm just so happy to have been able to witness.
Amen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just, thought, hey, I don't want to put this off. I forgot to get the donor.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
You're
What's wrong?
short-handed for the
Hey,
day.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah.
Well, the problem is they thought.
I mean, I'm a doctor. I'm smart. Good
Yeah.
genetics.
Everybody's gone for the day.
Yeah. The kid might be smart.
Thanks, Greg. But the problem is, it's not what the people paid for.
And again, Rick, as a practicing doctor, it probably falls under a lot of violations.
Yeah, a whole lot.
Yeah.
So, but when they go
the word
through,
malpractice,
when
is
they
a
go
story.
through
Yeah,
and
it
they're
is.
trying to decide on a donor, do they
characteristics? They do.
They
do.
go
get
by,
a list.
They go by this. Well, I don't. Well, this
Genetics.
is really
Can
hard
I-
to work through here.
No, I'll tell you exactly. Let me give
So
you.
we want a guy with that's
certain race,
color hair,
color hair,
eyes.
color hair.
It's like getting a hunting dog.
Yeah.
Hey, it is. It's exactly the same
No, it's
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah. Or these deer we see done the same way.
Yeah.
Yes, the exact same thing.
You know, first thing you ask when you guys tell me about the mom and dad of this hunting dog.
Yeah.
You go, what are you looking for? You want one a little bigger? You want smaller?
You want a jump dog?
You
or
want a jump dog? You want one that's got a cold nose, hot nose? What do you want?
Didn't we?
You want
one with a mouth on it?
You want a saddleback beagle? You want one that's got a little more color?
Yeah.
I think didn't we have
Nothing prettier than a beagle puppy, by the way.
Oh, they
Didn't we do a story on one of these went bad? They picked a race and they got mixed up. It was the wrong race. Kid was born. They say, hey, now.
Yeah, but then
yeah, we've heard of that before.
Well, then you immediately have to go silver line. You go, at least now he won't be a lineman. He may be a good running back.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to go immediately.
You got to look for the positive.
Right.
Did you talk about Dr. Mortimer crying?
I did not.
Okay.
Did he cry?
This might have told the family a little something. The lawsuit also states that Mortimer cried when the mother informed him they were moving from Idaho to Washington State.
Most doctors don't cry for losing a paycheck.
The family believes he knew he was the biological father.
He
all
knew.
along.
Of course he knew. What about this? You come home, Greg. You come home. You know, something weird happened. I went to get our medical papers at Dr. Mortimer's, and he started crying.
Can I tell you now I realize when we'd be at our daughter's dance recitals, Mortimer was always there.
Yeah, Dr. Mortimer really loves his family.
Really likes to watch his kid perform.
That explains all these updates he keeps asking about. And I noticed in his office there were 17 pictures of our daughter. And one of them was on his desk facing him. Okay.
Boy, Mom should have had to go to the doctor a lot.
Okay.
Sorry, I
All
didn't.
right.
I
Back
shouldn't have went
into it.
there.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's
Good
a
night.
legitimate question after all this.
Yeah.
Wow,
You got to watch
start
our
messing with all this. You knew something was going to get loose.
Let me tell you
there.
this, and Greg Burgess said it first, and he's 100% right because we've seen it in the past. I promise you, this kid is not the only one.
No,
They're gonna investigate now and find about 30 of them. out there.
Exactly. If you're a fertility doctor that thinks you can put out your genetics all over the place, and you've done it once, you've done it more than once. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A couple of stories earlier that we haven't got.
Not everybody gets to do that. Call upon the Lord and know that He inclines His ear to us and He listens. Hey, would you be
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, or as we like to call it, Rick and Bubba.
All right, alert, alert. I'm going to do that thing that we do sometimes. It's going to spawn phone calls and emails of people getting us the answers, which is fine. And but you know, at some point when we've kind of covered it, you know, you can continue to email if you want to, but we probably won't just go on and on and on. Mm-hmm. Probably once the first caller or two gets the answer, that's probably it. Okay, so we had a caller call the show the other day and asked, are there any filters out there that you can watch a movie or a show that will take out the yuck fest? And at the time, I was like, yeah, there's something, but this person was asking about streaming. And I was like, but I'm not sure how it works. Well, of course, that led to a lot of emails that were introducing me to something called Angel Vid.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how that works, but here's my question, because somebody was telling me, you know, that it goes in and you set the parameters. You know, I don't want this, I don't want that. So it got me thinking. I understand that part, and they told me where to go get it. But here's my question, okay? Because there's some show, like for instance, the joke that they made. I told y'all about Dutton's daughter and Paramount and the Paramount show Yellowstone. I can't watch it because she's so nasty. Well,
of course, she was the mom in Heaven is for Real, and that always weirds me out when I hear that.
But what I'm saying is,
it's called acting. We got to figure out which one's really her.
Yeah. Right. So then I go to say I get the filter. Does she vanish from the show?
Yeah.
I mean, would she like?
You
never hear her talk, Rick.
You've eliminated 3/4 of the episode.
Yeah, Vid Angel.
I think it mutes.
Yeah.
Doesn't it just mute?
Does it mute? So Vid Angel, like if I'm watching it. And, of course, I think there'll have to be some conviction come in. Rick, if Vid Angel has removed the whole movie, you probably shouldn't have been watching it. But what I'm saying is, or the whole show, what I'm wondering is, like, does that stuff, like, this is what I would hope it would do. Because we all know this. We say this all the time, you know, is that, you know, I don't need to know what went on there. I see them that they've made the decision they're going to be together. They've gone into a door, into a place.
Charlie Rich is playing in the background.
Right. Cut to the next scene. We know what happened. Yeah. You don't at that point have to show us soft porn.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We know. So would I see that and then that scene would go away?
That's a good question.
And what actually is the experience like when you're rolling through the movie and the show?
Yeah. And I've heard about this
Vid Angel
before, but I'm not familiar with the hardware. How does it actually interface
That's
with
another
what I've
thing.
got? If I'm watching it on my TV, you know, I'm streaming, I'm getting satellite, I'm getting cable, whatever. How does it plug in, and how does it, you know, get upstream from what I'm seeing?
That's my second question. I agree with you. So I understand what you can do with it. That I got. I don't know what the experience of watching something with that on, when it takes it away, is it a mute or is it gone? Your question. And what kind of hardware are we talking about? I was told you could get it off Amazon, but what then? I don't know how that all works. Because I started looking at that. If it works smoothly, this is the answer. Because so many times you're like, you know what, 3/4 of this movie is great, but if that 125% wasn't in here, or, you know, how I could have done without that. The movie is actually pretty good. That was so unnecessary. That's another version of clunkiness that kind of gets embarrassing. But I started laughing, Greg, talking about would that character completely just be gone out of the show?
In this case, you may be right.
So here's Mike in Florida. Now, remember, once we get the information, you know, then we've got it. But I just wanted to make you aware of that. So Mike, walk us through. Do you use this?
I do. I purchased this subscription a few months ago, and I really like it because I'm very. It's about $9 a month. I am, very sensitive myself to, a lot of yuck and a lot of profanity. So it's been really transformative for me because now it's allowed me to kind of go and watch some movies without hearing all of that.
Yeah.
So like you said, you basically go in, set your filters, and not only with profanity, But you can do it with other content. You can, for instance, you can say, hey, I don't want to see scenes where people are doing, obscene gestures like flipping the bird. And
Understood.
just skip that.
Yeah.
As far as like sex scenes, for instance, you can basically set your limit. Okay, am I okay with having, men and women, kiss passionately? Okay, we'll leave that in. But if it goes beyond that,
so it's that detailed.
Wow.
It's that detailed.
Oh, it's very detailed.
Oh, wow.
Very detailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it.
So-
I think it's paid for itself. Yeah.
So how does the hardware actually interface? in? How do you put it in line?
we go get the subscription. Then what do we do?
Yeah, so basically what happens is, so they work with pretty much it doesn't work with broadcast TV, at least from what I can gather. It doesn't work with broadcast. It works pretty much for streaming, but I mean, pretty much everybody streams now. So like you basically input all your information from, your login information from Netflix, from Amazon, from Hulu, from YouTube TV, et cetera, et cetera. And so basically what it does, and I should say this, it doesn't do it with every show. It only does it for shows that are in VidAngel's library.
That they agree to. Okay.
Exactly, right. So
that's an important note.
Yeah, good info.
Yeah. Yeah, for instance, like, we watch a lot of Netflix. Well, not every Netflix movie have they been able to process. I guess like on the back end, because I'm a techie, I guess it takes them a while to get these movies that they want to feature and go, okay, our software is going to, you know what I mean? So
I got you.
Like, they've got a lot of movies, but not every single one of them, if that makes sense.
It does. All right, so now I would log in that information on the streaming service, and everybody that's in their library, that would begin. So when it begins, is it muted? Is it completely gone? Do you ever lose a storyline?
I've never missed enough of the storyline to where I couldn't, still follow the story.
Yeah.
Now, as far as like profanity, you have an option. You can it'll mute it completely, or you can have it where it'll mute it and then still display it on the closed captioning, which to me doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Right.
But you're talking about it's a mute factor. I don't lose this scene on the screen, right? I still see the person.
No, not unless you filtered it for, say, like I said, if you don't want to see
nudity,
sex scenes, yes, it will cut that out.
Nudity, it's gone. It's completely off the screen.
Right.
Okay. Of course, if not, it wouldn't be worth much. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, but the profanity is a mute. Profanity is a mute. Anything visually that would bother you would be gone.
Correct. Yeah, and it may even be a thing, because I think I remember one of the last movies I watched. I don't even know if there was a sex scene per se, but like it showed them kind of like you were talking earlier before I called. Walking into the room, it shows them kind of like starting the process. And then that part just kind of skips ahead to when they've got the clothes back on. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, no, that's exactly what I think we all would go. We don't need that. I mean,
does Charlie Rich play in the background?
Yeah. When we get behind closed doors.
No, I think it's more like Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on.
Right. So Mike, but let me ask you this: so when you watch these movies, is it true? Like I said a minute ago, and look, here's the deal: Can you at some point go, well, so much of the movie is gone, I probably should have never attempted this? This is really is designed for movies that has stuff that you're like, that's just that. It doesn't take away from the storyline, but it certainly was added for no other reason than for things that we, are unnecessary.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
One of the movies I've been wanting to watch for a while, was Top Gun Maverick, which, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, right, doesn't really have, even if you don't have any filters at all, there's not a whole lot of language or anything really bad. But, it's still got some S words and stuff like that here and there. Well, I filtered those out. It made it a much more enjoyable experience. Like when they had their little makeout scene and that, it kind of, helped soften that a little bit. So again, for someone who's very sensitive to stuff like that, and honestly, for most of my adult life, people go, "Hey, have you seen this movie?" Nope, sure haven't. What's it rated? R? No, probably haven't seen it.
Yeah.
As someone who's very sensitive to stuff like that, it's been really beneficial for me.
Well, totally transparent. The sad thing is, I don't think I'm sensitive to it, but I've discovered the Holy Spirit is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's where that discomfort it seems to be growing and growing. The more my sanctification and maturation continues. So yeah, I that you've been very helpful. Thank you. That's kind of. I didn't know what the experience would be like. Like, I guess if you tried to go for a Scarface, you would just never hear any dialogue whatsoever.
Right. It's kind of like the way I kind of like the analogy I make. It's kind of like trying to listen to a Snoop Dogg song that's edited. You know, all you hear is beats.
Yeah, right. I got you. Hey, Mike, thanks. That was very helpful. And so that's kind of what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So you log it into whatever you're watching. You can't do anything about broadcast television. And also the movie has to be in their library, and most are, but not all. And it mutes language and it removes anything that visually would bother you. That's helpful. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you know, we have all these weird attacks now, and that now authorities at the University of California, Berkeley, are searching for a man who attacked a female employee with a chemical inside a bathroom on the school's campus. The police issued a campus-wide alert yesterday, to inform students and faculty of a male suspect, according to the TV station there. They've searched the area, but they could not locate the suspect. Here we go again. We can't find somebody.
Here's the thing. He encountered a female employee in the Wheeler Hall bathroom at approximately 1:35 a.m. He was told to leave because the building was closed. Now, at Berkeley, the first thing I thought of, and this is a terrible thing, though, I mean, if he was male, he was in the female bathroom, maybe he thought he was female, and that was his normal place to go.
At Berkeley, who are they to judge?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But
the suspect followed the woman as she exited the restroom and assaulted her with, it says, a caustic chemical thought to be ammonia. The woman suffered chemical burns, was taken to the hospital by Berkeley firefighters. The suspect fled. No, very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
So I bet some of that poopery that they have in the bathroom.
Greg, I don't think it was. It was
you don't never know.
Boy, Adler loves
but
that
that's strange. That's the whole story is very strange.
Yeah. I don't know who
is the female employee at 1:35 in there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe it's
she wasn't on the job. I guess, right?
No, I guess they say Wheeler.
She was doing the 24-hour challenge.
Wheeler Hall, but it says she's an employee, but maybe she's a student as well. Maybe she stays there. And
we really don't know.
It
doesn't give us enough detail. Did she just get up and need to go to the bathroom? She coming in? Did somebody follow her?
There he was. I got ammonia. I'm going to get you.
Got you.
What's
boom.
up with that?
Yeah,
ammonia attack. I'm out.
Also, red flag. Most of these people that we find that turn out they can't live well with human beings, a lot of them show signs that they got real problems. Some of your serial killers. And usually involves torturing animals. If you ever see anybody torturing animals, look out. We've seen this in the past with some of our serial killers. There's a man in northern Florida arrested yesterday, charged with animal cruelty after he allegedly put live animals in a trash compactor. He would just take them and put them in the trash compactor and
cage and all,
and then turn it on. If you're looking
like a big trash compactor,
must have been a big one. Must have been a big one. It says the animals, Bubba, included a guinea pig, 4 birds, and 2 rabbits. 2 rabbits and a bird were saved, but for those of you that were pulling for the guinea pig,
didn't make it.
Bad news.
And 3 other birds, they did not survive. So
speaking of animals in trouble, did you see Von Miller, the Denver Bronco? He's in trouble.
What'd he do?
Well, he posted pictures online of him and a hammerhead shark that he had caught. Problem is, the hammerhead shark, apparently it's illegal to catch them.
Really?
And the game and fish people are wanting to ask a few questions.
Did he mean to catch it? I mean,
I don't know.
He's posing for a picture.
He's posing for a picture on a boat with it, and they're like, well, wait a minute now, Vaughn. We know you get quarterbacks that way, but hammerheads are protected.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's in the boat with not looking good for the hammerhead. Well, this is where you got to know the rules. You know what I mean? Before you throw a hook in.
No, they said he caught it and released it, which was recorded and posted by TMZ.
Right. But are they saying once you get it on, you got to cut it loose? You can't bring it in the boat like that?
I guess, or pose with it, or whatever was going on.
Well, I mean, if it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. See, now they got that deal.
It says it's against the law in Florida to catch many species of sharks.
Well, what I'm saying is, how do you
can't help if you catch it.
How can you keep from catching it?
Yeah.
I guess what they're
well,
saying.
I guess when you realize it's a hammerhead, you're
loose.
supposed to cut it loose.
Yeah. Vaughn's got it turned upside down.
Yeah, he's
like he's fitting to power bomb it.
Yeah.
He's
having a good time.
He's really having a good time, not knowing that he's going to have to pay a huge
Look.
fine. But now we're all helping bring
Well,
it
we
in.
got a team tug of war.
Well, how about this? The guys on the boat should know. Vaughn, let's cut him some slack. He's a football player.
Well,
the
this
guys who
said
take
it
you
was-
out should know. Whether
This
you
is
should.
back to shooting that line you weren't supposed to shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, the person who called it.
9.5 foot long hammerhead. Boy, hammerheads are just—they're really.
That's an odd looking
They're really
creature.
alien looking, aren't they?
I know. If you've seen them, there'll be just like 50 of them in a group. They'll show the shot from under them.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere.
Spooky.
Well, you go back to this other guy that was putting them in the trash compactor. Can you imagine how much he's going to be hated? I mean, when you look at things, I mean, it's one thing if somebody said, "Hey, he was trying to throw a rat in the trash
Right,
compactor."
right.
He's throwing a guinea pig that's beloved, 4 birds, and 2 rabbits. Minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big updates. The Man Church Conference did sell out, so that is sold out. We'll see all of you that are coming February 24th and 25th from all over the country. It's going to be an incredible weekend, and we are starting the planning process of that, laying it out. Our theme will be transformed. We'll tell you more about that. If you didn't get a ticket, we hate that, but as we get closer to it, there'll always be those men that step out and say, I got tickets and now I can't use them, and maybe you can find some of them and get some if you didn't get any. But it is sold out. But themanchurch.com, we're doing one conference, our first ever conference, but we do have Man Church services. These are gatherings of men for services at churches that are doing our discipleship strategy, and you do have an opportunity to go see some of the guys there. So coming up this Thursday, January the 19th, Andrew Varvutis, First Baptist Opelika. He will be there. They've been doing the entire strategy. This is their 4th year, and this is their next Man Church service. Andrew Varvutis, your teacher, and go see Andrew if you're in and around that area or you're part of that church. On the 28th, a couple of opportunities. Crestview, Florida. Jordy Henson at First Baptist Church as they continue through the strategy. Go see Jordy if you never heard him. Great Bible teacher. Also on the 28th, I'll be at First Baptist Church, Jackson, Alabama via video. Got a great email last night about the kickoff video. They used it at another location and got an update from the pastor on how that went. We do offer that. If you have a hard time booking somebody, your budget is not all that big, and you still want to do a good kickoff, we have a video message that works great. First Baptist Church, Jackson, Alabama will be doing that on January the 28th. And then I'll be live in the room at First Baptist Tuscaloosa on February the 5th. And there's others that you can find by going to themanchurch.com. Just click on events. But the conference is sold out. Also, we've got the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today at the participating Alabama locations of Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% of all food sales goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund today. So go out, enjoy great food, and thanks ahead of time for the impact that will have. All right, so Bubba, you ready for Biden Garage Gate?
Rick, over the weekend we just keep finding more and more classified documents. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's beginning to look a little strange now. Like somebody's out to get him, and I really think it's the Democrats.
I do too. I'm now agreeing.
It's just the way it's trickling out, so it can't get out of the news is really amazing.
Well, and also don't look at this.
Where's the FBI raid?
I was talking with someone before. If you really look at this, don't miss the Democratic strategy here if it's them doing it, and I'm starting to think it is because it keeps getting worse and worse for Biden. But look at this. It's actually a double play. So they get Biden out because he's not a viable candidate going forward.
And they get to prosecute Trump.
Bingo. Right. Yeah, that's what I was getting to. And
they have decided they can get rid of both, and they're all right with that because they don't like their guy.
They now say we got Biden, so if we got Biden, we have to get Trump for the same thing.
Right.
And it's
you could sell me on that conspiracy, by the way.
Yeah, and the right falls into the trap by running in saying y'all are being hypocrites by not treating him the way you're treating Trump, and they're going to turn around and catch you in the trap and say, okay, we'll treat them both the same. They're both out.
Yeah.
So, and that because they don't want Biden anyway. So I'm starting to think that's the play. Could be wrong, but like you said, sure does make a lot of sense.
So let's just play crazy scenarios, okay? And we're talking crazy here. Yeah. Both of them are out. You have DeSantis versus Davis. Isn't that his name from California? What's the governor's name? Newsom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Davis was the old guy. Newsom.
Yeah.
Newsom and DeSantis. That's a much more appealing matchup, I would think, for both sides.
Right.
Don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it makes all the sense in the world. I'm not saying that I've been given some information, but I can watch this and go, that's logical.
Yeah. It just seems strange at this point. I mean.
Yeah. So Ducey.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. More documents.
Oh yeah. So
how did these end up in your toolbox?
And then when you think about the double play, it really makes a lot of sense. So Peter Ducey is going to grill Jean-Pierre on what is now being named Garage Gate. And he wants to know, is there any kind of log that would tell us who visits there? Because these documents would be in full view of these people. So here's the interaction.
Thank you, Corinne. Another one on GarageGate. What is the White House trying to hide?
Nothing.
Someone gave the president a statement to read on Tuesday that was incomplete at best, misleading at worst. Who?
So I have read out the president's statement. I have read it out yesterday and what he said. He said that he respects or he takes classified information and documents very seriously. That's what he said. He said that he did not know that the records were there. He does not know what's in them. He said that. You heard from him directly on this. And his team has been cooperating fully. And not only that, again, I'll say this, the Attorney General said this himself, that he heard from the team shortly after. So we have laid out what has occurred here. You've heard from the White House counsel. I just read the statement from his lawyer. And again, we take this very seriously, and the president does as well.
When will the White House release a log of visitors to the Wilmington House?
Peter, you've asked this question, or your colleagues have asked this question before. Let's not forget what we did here in this White House. We instituted something that the last administration got rid of, which is putting out the White House, making sure that there was a White House log, extensive White House log, so the American people got to see.
House where there is potentially unsecured, classified material.
Again, I am telling you, we did something that the last administration got rid of, which is instituting the White House log.
Don't care about the White House.
Did you ask the last administration why they got rid of the White House logs? Okay, let's go. Well, did Fox did? Go ahead.
We have the records from the Delaware residents.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was calling the gentleman who wanted to ask a question that was not related to this. Go ahead.
I know I'm a little behind the news cycle here, but I want to go back to yesterday's
and he goes into some data thing, data security. Okay.
All right,
measure.
so we got to.
That's so good.
We got to break and we got to come back, but we do have another reporter that is going to take issue with her saying they've been transparent, and you'll have that. And then we get into Biden's, I'm so sorry, when he goes out and tries to present himself as a civil rights activist. We've got that coming up, too, since it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So we'll hit those as our Biden update continues. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the show is done as well. Everything you need to know about the Rick and Bubba Show can be found at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. I mean,
where did he get them? Were they all his pets?
How about this?
I read the story.
He was he the opposite of Snow White?
He was going to be fined like $800 for having them. Wherever he lived, you weren't supposed to have pets or something. So that was his way of getting rid of them. If I read the story correctly.
We beat that.
Yeah. Just let them loose.
Greg.
Why not?
Well, yeah, there's no dangerous animal.
Rabbit.
We don't know what kind of bird it is.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think that's the case. I think that's why he did it. I mean, that's a weird way to get rid of them. But
well, that's not the way. I mean,
there's other
alternatives. Well, here's one. What about take it to a pet store and say, I'm not allowed to have these.
Here, just take it. Get a good home for it.
Yeah, I don't think the trash compactor And look at his eyes. You can look in his eyes and tell him.
Yeah, he's crazy.
He's not right.
Yeah.
Anybody who's planned to get rid of a pet that the authorities said you can't have is to throw it in a trash compactor.
Probably.
With the cage and all. You know what I mean?
He didn't want the cage. He's done with
He's kind of shortcutting
I'm
the
done with these
situation.
pets.
Right. That's. Did you know that? What country is it that guinea pigs are like a delicacy? And they eat them all the time.
Didn't we?
It's Peru.
Is it Peru?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, and it's not even like
Nicaragua.
They got it right there on the menu.
Oh no, they have big
Iguana
farms.
in Nicaragua, by the way. Huh?
Really?
I want to say it's Peru.
Yeah, guinea pig is big. And I mean, they have them right there.
Yeah.
You know how you
I
go
wonder
in?
what they taste like.
Somebody told me it's like when you go into a lobster tank and you see a lobster.
Oh, you pick
walk
'em
in,
out?
You walk in, there's guinea pigs in the cage.
Really?
I'm just making it up. But I mean, it's
I think it's a Peruvian. Was it delicacies? What they call it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal.
I think
to
they
get
like
guinea
have
pig.
farms that they grow them.
Yeah, like raise them. What are
Greg,
you?
I know,
I'm a guinea pig
you.
farmer.
You think I'm crazy that I know this. I actually went on a mission
all the
trip to
things you
Peru.
wait,
Here it
doubt-
goes. It always goes back
Well,
to that Peruvian mission trip.
well,
When you
If
doubt
you go
me,
to-
Greg, and
hey,
you're going to let that go
hey,
without
listen.
a contest at least?
Listen, here's the deal. When you go on a mission trip to Peru,
You eat some guinea pig?
if there's a delicacy, they're going to tell you about it, and they're going to tell you, hey, if you're going to be there now, go ahead and have the guinea pig.
Yeah.
Now I couldn't bring myself to do it while I was there.
I'd do it.
I did see a farm where they were growing.
Is that white meat or dark meat? Do you know?
Good question.
I don't know. That is.
It does say guinea pigs are a popular Peruvian delicacy.
There you
There
go.
it is.
White meat.
Peruvian update.
White meat or dark meat?
I bet
I
it's
saw
dark.
a farm in Cusco.
I bet it's dark. Birds would be more white, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they be more the white meat?
According
side?
what kind of bird it is.
Well, not a crow, I guess.
Because a lot of times tame rabbits will be white meat, but wild rabbits will be dark.
I saw, you know how you have chicken houses? Where I used to work in Clay County, they had rabbit houses. They raised them for food.
Rabbits
That's
good.
kind of the way this works.
Listen,
Why
I've eat a lot of rabbit.
Well, if you eat a rabbit, what, is a guinea pig a stretch? Not really.
No.
Look, when we
I don't
used
wanna
to
eat a
do
rabbit.
mystery meat,
I have.
it
but I
pretty
don't wanna
much
do it
was
again.
all the same to me. That wasn't a
Oh,
big
wow. I
difference.
found a related link from pets to plates. Oh, this is, man, this is good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you want to see a picture that might? I don't know why.
No, I
people
don't want to
do
see.
this.
No, I don't want to see pictures.
No, just hang on. I'm gonna show you
I
something.
don't
real
like
quick.
seeing pictures of people's
Okay.
ailments.
All right. But no, I wasn't going to show you.
You know me. I don't even go to the hospital unless you're a really close family.
Right. I need to get though, and I haven't because it takes a little bit of time to out of the sun. I mean, you can't have any sun. I think it's called the PDT treatment. And
Are you sure? I think that's a different.
It's like a chemical pill, isn't it?
It's a procedure.
Oh yeah, you did.
And
that.
you get under this light,
Oh, yeah.
and it basically takes care of all the little skin cancers that are on your face, and
Where are you?
And I had to do that once already. Remember, I had to take a day
It's a
off.
big threat for me. I mean, it's something I probably need to go get checked.
Bubba,
I'm
where are you
fair
on it?
skin, and I have not
Where am I-
taken care of myself the way I
I've been
need
checked
to.
recently. I'm good right now.
Where am I at? In like what? What do you mean?
You think you need to have some things checked?
Oh, I'm sure I do. Yeah, I'm sure I do.
Why are you putting it off?
Well, it's just we got some other things going on, and I got some things. Medical. I got a test coming up. I know you do too. We got to get taken care of. It's it's a dandy. So that one's going to take priority.
Colonoscopy.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
That's a no gooder.
I've been instructed that when I go out in the sun, I have to wear a Gilligan hat.
Ain't nobody make you wear that. There's
And,
other hats.
the big,
No, but there's
the
other
flat-
hats. Get another
and
hat.
I know.
Put a straw hat on like Saban.
Greg wears a straw hat when he mows his grass.
Mm-hmm. Don't do that Gilligan hat.
Yeah, the straw hat's.
Well, the Gilligan hats they don't look like the
I'm
ones he
asking
wore.
you
It's
not
a little
to.
bit.
I'm
they're a
asking you
bit
not to
wider.
do it. I'm asking you to go with a straw
But I
hat so
tell
you
you,
look
boy,
nicer.
it sure does cover it up.
Well, so do these hats. Just wear a nicer looking hat. I'm not saying don't cover up. Just don't wear that hat.
I like the old Gilligan hat. I think they're all right. A straw hat,
that
whatever you want to do.
That ought to tell you
That ought
a
to be
lot
all
right
you need
there.
to know right there. Is that Bubba says it looks good. $35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll continue with our Biden update today, but first I want to point you to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there right now, and you can find out for yourself that LinkedIn Jobs can help you hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching the role that you have with the people who actually have the skills and the values and the experiences to fill the role. There's nothing worse than having your interview set up and you get about 3 interviews in and you're like, I can never get that time back. These people weren't remotely qualified. So linkedin.com/Bubba, and we'll get you a job post for free if you use our URL. They use screening questions, and they will screen these that are interested in the role so that when you start interviewing, you're only interviewing the most qualified. That way you make a good hire. Small businesses rate them number 1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. We're number 1. We're number 1. Hold up at number 1. So go to linkedin.com/Bubba. We can get you a job post for free. And you also can find it in rickandbubba.com under sponsors and have a more successful 2023. Continuing with Biden. So next, Karine Jean-Pierre, am I saying her name's in the right order? Am I saying it in the right order? She just wants everybody to know how transparent they are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're transparent. They're very transparent.
I love she called on the guy, and he was asking a question down the same line, so she changed and went to somebody else.
I didn't mean him.
Yeah. So here we go. We now have a reporter that is going to question how you can use the word transparent. All right, here we go.
How can you say this was transparent when you've sat on this information for more than 2 months?
Thank you, Karine.
Good question. Yeah. No one who sits on information for 2 months because of midterm elections could ever be called transparent.
No. Transparent, easy to say, hard to do.
Yeah. Transparent means that we got this information and we're taking it public immediately.
Yeah.
They did not do that. Now they've decided to do it. Now I think because this is the time they want to do it. So anyway, but we'll see. So now we get into, I must warn all of you that, like Speedy, that are cringe sensitive, that now this is when Joe Biden is once again going to claim to us that he was a civil rights activist. By the way, this is not something that somebody has a different opinion on. Every time he starts this narrative, it has been debunked as an all-out lie.
Yeah.
Okay, and so and he just keeps going back to it.
And yeah, Adler, I sent you an email with a picture of him holding his hands up with Robert Byrd, famous KKK leader.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Democrats, they just never knew what to do with Robert Byrd. It's like
Hillary and Bill praised him too.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Well, I tell you what, you're right. I stand corrected. They did. Apparently, they praised him, but he just got some pass that Well, the Democratic Party has conveniently given themselves a pass for their, for their behavior during the civil rights movement.
It's no problem to give somebody else a pass too.
No. If I'm in charge of who gets a pass, I'll give myself one.
Sure. I'm first in line, as a matter of fact, Rick.
That's why I can't listen to me. All right, so he's at Ebenezer Baptist Church. I'm sorry, Speedy. It's only 9 seconds. You'll be fine. So here he is. Now, I do have another one on 2B that's going to be difficult as well. But let's go ahead. Here comes Joe Biden, who locked arms with Martin Luther King Jr. as a civil rights activist. Here we go.
I have 2 political heroes my entire life. When I started off as a 22-year-old kid in the East Side of the civil rights movement.
What? That's not true.
Not accurate.
That's not accurate. He was not a 22-year-old civil rights activist. That's just not true. And now he can say
when he was dealing with popcorn.
Yeah,
or is this later?
He loves to tell us that he was the only
corn pop. Corn pop, popcorn, whoever it was.
He's the one. I don't know what this weird story he gets on. He thinks somehow that he has fought for the plight of black people because he was a lifeguard with black people one time.
Yeah,
it's
does he keep doing that?
I was the only white lifeguard, something. I don't know what he's talking about.
Adler, do you have the picture I sent you? This is him out campaigning once upon a time during his illustrious almost 50-year dealing of public service, him and Robert Byrd together. So you can't hide from the fact
You're talking about the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan?
KKK leader Robert Byrd.
Yeah.
There's Mansion in the background, too. Yeah.
So here's the issue with this. If I was a civil rights activist at the age of 22, there's nowhere in my political career I go anywhere near Robert Byrd.
No.
So here he is, way past 22.
Yeah.
Okay, locking arms with
Hand
Robert
in
Byrd.
hand.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I just and people look, not me. People have done research to find out, was Joe Biden a civil rights activist when he was 22, and he just wasn't. I'm not saying he was a racist. I'm not saying that he was a. I'm just he wasn't. He was not as involved as he wants us to think he is, or was.
Well, I don't know if he's forgotten or what, but he himself said, "I wasn't marching. I wasn't anywhere. I wasn't in Selma."
Correct.
Those are his own words. Also, I don't understand why everybody behind him in the choir loft are wearing masks, but the people that are sitting on stage are not.
Don't get me started on
including
this.
Biden. I don't.
Don't get me.
What's happening?
Don't get me started on the inconsistency and the absurdity of masks.
Look, if you want to wear one, wear one.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. Give us some kind of narrative we can watch that makes some sense, though. Wear it correctly, Anyway, all right. So then now we get into he's going to fumble somebody's name up, Adler. Is that right?
Yeah, the new Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, but he says something else. It's not good.
The one he submitted.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson. Our Supreme Court Justice.
Shaking her head.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson, our Supreme Court Justice.
He had to say our Supreme Court Justice because people didn't know who he was talking about.
Jackson, our Supreme Court Justice.
Picture him.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson.
To the right.
Closing his eyes.
Our
Shaking her
Supreme
head.
Court Justice.
Right. Wait a minute. Picture him on a pogo stick when he tries to say her name. Picture him on a pogo stick.
Yeah, right.
It's like somebody came up and pinched him from behind.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Ketanji Brown.
Do it one more time. Do it one more time.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Drown Jackson. He just throws words.
Yes.
That lady sitting beside him.
She just started shaking his hand like, hey, come on.
She couldn't even control
You
it.
can't do no better than that.
President, please.
Just stop.
All right, so
Ka-junk.
Pogo stick. Y'all want it one more time?
Yes.
Y'all want it one more time?
Yes, I do.
Wow, what a moving speech.
I'm sorry, Adler. You were moving to the next one. I just said we're like little children. One more time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I found the clip of him talking about Selma.
Well, do that. Go ahead. I'm over asking. Go ahead.
Here's ka-chang.
Those are the words of Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Poor lady right there. She can't control her head.
You know what she's saying? President, please.
Stop.
All right, here he is.
Bless him, Lord.
This is him.
Here he is, Bubba. Now listen to this and think about what he just said earlier, sort of.
During the 60s, I was, in fact, very concerned about the civil rights movement. I was not an activist. I worked at an all-black swimming pool in the east side of Wilmington, Delaware. I was involved. I was involved in what they were thinking, what they were feeling. I was involved, but I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma.
Okay.
Okay, so
my God.
all right, wait a minute. I didn't know he debunked himself.
Who's the source? Well, it's you.
I thought others debunked it,
But nobody.
I didn't know he did.
Lee.
Oh my! He just
You know what is amazing
What was
to
I
me?
thinking?
And you see this from a lot of the politicians now. You can present them with this evidence, and they just act like it doesn't exist. Yeah. They go, no.
Right.
Bubba, what if he'd have said, "Oh shoot," and got it right?
Oh, shoot.
Here's the clip from MLK just this past Sunday.
I have two political heroes my entire life. When I started off as a 22-year-old kid in the East Side of the Civil Rights Movement.
No.
Okay, buddy.
No, you weren't in the civil rights movement. You just said you weren't. You were dogging yourself for saying you should have been more involved.
Well, now he was a lifeguard at a black swimming pool.
Well, that's true.
And that's hairy legs.
Yes.
Hairy legs. And look how far we've come with
Ketanji Brown Jackson. Words of Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry.
You know, if I was going to nominate a Supreme Court justice, and it was down to the last two, I think I'd go with the one with the easiest name because I would know I'd have to say it.
No question.
And I wouldn't want to get caught up in that.
question.
You know?
I love how he feels like he nailed it the last time, so he went on.
I got it. Justice. And the person behind us going, nope, still didn't get it. No, still didn't get it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gosh, what's happened? What has happened? Then got a Mormon group went out there and said we can do another version of it right here. We're called Dosman.
That's right.
We all are feeling a little bit odd starting this hour, and it's because of yesterday. There was an email that was sent that I told Bubba and I told the guys, and everybody's been laughing. It was really one of the first ones I got. When yesterday we asked the question, where's the CDC guy that walked that nobody can find? And
Dr. Timothy Cunningham.
And we began to say, have we lost the ability to find people now? We don't seem to be able to find things anymore, and all of this. But anyway, I'm sorry on three right there.
I know.
I mean that is.
I'd heard about it the first time I'd seen it.
That didn't happen a lot.
It's so much more than I thought it was. This is when the bald eagle that flew out for the national anthem keeps attacking the Mariners outfielder or
Minnesota Twins
sitting on his back.
Yeah, we're hosting them.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so anyway, we'll get back to that in a bit. But the emailer said, and I was going through my day a few hours after the show, and I saw these emails pouring in about this CDC guy, and one of them said, "My goodness, after the show today, y'all opening up and asking and kicking around all these theories. Where is this guy? They found his body in the Chattahoochee. ... Who are y'all?" Now, I know that drawing a line to this show and that yesterday seems obvious, but it's hard for me to believe, knowing our place in the world and not being delusional about it. But it is odd that we would do what we did yesterday and his body was found right after the show. That is odd. I'll just say it's odd. That's all I can say. I can't say it.
We're very sad for his family.
No doubt.
that has come to this. I still don't completely understand what happened.
Well, I don't think anybody does, but there's theories. Boy, they're ready to close the door real quick on it.
Yeah, and that may lead to why that was happened yesterday. I got some jeers yesterday and a little made fun of when I suggested that maybe a TV show on Lifetime Network or one of the cable channels where a radio show solves mysteries and murders on the side. Now, there's already many like that where a librarian does it, or a lady who runs an antique shop does it, or a lady who writes books do it. I mean, we've had all these.
Sure, yeah.
So why is it so hard to believe that a radio show could, after they do their show, go out and solve mysteries? I think it would be a hit, Rick, because we know from past ratings that any TV show about a radio show
does well.
Has done very good. We had WKRP, which ran for many years, News Radio for many years. Frasier went, 10 or 12 years?
Yeah, sure.
Just to name a few.
Now. Yeah.
And it's great, by the way. It is absolutely dead on so many things.
Right.
But why? And back to the point, we really turned up the heat yesterday about why are we not hearing more about this, and then almost magically, as the show ended, we found him.
Strange.
Adler had a theory on this that we were discussing. I know we're going to dive into it more. Maybe when we come back, I would like for him to share his theory on exactly what happened. But I think he's got a valid point.
But I want you to think about this show. So, as you said, radio shows have always done well, and mystery shows have always done well.
Yeah, you put them together.
And then what happens with these investigators, they have the power of their own platform, so they can get on the air and apply some pressure,
right,
and make things happen, and then go out and investigate it after the show. It'd be a phenomenal TV show.
Well, see, that would be a fictional show. What I'm thinking is we really do that, and then just let them cover us doing it, almost in a documentary,
like PD Live, Live PD.
Yeah, it would be.
Now that is a good idea, right there on RBTV.
Yeah.
What if after RBTV every day, all of a sudden the cameras came on, they were kind of shaking, we was going on an investigation?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We're going to solve this mystery today.
That'll be so awesome.
I mean, and we go, we do your run-of-the-mill missing person, murder, that kind of thing. Matter of fact, Mueller may call us to help with his deal.
Right.
So we get.
No, you're calling him Mueller. That's on me.
Mueller.
That's on me.
You got it. You got
Mueller. That's on me.
Mueller. Well, first off, investigate how to say his name.
Right.
And then every now and then we go for a biggie like the Yeti or Bigfoot or Black Panthers or something like that. That would be like the really big ones.
Can you? 10 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. 29 years, baby. Still here. Still here.
How about that?
Thank you for being with us. Some cold blue steel and a beautician and a whale. Yeah. So as we make our way back, we've got, I didn't know this, but the Miss Universe pageant was this past weekend.
You mean you didn't tune into it?
I did not.
Didn't
normally
watch. You didn't have it marked down.
No, I did not.
You always give us an update.
Yeah, I did not. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch Wild Card Playoffs. So I just realized, and I feel like that probably one of the reasons I'm in such a good mood today. But anyway, so the Miss Universe pageant, the big thing that everybody is talking about is that Miss USA, Bubba, actually came out somewhat dressed as the moon. As the moon. And she won, right? She won the whole thing?
Yeah. What category is this? We just like something.
I think this when they introduce you for the very first time.
Okay.
Greg, I just don't know why I said that with so much confidence. I have no idea. But
it looks like Gene Simmons merged with NASA.
That's ridiculous.
Adler says I'm not. It does, by the way. Adler says I'm not right. What is this?
We're going to have to go back.
Is this replacing the swimsuit?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, we have to listen to what the narrator's saying.
Okay.
Can we play this?
So when they first come out, they just go through the whole roll call,
right?
And they say who they are and where they're from. Well, the moon thing is like the special costume section of it.
No, they have a special.
There's a costume that says wear something that gives us something about your country. Is that what you're saying?
But yes, yeah. But to your point, when they introduce themselves, this is an example of them introducing themselves. Okay, and this is this went very viral. You're going to find out why.
What was that about?
Nobody knows why the France lady goes, France!
I'm from France! I'm from France!
So that's when they kind of introduce themselves. But then they have these all kinds of different things.
Let's see the moon again.
Yeah, so here is...
We'll listen to the announcer.
All right, so let's listen to what he's saying.
USA! When Americans stepped on the moon in 1969, it was one small step for man. Today, women are more involved as leaders in returning the U.S. to the moon. This delegate is representing NASA's Johnson Space Center in her hometown of Houston. Pretty soon, she'll be on the moon, USA.
That was you announcing, Greg.
Yeah. Of course, with that outfit, she almost showed us the moon. But so
and there it is.
The moon is right.
Oh my goodness, I didn't see that.
Oh, it's a family show.
Quick, throw the angel edit on there.
I was about to say I would never have been able to see it. Vid Angel would have taken Miss USA off the TV.
So the moon does have a crack in it.
I didn't know that.
Who emailed that to you?
Nobody. That's too quick.
Nobody long sleeves.
I also didn't know women were leading us back into space.
I did.
What in the world?
They had them ugly chicks on that one thing we watched that time.
Greg, no,
they were
ugly chicks.
They were smart, not ugly.
Adler, I don't want to put you up. It's some point before we leave this segment, I need France again, but just
so. Bubba, in the world, women are now taking us back to the moon.
Yes.
Well,
and then she turns around and shows us her butt.
And didn't he claim she was going to the moon?
It's kind of a crazy concept, but I mean, what she's saying is, men went before. Artemis which is the female sister of Apollo, if you follow Greek mythology,
I don't.
is now the name of our project that's going back to the moon, and we're going to put the first female on the moon too.
Oh, we'll never get there on time.
All right.
No.
Oh, that's good.
No.
That is solid.
Hey, let me tell you, whatever our timeline is, throw it out the window. How many times we had to stop the countdown?
We'll be late. We're going to be late.
Do you think they'll be able to decide where to land?
No. Don't put it down there. Not there. You can do better parking than that. There's a better spot. Don't make us walk so far. I like this crater over here.
This crater.
Is that France?
The Gila monster call.
Yes. Look, you can hear like kind of normal women.
You know the goat that everybody was editing in Taylor Swift songs. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Yeah, it's the screaming goat, Bubba. You're right.
I'm sorry. This is just so silly that Miss USA can barely even walk.
Look
She
at
can't walk in it.
It's ridiculous. Well, she's leading us back.
Please welcome the new sponsor of NASA, Gene Simmons.
That's funny.
Wow.
But let me tell you something. Let me tell you what's so sad about this. This is the inconsistency of the world right now. On one hand, it's supposed to be elevating women. On the other hand, she turns around and shows everybody her rear end, and then the women just whoop right back down again. I mean, is this supposed to be some honoring women wearing something this ridiculous? But I'm telling you, I didn't know women were getting us back to the moon.
Well, the ones that we saw getting us back don't look like that.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They don't.
I've heard of the dark side of the moon, but that's ridiculous.
So if you were going to cast Wonder Woman 2, might pick her. Maybe. You wouldn't pick the ones that are actually getting us to the moon.
No.
Russia and Ukraine had a kind of a jabs at each other in this time.
Yeah, let's see that.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the Russian.
Russia.
Nobody's
This
clapping.
national costume celebrates Russia's royal era and features a velvet dress decorated with precious stones and pearls, plus a crown of the Russian Empire. The look was created in collaboration with the Hermitage State Museum in St. Petersburg.
Thank you.
This look stays loyal to times that were royal in Russia.
Stays loyal, all that. And then here comes Ukraine, and it's
Ukraine.
just crazy.
This Warrior of Light costume symbolizes Ukraine's fight for freedom. The Warrior of Light protects her country like Archangel Michael, who is a guardian of soldiers and considered to be the patron of Kiev, the capital city.
Thank you.
This Warrior of Light will help in their fight, Ukraine.
Oh, wow. The announcer's so uncomfortable, he's afraid.
So uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
I'm worried for the Russian contestant with Ukraine having that sword.
Yes.
You might get backstage.
And if you're trying to do a little PR on Russia, should your theme be Empire?
How about the
Crown.
wing? How about the wings moving out on that? That was
that's cool.
creepy.
I'm just glad her butt wasn't hanging out.
All right.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, but
So sad.
I'm sorry. She's the moon, and she's mooning us. That's funny.
Crazy.
How did she get the
Crazy.
wings? Was that remote control, or
I
did
think
she
so.
do it?
It's actuated.
Yes,
or
it
something.
was.
But who cut them on? Is it on the sword? Is that what the sword is? Is it a remote control?
You know
I
what?
wish somebody
That's a
asked
good call,
Miss France.
possibly. Yeah.
what she thinks about it.
I
God
kind
love
of
her.
hate I missed it live.
God love her. I mean, did nobody say, let's work on how to say France a couple times?
She tried to be real loud and didn't go well.
Yeah, she pulled a Howard Dean. You remember that?
God love her. Did we not run through it a couple times? Did she just get overexcited? Is that what it was?
There was a lot of noise. A lot of noise, and she tried to overcompensate.
Was she nervous?
You know, she's like,
Nervous.
Oh, my goodness.
What about when you sat back down by your friends that went on the trip with you? How do you think that went? Well, you were loud. You were definitely.
You were
Don't know what you said. But yeah. lot of energy. Lot of energy. Yeah. At least you had pants on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
You wish they'd done more together. I know
the five, and even Randy making it 6. It's yeah. Well, with Michael out there back to 5, aren't they?
Could you take? Well, with Janet, it would make it 6 again, right?
Right.
Could you take 6 to give us 5? You know, rotate one out, or just have a spare on deck.
I hate for us to leave Marlon out. That just didn't seem right. But anyway, so we'll see. All right, so here goes. You said that Adler had a theory. So here's the update. Let's do the full-blown update. We were talking yesterday, whatever happened to the CDC employee, and then in kind of a bizarre twist, not long after the show, authorities say they found his body in the Chattahoochee River, and they're saying right now there's no indication there was any foul play.
Now, Rick, come on. The guy
except for the fact that he's in the river.
Right.
Rick, he leaves his dog, he leaves his house, he leaves his keys, he doesn't touch anything, and he turns up in the river dead, and we think that's normal. Rick, have you seen what the temperatures were the past 6 weeks when he was supposedly out jogging?
Yeah.
He didn't just go for a swim, y'all. Come on.
So are they claiming he dove in to kill himself? I mean, that's the only thing. To your point, that's all you could say if you're saying no indication of foul play. He didn't go for a swim and it got away from him.
Did he leave a suicide note?
I don't know. Adler, I understand you've got a theory.
Things got a little too hot, guys.
What you got, buddy?
Yeah.
Y'all started talking about it on the air. Picture this, all right?
Picture
a
this.
Dimly lit room.
Okay.
All right. A slowly moving desk fan spins, casting a shadowy shadow on a shadowy man.
No wow.
Smoke chimneys up from his hand as he's holding a cigarette, and he looks across the room to two very large men and says, "It has to be done.
Oh,
things are getting too hot.
Mm-hmm.
The pressure's on.
Right.
Tim's got to go."
Okay. You couldn't finish that last time. I don't know.
It's Cunningham.
Tim Cunningham's got to go.
Right.
And decisions were made, and y'all know whose fault it is? This guy right there, that guy right there.
What are you talking about?
That ain't my fault. I didn't kill him.
We got him.
Y'all started talking about it on the air too much. Things got too hot.
Well, that wasn't exactly the theory I thought you were going to bring forth.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
What I do think.
Did you just say too many?
I don't know. That's not the right phrase. That's not the right. But you get it. You get it.
I think
you get it.
If foul play was involved, and I don't think you can rule that out yet. Somebody may have said that we need to wrap this thing up and let them find him and get a cause, and so we move on. Now I do think that.
Yeah,
that's
it said that where it was found, his body was kind of stuck in the mud on the bank there in a place that is not easy to get to, found by a fisherman. So it says it looks like it'd been there for a while.
Way down yonder in the Chattahoochee.
Make them sleep with the fishes.
We got it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
No, he went missing February the 12th.
I'm laughing at Adler's
February the 12th. Think back to Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How long that has been and what the weather has been like.
Well, I know it's to Greg's point. It's kind of interesting to say there's no indication of foul play, and like Greg said, other than the fact that we found his body floating in the Chattahoochee.
Yeah.
I mean that
he's dead,
and all of his possessions were still in the house,
right,
including Mr. Bojangles, his dog.
Right. So, yeah, it's that I think we do need to figure out how he got into Chattahoochee.
Yeah,
correct.
I think that's a reasonable question.
A lot of people go swimming in February.
Yeah, you can't just go up, he drowned.
Yeah,
yeah, but why was he in there?
There just seems to be a little bit of that. Oh yeah, well there he is. He's drowned. Oh, that's it.
Solve this one.
So sorry. Let's move along.
Must have jumped in himself. That'll do it.
Yep.
I know a lot
no
of
foul play.
A lot of highly educated doctors that work at the CDC go swimming in the Chattahoochee in February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't make it.
Right. So we'll see.
Y'all, come on.
We'll see where this goes.
You don't have to call Monk to see this is something wrong here.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, like we said, sad for all who knew him, and like I say, I do believe that if they do a movie about this, Cuba Gooding Jr. will play him.
Sure, absolutely,
yes.
and you know that's going to happen.
Right.
That will happen.
But we'll see where it goes. I mean, it's guys. It's just I don't know. I just want to stick with things that you can say that are factual. That's odd what happened yesterday.
Yeah,
that's factual.
No, I agree with that. Especially with, like Bubba has said, is all his belongings were left behind, door locked. We're talking about keys, wallet, everything. It's like he just vanished was taken
right. And
or something. I don't know.
Obviously, one of the theories they're throwing out right now, and how about this? It could very well be this. Still seems odd that yesterday's show was happening and they found it out.
The timing is
the timing,
ridiculous.
That's all I'm saying.
It is. I get that.
We're having
a lot of time on it.
We're having some fun drawing some things. But
Rick,
there's
2 months have gone by and weeks have gone by without any update, and no one has asked the question, and you bring it up yesterday.
I mean,
it is very strange. I'll give you that.
But now that he's been found, sadly, he has passed. It looks like the first theory they're going to work with is he got upset about something. Now, there's been, as Bubba mentioned yesterday, no one's ever really confirmed that he had anything to be upset about. You know, they said, well, yeah, he got upset about this. And then they came back and said, well, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour, and we thank you for being here today. Somebody say, there's been a change of heart. All right, so a couple things you need to know. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, now out. It released over the weekend. Jennifer Kreitner will be with us from Unclaimed Baggage. A fantastic story if you haven't heard it. Also, if you don't know what happens to all the unclaimed baggage, we have the answer. Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Also, Rick and Bubba and Buffalo Wild Wings teaming up for another charity charge today at all participating locations. 10% of all food sales today go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. And the Man Church Conference is sold out for the end of February in Oxford. All those are updates. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. Happy MLK to you. I hope you are having a day off and doing something positive.
Yeah. So Martin Luther King Jr. recognized today, and many of you do have the day off, as Bubba said. Enjoy it. So,
Rick, there was a word I was going to ask you about. I can't remember what it was.
It's
it slipped my mind.
Well, you watched once again the Vikings carried out. You know, they once again.
I'm not a betting man, but I hate to have all this foresight and knowledge into their activities and not make some money on it.
They snatched defeat.
I may need to find a bookie or something.
Right out of the hands of victory once again. So we want to finish Miss Universe, and it has brought us so much gold today. This is the world that we live in. We are living in the weirdest. I know there's been rough times throughout history, some really bad ones, some highs, some lows.
But we're in weird times now.
I don't know that there's been a weirder one, okay? So I want you to realize what we're about to hear is the person who now owns Miss Universe is a trans woman, meaning he's a biological man.
Yes.
Listen to his voice and listen to what he says, and this will be another marker that are the weirdest times that have ever existed. Here we go.
The Miss Universe organization from now on is going to be ran by women, owned by trans women, for all women.
Here's a man.
For all women really around the world to celebrate the power of feminism.
So we have a man. We have a man.
Is it an Asian man?
Yeah.
Thai business tycoon.
Yes. We have a biological man dressed in drag who says that he decides he wants to be a woman. He now says, and this is the part that women, I hope, start waking up on this. We've already talked about the damaging effects on sport. But this is a biological man who says he understands feminism. And he wants you to know that he's taken over the Miss Universe pageant, but because he portrays himself as a woman, now women are running the Miss USA pageant, even though he's a man.
Unreal.
Now you go find me an era that's weirder than that. Yeah. You may find some that are as dark and darker, even though we're getting darker, but you won't find weirder than what we're doing right now.
No, that's beyond weird.
I mean, it's
that's
wow.
I can't say this person's name. It's like
don't even try it.
Chakradan and something.
Well, let me ask you this:
they asked Miss France how to pronounce it, she just went
with all the hardware and changes that particular person has been through or attempting to go through.
Hello there, Mr. Bussey.
We got to do something with that voice.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
That's
Jack
a tough
Judah
one.
tip.
That's what the old Adam's apple does for you sometimes.
Yeah.
They had that trimmed off. They trimmed that down.
Correct.
But
Correct.
You gotta bring that voice up.
This is what it sounds like. I just want all the women out there to know that I understand feminism. We're running this pageant now. I'm running it for women everywhere. How do you think about my heels?
Dickie Nadmeyer's there?
He's there for some reason. I don't know why.
There's only so many voices that you can do.
Yeah, I don't have enough of them.
And you throw them in when you think they're appropriate.
Well, I would have tried to sound more like this guy, but then we'd be canceled.
Yeah, that would. No, please don't. Please don't.
Yeah, that's also a weird time we're living in when we decide suddenly that doing impressions that some cannot be done. Others are fine.
This person bought the Miss Universe organization for $20 million last October.
And with that came Miss USA pageant.
Okay.
Can I tell you?
That's why there's controversy.
Women are running it now in a road tag.
This whole thing was rigged.
For this thing to be broadcast around the world and as big a deal as it looks like it is, $20 million seems like a low price for it.
Well, it ran on Roku.
That's who had rights.
Oh, is that man?
Yeah.
From now on, it's going to be ran by women.
Women.
Okay.
Led by women.
Rhymes with.
Then now it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's good, Bubba.
Women.
It hit me a little too quicker than it needed to.
I have one that would slay right now. But I don't know this one.
Times have changed.
Please let us know.
No meetings today, Rick.
Right.
We ain't got time for it.
It's a dandy.
Oh, I bet you it
but
is.
it's fine. It's not worth it. So
Women.
I'll tell you one thing. 38-year-old Rick, I'll be rolling right now. 58-year-old Rick won't do it.
No, that's great.
Wisdom, a little gray in the beard.
That's
Sure.
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Makes a difference.
No Steve Harvey, but still controversy, huh?
For all women
How glad is he
around
that
the
he's not in
world
this?
to celebrate the power of feminism.
Adler, you just keep giving.
I'm going to keep
If
saying
I could have
this.
that in France back.
I'm going to keep saying this, and I understand that even David Chappelle went down this road. Now, he doesn't care what you think about how he says it. No. Okay, but the greater point he's making, I hope women become all the wiser. You're living in a time where now biological men think that they can be a woman better than you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
Just so you know that.
Rick, we were worried about men holding women back. Now men have become women.
Correct.
So they not only are holding you back, they're replacing you.
They're replacing you. In athletics, they're going to take all your athletics.
Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, Miss France.
It sounds worse every time.
It does.
Yeah, I start thinking in my mind that I can't be that bad. Then I hear it, and I
It's
realize
worse than I thought.
it's actually worse than I thought. Yeah.
Well, if you want to stay with this theme of things that don't make a lot of sense, we have a couple other sound bites coming that we haven't got to yet with our VP and AOC, and they are precious. We may need our own segment for that.
Okay, all right. Well, what we'll do is we'll go to break a little bit early, not a lot early, but maybe.
Or do you want to do AOC? We got time for AOC here.
All right, so y'all.
Yes, you do.
Do y'all? I didn't know that the museum go round from Mr. Rogers is here.
It's always spooked me too.
I did.
Something to say about the oven.
That's it. That's it.
Whoa.
You've got it. What was that character's
what was
name?
his name?
We
It's
talked
ugly
about
little thing.
It's a female.
Yeah, ugly.
We've talked about it on the show before,
Scary.
and we
Real
never
scary.
and we never.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
And by the way, it was based off of like a family member of his.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and
Some ugly
It's the
family member?
museum go round woman.
Yeah.
That's who he sounds like.
Man,
Yeah, that's it. I never liked her.
Freaks me out as a
well,
kid.
none of his
terrified
puppets,
me.
the mouse
Freaks me
moves.
out.
Remember, look, I got to tell you, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was a terrorizing ride.
What about King Friday and
All that
and none of them's mouth moves.
real scary. So
Horrifying.
here's AOC, and she wants us to follow and justify wanting to ban gas stoves but still using one.
Correct.
Is this where she gets on her couch and gives us some video?
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk to the camera.
Okay.
I do think it's funny, the like absolute utter Republican meltdown where they're like, you can take my gas stove or my cold dead hands, or how dare you talk about gas stoves? You have a gas stove. First of all, I rent, period. Second of all,
that makes it
though, it doesn't even matter because by that logic, these are the same people who would have said we should have never gotten rid of leaded gasoline. Just because someone may have driven a gasoline car. Science evolves and gives us new knowledge with time.
Oh, thank you.
Talking down to us.
No,
Look
no.
at Bubba's face right now. Don't please look at that.
I wish you wouldn't have played that.
He's
You
about
okay?
To get, he's about to get mad. Look at him.
I don't know. It's kind of sick to watch ignorant people talk about things and enjoy it so much.
Well, we've done 29 years at it. No, but I know what you mean. No, because what she's saying makes no sense. No, you don't understand the point that if you tell us that something's bad and bad for our health and dangerous, we would like to see you stop using it when other options are available. Okay? That your analogy is not true, because if I really thought it was the end of time, I would stop using the product that's going to bring the end of time. And we see this with the man-made global climate change all over the inconsistencies are outrageous, if it's as dangerous as you say.
This all goes back to the lady the other day that came to the microphone and she let the cat out of the bag. She says 1/3 of the greenhouse gases come from gas stoves. That's what it's all about. Or that's what they believe it's all about.
And some people have been speaking out about it. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
Yeah, AOC added this.
Unbelievable. It was worse again, Greg. It was worse than I thought again. I thought I was
sounds
done.
different every time I hear it.
Yeah, I thought I was done thinking it was worse. I'm not. It was worse again.
Sounds like she's saying squaw now to me. Squaw.
It's just a noise.
Sounds like a crow.
We'll be back. Vice President's next. The hits just keep continuing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The promotion last year. Yeah.
So anyway, there is one possibility, and I admit this is a possibility. We've already established that finding him yesterday after the show is odd. Let me take that and put that up. We all agree that's odd. Nobody argues that's odd.
Rick and the emailers are just screaming the timing. The timing.
So the timing stands on its own. Now what happened to Cunningham? Well, it looks like the first thing they're going to usher out for us to look at is, my goodness, he just got upset, went and jumped the Chattahoochee and killed himself.
I just don't put that one. That is an option, but I just don't put it up there very high.
Well, that's the one they're escorting out to us today.
And you know how they're wrapping that? They're saying that he may have went swimming looking for precious gems.
What?
I kid
Where
you
do you
not.
see that one?
I kid you not.
Precious
in the Chattahoochee?
In the Chattahoochee?
It's hotter than a hoochie coochie.
That's right.
But nobody jumps in to go swim without some kind of protection on in February to go look for precious gems.
In the world.
I know. Here it is.
Why not
Three crystals were found in Cunningham's pocket when his body was recovered. Cunningham, who was last seen leaving work early on February the 12th, was an avid crystal collector. The ones found on Cunningham were described as rare crystals.
Yeah, but they don't have them in the Chattahoochee. What? You don't look in the Chattahoochee for crystals.
Nobody's panning for crystals.
If I'm trying,
the Chattahoochee.
He didn't have did he have a dive suit on when they got him?
If I'm trying to paint
yeah,
a scenario here, I'm trying to tie up the package with this, but I don't buy it.
I leave Mr. Bojangles, my keys, and everything behind, and do a can opener into the Chattahoochee to find crystals.
in freezing
temperatures with no dive suit on, nothing to protect me from the cold.
Come on.
Granted, we had a warm day or two, but the water still would have been.
February.
Yeah.
Y'all, how stupid do they think we are?
No, you're making that up.
No, it's right there.
Why don't they just say you had them? We don't know where they came from. They're not saying he jumped to Chattahoochee to get them. Sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll see what happens with.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, walking you through this wacky world. And on and... All right, so let's work our way back. Do you want to hear Kamala Harris once again making us proud to be Americans?
Yeah, let's. She's going to clarify exactly what's going on here in the Western Hemisphere.
Can I ask you something, Bubba? Is it starting to? I know that we sit back and we go, okay, when it comes to the way the world is, the way we see the world, our political views, and you start thinking, hey, the other party's not looking good, whatever. We don't really vote for them. But I'm almost now getting to the point that people out there in the world don't know all that. So when they see these people as our leaders, I think it makes us all look like real bad. Yeah. I mean, I think I think it's kind of embarrassing that I've lived long enough that the United States of America is a punchline when other countries do jokes. We're a punchline now. Yeah. I hope y'all know that. Yeah. So anyway, here is the Vice President Kamala Harris. And she is going to, as you said, Bubba, clarify things about the Western Hemisphere. So here we go.
I convened, and I've convened now at least 3 times, a group that has their acronym CARICOM. It is the Caribbean nations, island nations. In the Western Hemisphere, that is where the Caribbean is, we are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess they would be. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. So, what was that? Was that one of those things where you're thinking out loud? You know, when you're saying what you're thinking, and it's like she's putting together the pieces of the puzzle. You can almost hear her trying to figure out where the Caribbean islands are located, and then it dawning on her as she's talking. Wait a minute, we're in the Western Hemisphere too, and then she tries to correct it by saying, "And they're our neighbors."
And I've convened now at least 3 times, a group that has their acronym CARICOM. It is the Caribbean nations, island nations. In the Western Hemisphere, that is where the Caribbean is, we are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors.
Okay. I mean, okay. It's
got it.
Are we stating the obvious?
Were there people that were not aware where the Caribbean was?
Well, a lot of people don't have maps. So
No, they don't. That's boy, well said. Yeah, they do. There's a lot of places that don't have maps.
Like Iraq.
They might not know that.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future.
Can I tell you that
Nailed
one,
it.
That one never gets old to me. James Canup saying that's just what it was, just what happened.
You know how some things don't have an expiration date?
Yeah.
I have never started playing that I didn't want to hear every word of it and enjoy it. And there's no telling how old it is now.
Do you remember when you first saw it and you thought, well, I may hemorrhage? You know,
Yes.
I mean, I can't.
The
I
first
can't
time I
stop
heard it,
laughing.
I thought, well, how can I be so fortunate? And I also loved, to her credit.
Yeah, she made it into a joke.
I don't remember what award show it was.
She was on a lot of things right after that.
But they used her to come back from the break one time, and she's such as the whole time and couldn't
Right.
and she made fun of herself. And
Well,
for
you
that,
got to.
Yeah, and for that I give her credit.
Is this the video?
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Okay, well,
Thought it was.
such as Bubba.
Such as.
Bubba, I know you're not allowed to give celebrity deaths. This one is really, really local. Has anybody checked on James Spann? Is he okay?
He posted something on
Yeah,
it.
because James Spann just absolutely loves this legend of local TV. You know, there's TV, and then there's local TV. And local TV has spawned some of the greatest moments. And, Bubba, let's face it, some of the greatest shows.
Yep.
And in our area, one that will never, ever be forgotten, and he has now gone on in at the age of 92, is Gordon Edwards Burns, better known as
Country Boy Eddie.
Country Boy Eddie.
Passed away at age 92. Rick, he was famous for his long-running program, The Country Boy Eddie Show, on WBRC Fox 6 from 1957 to 1993.
Wow, that's quite a run.
And it was on very, very early. It was on before the early shows came on. It was on when everybody else had a test pattern on, that early. When did it start? 4 o'clock? Is that when they?
I don't remember, but so many people in our business, if you want to be in our area of the world in media and quiet the room, you say, I'd like to share my experience working on the Country Boy Eddie Show.
Yeah.
The things he would do and the things that where you would get called in saying, I'm running late, just get on there and do something.
Right.
I mean,
Rick, it started at 4:30 every morning. I remember seeing it as a kid. My folks were up, and my dad used to go to work real early at the pipe shop. So we ever got up when he was going off. Country Boy Eddie was on that. It was on that TV every morning.
I am sad to say.
And a youngster named Bill Bolin doing the news.
I am sad to
say. They've been famous singers were on there before they were famous.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody
in country music's been through there.
I never saw the show.
Rick, I can't believe you didn't accidentally see the show.
Well, now I've seen highlights that people showed me, but I never saw the show on TV.
Well, I'll tell you this. Our town had a 4th of July celebration one year at a local park called Germania Springs.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to be, I don't know, 6th grade, maybe 5th, 6th grade, maybe 7th, I don't know, somewhere in there. And Country Boy Eddie was the big name coming to the event.
I bet it was a frenzy.
Rick, I'd never seen that many people in one place.
I bet it was
It was
frenzy.
a madhouse packed for him and a couple of his players to come in and talk a little bit, play a little bit. I mean, it was a big deal, really big deal.
I bet it was.
Listen, my father-in-law, he was a car salesman, was his whole life. And he told me the story when he first started selling cars. He worked for Big Hearted Eddie over here in Birmingham.
Yes, Greg.
And they had a live spot on Country Boy Eddie, and Tommy would get on there and give the deals of the day and all
Greg.
that on Country Boy Eddie live.
Picture it.
Yeah, he used to laugh about it.
Well, I bet they moved some cars.
Oh, you know they
Country
did.
Boy Eddie. So he's
Big
passed
Hearted
away.
Eddie and Country Boy Eddie together? Come on.
92 years old. All right, phone calls coming in next. All 10 lines are available. We talked about a lot. There's a lot for you to discuss at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cunningham, sadly, has lost his life, and investigators will try to figure out exactly what happened. It is a very odd story, weird, tied to the show yesterday, but it spawned an idea about. And Bubba, I'm leaning toward fictional. I just think it would be too much. I don't know there'll be enough cases for us to investigate as a live show. Every so often, trying to go find something to go investigate, getting cameras and going out. So I think to create this new show of the radio show that also investigates mysteries, and we're kind of a crime-solving team that also does a radio show. Mm-hmm. I think we just do a straight-up new show coming to one of the major networks, and we put it all together.
Fictional.
And it's based on every member of the show. And as you said, all these teams, always, you look at the A-Team, you look at the Scooby-Doo gang, everybody
all the great mystery.
All the mystery teams, our investigative teams, always use each individual skill set to solve mysteries. So we got to figure out what everybody's skill set is.
Well, I had suggested in the break, we were talking about it, that, Speedy be the point man.
Oh, yeah.
And he go in and overgreet everybody who, is involved in the crime.
Yeah, to get information.
And to try to get their guard down. And Greg is nearby, and he's reading them with his meter.
Right.
Who's telling the truth.
Greg's our truth detector.
That's it.
And then me and Helms come in, and we try to put together different theories on what's happened. We look at evidence. We got a lot of high-tech toys. Helms categorizes all that and keeps our case, kind of a timeline for our case and everything. And then Adler's like the little guy that nobody notices that goes around to the back of the building to catch somebody trying to sneak out.
Oh, that's good.
Because he's like a woodland creature. He can blend in.
Do all
back
kinds of
there.
stuff. Yeah.
And we really didn't know exactly what you were going to do, Rick. I think, Greg, you had an idea.
You're just going to take credit for all of it. We're going to let you do that.
That's good.
It's good. All right, guys, here's what we know.
No, I think Rick could be where we get him in the room and he interrogates him and scares him to death.
I knew that's where y'all were taking.
I say go with that.
Yeah. I like it.
It's the only skill I have.
Yeah. Now, Bubba, is your role going to be a little bit more like? Are you thinking like when we're hunting for deer and you stand there and hold the flashlight and we do all the work?
Well, in some cases it might be.
You talking about moral support?
It depends on what it is.
Yeah.
But
I think it's over there, guys.
But I would be the guy that had the good flashlight for y'all to.
I tell you what he won't be doing is during certain months of the year he will not be in the woods looking for bodies.
No.
There might be a snake somewhere.
Clear area.
No, you're right. I see you and
well, we all have our limits.
That's right. Yeah. No, I see you and him.
Remember, Mr. T couldn't fly either. Remember?
Yeah, y'all were in the van with all the high tech stuff and satellite images and all this kind of stuff. Right. Yeah, and see, when I go in and interrogate them, behind closed doors, Speedy has already got them to admit something, and Greg's told me whether that was true or not.
And then you had to
waterboard. You come in and break. I've got a theory you're working on, and Helms has documented it and put the timeline together.
That's right. And then my opening line with all of them says, "Hey, you know what? You're going to sit there and you must not know about me."
Mm-hmm. You must not.
You must not know about me.
And we got to have a drone somewhere, so we know Adler has got the drone.
The drone's all part of
all the categories intermix. You know, Adler would be involved in high tech and computing. And from time to time, Greg might help with interrogation.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, and we use the RV that Adler buys because he's getting one.
Oh, yeah, we'll all be in that.
And he can infiltrate and act like he's like a high school student.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
he's undercover.
Hey guys, they got to the car, they got away. We go over there. Also, Bubba goes, "Wait a minute." Adler's got his drone on him. There they are, and y'all over on and Helms is over on the computer typing like that.
Yeah,
he'll look like he's just skateboarding by, but he'll be actually. Filming.
I think we'd be a good team.
Angela Lansbury would love that show.
She would.
Don't y'all think we'd be a good team?
Yeah, I think so. I think we all bring something to the table. Now, who's getting the food? Because we always eat in these crimes. Everybody's always eating something.
Well, we always got.
I mean, who's ordering the food? Who's in charge of that?
Well, the interns.
Yeah, interns.
We got interns involved. Okay.
I'm sure.
Well, they got to learn too.
They're rotating characters.
Did they knock on the van and just give us food and leave?
What are you talking about? We get in the van, it's already in there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that thing is stocked. It's always stocked.
We can't waste time on that. This is only a 1 hour show.
What they're going to do? Their job is to stock that van.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I bet we better not get in here and there not be something in here.
I mean,
better be snacks. And I tell you when that peanut butter spreader I asked for better be in here.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you that's a hit show right there,
guys. I'd watch it every single Thursday.
What would be the name? What would be the name of it?
Ooh, that's good.
Oh, let's think.
All right.
Let's go to the callers for that.
Let's go.
I think that'd be fun.
What is the name of our new sitcom of the by day radio show, and then on the side investigative mystery solvers? What's the name of that show?
The B Team? No.
What?
35 minutes past the hour, the first phone troll of the day. Yeah, we've had some phone segments been on a troll today, but we're doing one now. That means that all 10 lines are available, and it means that everybody has a chance. Let's go. 30 seconds is the maximum on the call. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. In the phone troll, because it's about making a comment, asking a question, and trying to get a lot of topics in and getting some feedback from old Team Rick and Bubba here and some feedback from you. So if you're dialing, go now, helixsleep.com/Bubba. If you are looking to make a change, maybe you're not sleeping too good. How many times we talked about that our sleep is the foundation for all of our health. You got to get a good night's sleep. And if you're not sleeping well and you're tossing and turning, there's a lot of reasons, but one could be the mattress is no longer doing its job. It's outdated, needs to be replaced, or it just needs to be upgraded. Well, helixsleep.com/Bubba will customize a mattress by the way that you sleep. They'll ask you, are you your side, stomach, back, a combination? You like medium? You like a soft mattress? You like one very firm? And they'll customize, even have mattresses for big folks. That maybe need it to be a little bit longer, a little bit bigger. So you can pick out yours like Greg and Lisa Burgess did. How long ago? Gosh, I guess that's been 2 years ago.
Couple years, Rick.
Couple years.
You know what? I didn't send it back, I'll tell you that.
No, and you can. You get to use it for
100 days.
100 times. You can sleep on it and then decide if you want to keep it. And as Greg and Lisa can tell you, you're not going to
you're going to keep it.
You're going to love it.
So
make your move now. We're going to save you some money. We'll get you $350 off.
If you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, that's helixsleep.com/Bubba, $350 off your customized mattress, which they will send right to your door. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We start with Shane and do Phoenix Springs, Florida. And he's got 30 seconds on the program. Shane, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just got a question. You guys are talking about the women going to the moon and everything, and you said that, it's not going to make it there in time. My question is, honestly, is it going to be able to get off the ground because it's going to be so heavy it's not going to have enough room for all their luggage and everything, all their clothes.
That's a great
shoes,
point.
And everything else.
Can you imagine?
That's so bad.
I've seen my wife pack for 60 days to go to the beach for the weekend.
Yeah.
Imagine if they're going to the moon. How much they got to have. Wow. I mean, it is like, you're so right. You know what she'll say? Well, no, I know that I don't need all this, but I don't know which ones I want at the time, so I'm bringing a selection.
Have choices.
Yeah, I got to have choices. I can't decide what I'm wearing every situation right now.
Well, see, when they're on the capsule going to the Orion capsule, they only have those flight suits, so they can't change. They have the same thing on every day.
Can you imagine? And what if a flight suit makes them look fat?
Yeah, then what?
We continue. Let's go to Jimmy, Dadeville, Alabama. Jimmy, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, Rick, it's Kenny Walls, not Jimmy. Hope y'all doing well.
I don't know how in the world you ended up being Jimmy, but go ahead.
Well, a couple of things. I want to circle back to your comment about Adler and Michael on the earlier hour. And Suzanne and I had the opportunity to spend some time with he and Linda last weekend. Rachel, my daughter, was married at the barn.
Oh, yeah.
And what a glorious couple. What an absolute glorious couple. And want to circle back that. And also just to feel like a homer, just testimony about Field of Greens. You got a second?
Sure, yeah.
I gave you a timeout, Kenny.
Bubba just gave you a timeout.
Big-hearted Bubba gave you a timeout.
Big-hearted Bubba gave Jimmy a timeout.
Well, Bubba, I still laugh every time I read your text about our livers need to go to lunch.
Kenny's got some liver issues, too.
I never did know y'all had those kind of texts.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but anyway, Suzanne and I started taking Field of Greens a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And just, again, I feel like a homer, but this is just real life. It really, really, really helps us. It truly does. Yeah. And Christopher was down yesterday, and he's at UAB as a doctor, and he was reading through the ingredient list, and we were talking about it, and he had some, and it really does taste well.
Yeah.
And my attention span's longer. You can ask Suzanne that.
Right.
My just wake up clear, not foggy. So anyway, just want to give you a heads up for somebody who's using it.
Yeah,
I need to get that in a lozenge.
Yeah, Sherry and I have the same experience. It's kind of funny when you show the ingredients like to people like his son that's a doctor and a friend of mine that's all they do is nutrition, and you can tell they're wanting to like say, hey man, and they turn it over and all of a sudden, this is my experience. That's good stuff. Yeah, you need to take that. And when you look at it, and I'm with you. I mean, there's things that you go, do I feel different? Yeah, I guess I do. But with this one, it really, really makes a difference.
All right, you've talked about this even in the live ads, but how do you mix it? Like, what's your routine?
I don't have a now. Sherry, she says, look, I really prefer to mix it with either almond milk if she's going to do the protein with it too, or orange juice or a fruit juice. Mm-hmm. That certainly is fine. I just go most of the time. I do water.
Oh, okay.
Just because because some of these fruit juices,
man up, baby.
Well, some of these fruit juices, they also, it's definitely a better sugar, but fruit still has sugar in it. Mm-hmm. So you got to watch that. And so as far as other goals you may have in mind, so it tastes to me just as not as good, but good enough in water. But I normally, because I do a protein shake with it, you also can take almond milk, do the protein shake, and put that on top of it, and that's also kind of almost like a milkshake kind of feel to it, So anyway, there's different ways to do it, but this one really, even water. If you're someone who I can't really take chances on sugar, water's just as good.
Okay.
Not as good. No, I shouldn't say that. It doesn't taste just as good, but it tastes good.
Okay.
No, it's going to be better with a fruit juice mixed with it. Let's just be honest. I mean, you know what I mean? But it's good. Let's go to Glenn in Talladega. Glenn, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Glenn.
Listen, I've been listening. The first program that I heard y'all on was the Rainbow People.
Oh, my goodness. That goes way back. Way back.
Yeah, well, I speak for millions of people when I tell you thank you for the many years of laughter.
Thank you, buddy. You're kind.
And speaking of laughter, I have just about laughed myself silly with this France girl.
Yeah.
With this lady screaming France. She reminds me of Howard Dean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought the same thing. I couldn't remember what that reminded me of, but you're right.
Yeah,
he's now saying France. It does sound like
you remember he won one of the early primaries. He was the leading Democrat, and that thing he did took him off the top.
He looked crazy. He looked maniacal.
Yeah.
Tommy in Hueytown, listening on ZZK. Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Long time listener.
Thank you.
Question for Bubba. How did you become a Minnesota Vikings fan from this area?
You know, that's a great question. I've asked myself that question many years. I think when I was small, I think I liked the horn on the helmet. I think that's what got me. I just liked
I think
it.
probably so.
Yeah, because I saw him play. I remember the first Super Bowl with the Chiefs, and that was one of the earlier games I remember. And I think it was just that horn on the helmet.
Yeah,
because it's obvious I didn't want to pick a winner that I could be proud of every year.
Well, we had in our neighborhood, as you've heard us reference him many times, he's now gone on to glory, Greg the Bull Olson.
Right.
And he too loved the Vikings. He too loved the Vikings. And unfortunately for Greg the Bull Olson, which I don't think was the smartest thing to do, when you're playing in a neighborhood football league with Rick and Greg Burgess, whose dad is athletic director and coach, we have real gear. So if you were wearing the plastic Vikings helmet they gave you for Christmas, I mean, it looked good, but you probably shouldn't be out there mixing it up with people who have real helmets on.
Yeah. I think it has a sticker in there. Don't use it.
It does, but it didn't stop Bull.
No.
Because Bull wanted to wear it because he wanted to be Chuck Foreman.
And he would catch the ball
number
one
44.
like Chuck Foreman.
And Greg would get so mad. He also had a Chuck Foreman. It was a sweatshirt. It wasn't a real jersey. Yeah. But Greg would get in because he was on Greg's team against my team, and Bull would be open in the flats, and he'd try to catch it one hand like Chuck Foreman and miss it.
Use both hands.
And Greg would get so mad. Stop trying to catch it like Chuck Foreman, and just catch the ball. And so yeah, I remember. But I remember when you were a little kid, you give me a purple jersey and horns on the helmet. I could say I'd draw a kid.
Well, it kind of stood out. You know, not everybody had that layout, that look, and I remember a lot of those early players. John Gilliam, 42, was a wide out. And, Stu Voigt, I think, was the tight end, and they had one of the last straight-on kickers I ever remember. Yeah. And he was kind of.
Did he also miss them in crucial situations?
Listen, he was kind of burly, and he was a very hairy guy, and the helmet was too little for his head. His last name was Cox. I can't remember his first name. He was number 14. And Rick, the kicks, and he booted a few of them that were really bad.
So, yeah, I remember the Vikings. I remember as a kid.
Fran Tarkenton,
and Chuck Foreman, Alan Page.
Yep. Carl Eller,
the purple
Jim
people,
Marshall,
the purple people eaters. I remember that, but that was
they all stayed around a little too long.
Well, Bubba, we all do. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Those were the days.
866 We Be Big's the number.
Is there a Viking club that meets around here?
I don't know. No, they usually not.
Probably the watering hole. Death on the air.
No, we've
air. It was the first. Look, we just threw something out there to get the titles rolling.
I think that's the full-length movie there. But Dead Air.
Oh, now you got something.
See, you stumbled into it.
It was a rough start. Somebody had to get it started.
Somebody cleaned it up. Hey, Dead Air's good.
And look, you know how you always look for that thing, like when it's about to happen? It shows us on the air, and we're cutting up. All of a sudden, Speedy goes, he comes, hey, guys, you might want to look at this. And the story comes down, we go, we got a story here about a strange murder.
And we all start thinking about what happened.
Tell the interns to stock the van.
Also,
You
look over the intern and go, stock the van.
Hey, Salty, load her
How
up.
about this? Once we go to the hard break, we're in the van.
Yeah. Can we have a pole we slide down to where the van's kept?
Well, if you
Picture
like.
that.
If
There could
you'd
be some
like to.
injuries, but I think we.
Yeah, I think
Like a fireman's pole. You know?
I know.
Picture the logo of the
I
show.
thought you meant some Polish person.
I was thinking like a slide.
The
What about
logo,
that,
the
Bubba?
logo of the show, of course, is your standard radio tower.
Sure.
And where it says on the air, it says dead air.
There it
Right.
is.
And that, the red
And
light.
the light goes out.
Yes. Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
I love this
And
show.
then some music starts. I'm thinking like Stranger Things kind of music.
Oh, yeah.
That
That's
Adler could produce it.
And sometimes we have. How about this? We have special guests that are on the radio show, like we have special guests, and then they go help us solve that crime.
Yeah,
that
like
week.
they did on Scooby Doo.
Yeah, they rotate
Like we-
through
like we-
celebrities.
we-
like Jonathan Winters would be on there. And
Well, we interviewed the Globetrotters.
Meadowlark Lemon.
We interviewed the Globetrotters, and they go with us
You're
on
right,
that one.
right.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
When the clowns are here, they go.
Right.
You know,
And they're
Frank Caliendo goes.
And every single episode ends with some real funny comment, and we all freeze, ha!
Yeah.
Laughing, and then
Yeah.
yeah, and then that's then you go to the next, then you look forward to next week.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
I
so,
see it.
Bubba, I get you. I get what
I
you're
see it.
saying. So you're saying the guests on this show blend into helping us hunt.
Yeah, if you're a guest on
Yeah.
the show, you're a special guest on that episode.
And not every week. I mean, they rotate through. You know, depending on
Because
their.
here's what you have. Perfect example of what we're talking about. Okay, you know it comes on. It goes so and so as Speedy Wilburn. You know, and all those things that come on every week. Then all of a sudden, when it's a special one, also you go and special guest, the Harlem Globetrotters.
Right.
Yes. And that's who I want on, by the way.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They're very helpful.
Now, does Greg have slick face in this, or is he growing it back?
Well, it varies.
It varies.
Whatever.
You don't know.
It depends on what mood I'm in.
Are we playing ourselves? I need to be clear on that because that's going to be busy.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
I don't know. Since it's fictional, it could be based on things we were doing or thinking about doing.
Yeah.
But we'd have pros actually doing the acting, and then we would do cameos.
Oh, I see. We're other people in the
We
show.
would be like somebody coming to pick up a winter sheet
Oh,
or
yeah.
something. You know?
Yeah. And who had a clue? Your phone? Bubba Bussy. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. Somebody say, gang, gang, gang. So I'm looking, it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so those of you that are enjoying some time off around the country, enjoy that time. You may be just now joining us because you wasn't going to get up early today. You were going to take a break. You didn't have to go to work or didn't have to go to do anything like that, or go to school. So we're glad that you're with us as we make our way back. So I'm looking at, when you look at some of the, I think maybe 7 and 9 give us some options here in the final moments of this hour. But when I see, I love how Adler will label the different videos. And here's one called "Fat Guy Drinks Beer While Shredding Guitar." So Adler, do you have any background on this particular video? Who's about to shred?
Yes, this is in Nashville, Tennessee, from what I understand, at a honky tonk called Tootsie's. Greg, have you?
That's famous.
Okay. So yeah, I figured you know about it.
Famous honky.
But this is Michael Chili Dog Castleberry.
Okay.
So if a guy goes by the name Chili Dog, he's probably pretty cool.
Oh, Bubba, look at Chili Dog.
So Chili Dog's about to shred a guitar while chugging a beer, and then he's going to use the beer as the slide on the guitar.
Well, we've seen that before. Look at Chili Dog. Greg
couldn't be smiling any bigger right now.
How about Chili Dog?
Nice shot. He's
love it.
Opening this.
Wow. How about Chili Dog?
Chili Dog.
Chili Dog.
That's quite a trick.
Greg, we've seen that. Somebody used that as a slide.
Yeah,
we saw that back in the day. We were
during Bad to the Bone.
Bad to the Bone, yeah.
Wish I could play guitar.
Yeah. Well,
Look at Chili Dog.
It goes back to so many things in life, and some of them I've tried to adjust because they matter. But there's so many things that at one time that I had to say the following. I would desire to do that. I'm just not willing to do what it would take in order for me to be able to do it.
That's it.
Yeah, and then there's things I'm willing to.
Yeah.
But some of you just, I know what it would take to get me there, and I'm not willing to do it. Mm-hmm. And there it is.
Chili Dog will be able to do that from the looks of his body at least into his late 20s.
Yeah, it must not be very healthy.
No, not at all.
What do you think about how many sets he plays in
Quick! Get him some Field of Greens. All right, so he can mix it with that.
That was impressive.
All right, so the other one is this Walmart thing on 7. Have you seen this, Bubba?
No, I have not.
I saw this when it was out there over the weekend. Apparently, we get a guy that's going to wield a knife. Look, if you're going to wield a knife, don't do it at Walmart. People at Walmart, they don't play games. That's us in there now. That's our people in there.
And you got to stay with it to the end because it's about a minute and a half of everybody trying to talk to the guy.
Look at that from behind.
Maybe hit him over the head.
Yeah, that's how it ended.
Okay.
That was kind of like the teaser, but here's the knife guy. Is this edited, Speedy? Okay.
All right, so he's cussing everybody. He's got a knife and wearing Michael Jackson. He's wearing Michael Jackson pants for some reason. I don't know whether he's about to do Billie Jean, but so he's got a knife and he's threatening everybody with it. Right, and
Anybody know why?
Yeah, well, he's probably on some sort of drugs or maybe he has some mental challenges. But now he looks like he may go into Michael Jackson.
He has a little stone.
Yeah, he's yeah.
Well, people are trying to talk to him. They're trying to get the knife away from him, calm him down.
Yeah.
And somebody's about to come up behind him and go ahead and take care of the situation.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
He's slinging it around and waving the knife.
Right, yeah, really.
Yeah.
And
guy's pretty big trying to talk to him.
yeah,
calm him down.
he's probably on something right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what he's
to have a headache.
Oh!
Now he's going after somebody.
Yeah. So the other guy sneaks around, acts like he's not going to do something, but then he picks up the pedestal thing.
Yeah, pedestal. Wham!
Oh!
Yeah, and that'll do it. Knife on the ground.
Yeah,
And now we'll get
that will do it.
Oh.
the
Hey,
pedestal.
go tell him about it.
Yeah,
he's gonna tell him about it.
Right.
Yeah, a white hood, so that's it.
Yeah.
He's in a white hoodie, excuse me, not a white hood. A white hoodie.
Good distinction. Good
Yeah.
distinction.
Yeah, that's
Right.
There we go. Yeah, there it is. So
Yeah,
he
the,
just sneaks
the sneak
around.
is good. It's
Yeah,
a good
it is.
move.
It really is.
And really,
real smooth.
It really gets the job done, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you know what? Gets the guy on the ground. Cops can come in, get the knife away from him.
There you go.
There
Now, White
he
Hood
is.
acts like, oh, I'm not doing anything. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am. Look, I like, and yeah. It's hard to hang on the knife when you get hit by one of those.
Things are heavy. Yes, those things.
But you know how you can keep from getting hit one?
Yeah. Don't be wielding a knife
This is our new
in
thing.
Walmart.
Don't wield a knife at Walmart. You don't get hit with one.
You don't.
You don't get hit. And if somebody does, we all know something we can grab now.
Yes.
You know, so
yeah. No, I'm not grabbing like concessions anymore or whatever. You know,
Right, yeah.
candy bars.
Yeah,
and stuff.
that's it. Yeah. So,
Because of the state of the country, do y'all find yourself? You've always tried to be observant of things around you. You try to teach your kids to do that and your wife. But have you found yourself looking around a little bit more now? Like
when I'm in public, 100%.
Yeah. Because I mean, there's some crazies out there. I mean, I'm talking about crazy in traffic too. I mean, but in a big public store or something, even in a restaurant, you're looking around going, all right, who's in here?
Well, no doubt.
Did y'all hear the Apple store at the Summit got hit by a gang of
smash and grab. Bubba told me that a smash and grab in Birmingham at the Apple store. Did you say?
Yep.
And when? Middle of the day?
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
I saw a video too where someone was in a department store and was just loading up the bag like he was Santa Claus. All right, throws it over his shoulder and somebody's videoing. Walks out, the double doors open up, and the cops are just waiting on him. They're just sitting there waiting on him like, here we are. You know, I mean, what did you think was going to happen? And then he drops it and acts like it's not his.
Well, you talking about?
But that's the big thing, too, is I'm just going to go in the store with a mask on, and I'm just going to load my bag up and walk out.
Well, now, you remember, Greg, and we were taught this when you were playing a little ball, keep your head on the swivel.
Yeah.
That's what I do now.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
out
got
there,
to.
I mean, you
looking for the crackback.
Yeah, you better be. I remember that happened to me one time when I was a little youngster and thrown into a varsity game as a sophomore, and I forgot to put my head on the swivel around the punt. And I was kind of bouncing around the pile a little bit, and somebody knocked me underneath the bench. I mean, you've been hit hard and knocked a long way when suddenly, like the sports drinks are spilling on you.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like
You're out of bounds.
I think I was in the air for a while. I don't think that was completely on the ground. You know,
The clicker on that.
Look,
Wow, there he is.
Look, but the coaches of that day, they're watching on film. Hey, 75, get your head on the swivel. That's all was said.
Yeah.
No, are you okay? Whatever. Hey, let's stop by getting your head on the swivel. Look around.
Good night.
I think you got to live your life like that now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you really do. Yeah. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big. The number time may be wrapping up for most of you. If it is, we'll catch you on another Rick and Bubba show, Lord willing, tomorrow. If you'd like to get Rick and Bubba content on your own time, that's simple. There's all kinds of archive options, and you can find those by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.